diagnosis, prognosis, and therapy of contrary sexual instinct. While up to this time contrary sexual instinct has had but an anthropological, clinical, and forensic interest for science, now, as a result of the latest investigations, there is some thought of therapy in this incurable condition, which so heavily burdens its victims, socially, morally, and mentally. A preparatory step for the application of therapeutic measures is the exact differentiation of the acquired from the congenital cases. And among the latter, again, the assignment of the concrete case to its proper position in the categories that have been established empirically. The diagnostic differentiation of the acquired from the congenital condition is made without difficulty in the early stages of the anomaly. If sexual inversion has already taken place, then the history of the development of the case will throw light upon it. The important decision, prognostically, as to whether the contrary sexual instinct is congenital or acquired, can only be made in such cases by means of the most minute details of the history. The establishment of the fact that contrary sexual instinct existed before indulgence in masturbation is of great importance with reference to deciding whether the anomaly is congenital or not. In this, however, a difficulty arises, owing to the possibility of imperfect localization of past events, illusions of memory. For the presumption of acquired contrary sexual instinct, it is important to prove the existence of heterosexual instinct before the beginning of solitary or mutual onanism. In general, the acquired cases are characterized in that 1. The homosexual instinct appears secondarily and always may be referred to influences, masturbatic neurasthenia, mental, which disturbed normal sexual satisfaction. It is, however, probable that here, in spite of powerful sensual libido, the feeling and inclination for the opposite sex are weak ab origin, especially in a spiritual and aesthetic sense. 2. The homosexual instinct, as long as inversio sexualis has not taken place, is looked upon, by the individual affected, as vicious and abnormal, and yielded to only photdemia. 3. The heterosexual instinct long remains predominant, and the impossibility of its satisfaction gives pain. It weakens in proportion as the homosexual feeling gains in strength. On the other hand, in congenital cases, a. The homosexual instinct is the one that occurs primarily and becomes dominant in the vita sexualis. It appears as the natural manner of satisfaction and also dominates the dream life of the individual. B. The heterosexual instinct fails completely, or, if it should make its appearance during the life of the individual, psychosexual hermaphroditism. It is still but an episodical phenomenon which has no root in the mental constitution of the individual, and is essentially but a means of satisfaction of sexual desire. The differentiation of the above groups of congenital contrary sexuality from one another, and from the cases in which the anomaly is acquired, will, after the foregoing, present no difficulties. The prognosis of the cases of acquired contrary sexual instinct is, at all events, much more favorable than that of the congenital cases. In the former, the occurrence of effemination, the mental inversion of the individual, in the sense of perverse sexual feeling, is the limit beyond which there is no longer hope of benefit from therapy. In the congenital cases, the various categories established in this book form as many stages of psychosexual taint, and benefit is probable only within the category of the psychical hermaphrodites, though possible, vide the case of Schrenk-Notzing, in that of the Urnings. The prophylaxis of these conditions becomes thus the more important. For the congenital cases, prohibition of the reproduction of such unfortunates. For the acquired cases, protection from the injurious influences which experience teaches may lead to the fatal inversion of the sexual instinct. Numerous predisposed individuals meet this sad fate, because parents and teachers have no suspicion of the danger which masturbation brings in its train to such children. In many schools and academies, masturbation and vice are actually cultivated. At present, much too little attention is given to the mental and moral peculiarities of the pupils. If only the tasks are done, nothing more is asked. That many pupils are thus ruined in body and soul is never considered. In obedience to affected prudery, the vita sexualis is veiled from the developing youth, and not the slightest attention given to the excitations of his sexual instinct. How few family physicians are ever called in, during the years of development of children, to give advice to their patients that are often so greatly predisposed. It is thought that all must be left to nature. In the meantime, nature rises in her power and leads the helpless, unprotected innocent into dangerous bypaths. A more detailed treatment of this prophylactic side of the subject is impossible here. To parents and teachers, the experiences detailed in this work and numerous scientific works on masturbation give suggestions. The lines of treatment when contrary sexual instinct exists are the following: 1. Prevention of onanism and removal of other influences injurious to the vita sexualis. 2. Cure of the neurosis, neurasthenia sexualis and universalis, arising out of the unhygienic conditions of the vita sexualis. 3. Mental treatment, in the sense of combating homosexual and encouraging heterosexual feelings and impulses. The most important part of the treatment lies in fulfilling the third indication, particularly with reference to onanism. Only in very few cases, where acquired contrary sexual instinct has not progressed far, can the fulfillment of 1 and 2 be sufficient, as the following case, fully reported by the author in the Renfreund, 1884 No. 1, proves. Case 132. Count Z, aged 51, of psychopathic mother, was early sent to a military school, and there was taught onanism. He developed well and had normal sexual feelings, but as a result of masturbation, he became somewhat neurasthenic in his 17th year. He enjoyed intercourse with women, was married at 25, but after a year more became neurasthenic and absolutely lost his inclination for women. In its place came contrary sexual instinct. Involved in an accusation for high treason, he was sent to prison for 2 years and then to Siberia for 5 years. In these 7 years, under the influence of continued masturbation, neurasthenia and contrary sexual instinct constantly increased. With his freedom restored at the age of 35, the patient began to visit all kinds of health resorts on account of his great neurasthenia, and this has since been his occupation. In all these years, his abnormal sexual feeling has not changed in any way. For the most part, he lived away from his wife, whom, it is true, he esteemed for her mental qualities, though he avoided her as he did every other woman. His contrary sexual feeling is purely platonic. Friendship, sweet embraces, and kisses sufficed him. Pollutions, which occasionally occurred, were induced by lascivious dreams which had for subject persons of his own sex. Also, during the day, the most beautiful woman had no charm for him, while simply the sight of handsome men induced erection and ejaculation. Only athletes and male dancers in the circus and ballet interested him. At times of greater excitability, even masculine statues gave him erections. Now and again, he resumed his old vice of masturbation. This man of aesthetic culture had a horror of pederasty. He felt always that his perverse sexual feeling was something abnormal, without, however, in his apparently much weakened libido and virility, feeling unhappy. The examination gave the usual findings of neurasthenia. Development, manner, and attire presented nothing remarkable. Electrical massage was unusually successful. After a few sittings, the patient was mentally and physically much better. After 20 sittings, libido was again awakened, not in the same way, but normally, as the patient had felt until his 25th year. Lascivious dreams were concerned only with women, and one day the patient joyfully gave the information that he had had coitus, and that he had had the same natural feeling in it that he had had 26 years before. He then began to live with his wife again, and hoped that he was lastingly freed from neurasthenia and contrary sexual instinct. His hope was fulfilled for the 6 years during which I was able to keep the patient under observation. As a rule, physical treatment, even though it be reinforced morally by good advice with reference to the avoidance of masturbation, the repression of homosexual feelings and impulses, and the encouragement of heterosexual desires, will not prove sufficient even in cases of acquired contrary sexual instinct. Here a method of mental treatment, hypnotic suggestion, is all that can bring benefit. The following case is interesting, and it is an example of successful autosuggestion that gives encouragement for the milder forms of the anomaly. Case 133. Autobiography of a Psychical Hermaphrodite. Successful struggle against homosexual inclinations made by the patient himself. My father once had a stroke, but has recovered save for paralysis of the face. My mother was very anemic and melancholic. Both suffered severely with hemorrhoids, and my father ascribed to this trouble the lumbar pain with which he suffered from time to time after his marriage. I am, if I may so express myself, a passive character. When a child, I indulged in all kinds of fancies, religious as well as others. I suffered with incontinence of urine, and it is said that in sleep I handled my genitals so that my father fastened my hands to the bed. I was then a mere child, and had not masturbated. I was always very shy and embarrassed in social intercourse. When about 14 or 15 years old, I was seduced into onanism. The impulse and desire for women, occurring in connection with the awakening sexual feeling, were in reality only of a platonic nature. I was also without the society of ladies. When about 18, I attempted to satisfy my sexual desire in the natural way, more in obedience to a feeling of curiosity than from inner longing. Since that time, without having experienced any real inclination for women, as often as possible I have satisfied my desire by means of sexual intercourse. Soon after puberty, I became very anemic and appeared much older than I really was. Then came melancholic and peculiar ideas. It was a delight to me to fancy myself humiliated in the extreme. It may be of interest to add that, at that time, I was troubled with religious doubts and only later found the courage to rise above religions. I fell in love with young men. At first I opposed these ideas, later they became so powerful that I became a genuine Urning. Women seemed to me to be human beings of the second class. I was in a state of despair. My sickened soul was filled with tedium vitae and thoughts inimical to humanity. One day I read, "What will it come to?" And ere I knew it, I was a socialist, but an ideal one. Life again had value for me, for I had an ideal, the joyous struggle for the social elevation of the proletariat. This caused a powerful revolution in me. As in my best years, from the age of 16 to 17, I took interest in art, particularly in dramatic art. I am, at the present time, writing a play and a story, and I am occupied with the grandest thoughts. I read a remark of Schlegel's concerning Sophocles, who was indebted to his physical exercise for his energy and creative power, and to music for his artistic proportions. In another place, I read, "The dramatist must, above all things, be mentally intact." This depressed me. For my contrary, sexual feelings could not arise in a perfectly normal mind. I thought of having myself treated hypnotically, but shame held me back. Then I said to myself that I was a weakling indeed to have so little confidence in myself, and began in earnest to combat my abnormal desires. At the same time, I struggled against my nervousness by leading the proper kind of a life. I rode, fenced, and was much in the open air, and I was delighted when, at last, I awoke and seemed to be an entirely different man. When I thought of the time from my 20th to my 26th year, it seemed to me that, during those years, a strange and depressive being had been dwelling within me. I was astonished that the handsomest rider or the trimmest waiter excited in me almost no interest. Even the muscular masons had no effect on me. I was disgusted when I thought that, at one time, such men had seemed handsome to me. My self-respect increased. I am good-natured, but my character is entirely active. Since my 20th year, my appearance has steadily improved. My appearance now corresponds perfectly with my years. There were recurrences of my abnormal inclinations, to be sure, but I struggled against them energetically. I satisfy my libido only by means of natural intercourse, and I hope that, by continuing to lead a proper life, my pleasure in natural coitus will increase. As a rule, only suggestion coming from a second person, and that by means of hypnosis, promises any success. In such cases, the object of post-hypnotic suggestion is to remove the impulse to masturbation and homosexual feelings and impulses, and to encourage heterosexual feelings with a sense of virility. A prerequisite is, of course, the possibility to induce hypnosis of sufficient intensity. It is, unfortunately, in these very cases of neurasthenia that this is impossible, since they are often excited, embarrassed, and in no condition to concentrate their thoughts. Thus, in a case reported by me in the International, Centralblatt für die Physiologie und Pathologie der Harn und Sexualergane, BD. Heft 2, p58, it was impossible for me to induce hypnosis, though the patient desired it, and did everything to make it successful. By reason of the great benefit that can be given to such unfortunates, and with Ladame's case in view, v infra, in the future, in all such cases, everything should be done to bring about hypnosis, the only means of salvation. The result, in the 3 following cases, was satisfactory. Case 134. Contrary sexual instinct acquired through masturbation. Mr. X, merchant, age 29. Father's parents healthy, nothing nervous in father's family. Father was an irritable, peevish old man. One brother of the father was a man about town and died unmarried. Mother died in 3rd confinement when the patient was 6 years old. She had a deep, rough, masculine voice and coarse appearance. Of the children, one brother is irritable, melancholic, and indifferent to women. When a child patient had scarlet fever with delirium. Until his 14th year he was light-hearted and social, but after that quiet, solitary, and melancholic. The first trace of sexual feeling appeared in his 10th or 11th year, and at that time he learned masturbation from other boys and practiced mutual onanism with them. At the age of 13 or 14, ejaculation for the first time. Patient has felt no evil results of onanism until the last 3 months. In school he learned easily but was troubled with headaches. After the age of 20, pollutions in spite of daily practice of onanism, with pollutions, procreative dreams as man and wife might perform the act, occurred. In his 17th year he was seduced into mutual onanism by a man having a love for men. He found satisfaction in this, inasmuch as he was always very passionate sexually. It was a long time before the patient again sought new opportunities for intercourse with males. He did it simply to rid himself of semen. He felt no friendship or love for the person with whom he had intercourse. He felt satisfaction only when he played the passive role, when manustupration was practiced on him. When the act was once completed, he had no respect for the individual. If it happened that, later, he came to respect the man, then he ceased to indulge in the act with him. Later it became indifferent to him whether he masturbated or had masturbation practiced on him. When he himself practiced onanism, he always thought of pleasing men practicing onanism on him during the act. He preferred a hard, rough hand. The patient thought that, had he not been led astray, he would have arrived at a natural mode of satisfaction of his sexual desires. He never felt love for his own sex, though he had pleased himself with the thought of loving men. At first, he had had sensual inclinations toward the opposite sex. He had taken pleasure in dancing, and he had been pleased with women, but he had taken more pleasure in the figure than the face. 2. He had erections at the sight of women that pleased him. He had never attempted coitus, for fear of infection, whether he was potent or not with women, he did not know. He thought he could be so no longer, because his feeling for women had grown cold, especially during late years. While previously, in his sensual dreams, he had had ideas of both men and women, of late years he had dreamed only of approaches to men. He could not remember that he had dreamed, in late years, of sensual relations with a woman. At the theater, as well as in the circus and ballet, the feminine figure had always interested him. In museums, masculine and feminine statues had affected him equally. Patient is a great smoker, a beer drinker, loves male society, and is a gymnast and skater. Anything dandified was repugnant to him, and he had never felt any desire to please men. He would even have preferred to please women. He now felt his position to be painful, because onanism had obtained the upper hand. Masturbation, that had previously been practiced without evil effects, now began to disclose its bad results. Since July 1889, he had suffered with neuralgia of the testicles. The pain occurred particularly at night, and at night there was also trembling, increased reflex excitability. Sleep was not refreshing, and he would wake up with pain in the testicles. He was inclined now to indulge more frequently in onanism. He was afraid of the consequences of the habit. He hoped that his sexual life might still be turned into normal channels. Now, he thought of the future. He had a relation with a girl who was attractive to him, and the thought to possess her as a wife was pleasing. For 5 days he had abstained from onanism, but he could scarcely believe that he would be able, with his own strength, to overcome the habit. Of late, he had been very much depressed, having lost all desire for work and become tired of life. Patient is tall, powerful, well-nourished, and has a thick growth of beard. Skull and skeleton normal. Knee-jerks very prompt, deep reflexes in upper extremities much increased. Pupils dilated, equal, and act promptly. Carotids of equal caliber. Hyperesthesia urethrae cords and testicles not sensitive, genitals normal. The patient was calmed and given hope for the future, provided that he give up onanism and attempt to transfer his sexual desires from persons of his own sex to females. Hip baths 24 degrees to 20 degrees R. Ext, Sekel, Canut, Aquose 0.5 Antipyrin 1 Prodi, Pot, Brahm, 4 evenings were ordered. December 13th. Today the patient came, in a disturbed condition of mind, complaining that, unaided, he was unable to resist the impulse to masturbate, and he asked for help. A trial of hypnosis induced a condition of deep lethargy in the patient. He was given the following suggestions: I cannot, must not, and will not masturbate again. I abhor the love for my own sex, and shall never again think men handsome. I shall and will become well again, fall in love with a virtuous woman, be happy, and make her happy. December 14th. While out walking today, patient saw a handsome man and felt himself powerfully drawn toward him. From this time, there were hypnotic sittings every second day, with the above suggestions. December 18th, 4th sitting, somnambulism occurred. The impulse to onanism and interest in men disappear. At the 8th sitting, complete virility was added to the above suggestions. The patient feels himself morally elevated and physically strengthened. The neuralgia of the testicles has disappeared. He now found that he was without sexual feeling. He now believed himself free from masturbation and contrary sexual inclination. After the 11th sitting, he thought that further help was unnecessary. He wished to go home and marry. He felt well and potent. Early in January 1890, treatment ceased. In March 1890, the patient wrote, I have since had several occasions on which it has been necessary for me to use all my moral strength in order to overcome my habit, and, thank God, I have been successful in freeing myself from this vice. Several times, I have had opportunity for sexual intercourse, and I have found pleasure in it. I look calmly on my happy future. Case 135. Acquired contrary sexual instinct, marked improvement under hypnotic treatment. Mr. P., born in 1863, official in a manufactory. He comes of a highly respected patrician family of Middle Germany, in which nervousness and insanity have been of frequent occurrence. His great-grandfather on the father's side and his sister died insane, the grandmother died of apoplexy, father's brother died insane, and a daughter of the latter died of cerebral tuberculosis. The maternal grandmother was melancholic for years, maternal grandfather, insane. A maternal uncle took his life in an attack of insanity. The patient's father is very nervous. An elder brother is very neurasthenic and has anomalies of the vita sexualis. Another is the subject of case 155. A third is eccentric in conduct and is said to be subject to fixed ideas. A sister suffers with convulsions, and another died of them when a little child. The patient is constitutionally predisposed, for he was early very peculiar, irritable, irascible, and impressed those around him as being abnormal. His vita sexualis appeared very early and in great intensity, and was satisfied, without any seductions, in onanism. From his 16th year, the prematurely developed boy visited brothels of the capital, using his permissions to go out on Sundays and holidays for that purpose. He took pleasure in coitus, but during the week he satisfied himself with onanism. After his 20th year, when he became independent, the patient indulged with prostitutes excessively and fell ill with neurasthenia sexualis, becoming relatively impotent and unsatisfied in coitus, owing to weakness of erection and premature ejaculation. His sexual libido became more powerful than ever and was satisfied in onanism. Early in 1888, the patient made the acquaintance of a young man. By his pleasing face, his attractive manner, and his beautiful form, he conquered me entirely. I wished to speak to him and was happy at mere sight of him. I was completely in love with him. With this, my love for women was extinguished. Any man could excite me to such an extent that, for some moments, I would feel my memory fail and I would stammer. Soon after this, I made the acquaintance of a gentleman who was likewise very attractive and who had a decided influence on my future life. He was male-loving. I confessed to him that I no longer felt anything but aversion for the female sex and that I was attracted to men. When I once asked my companion how he brought it about that soldiers would surrender themselves to him, he answered that the principal thing was skill. Almost any of them could be brought to it. Late in 1888, thinking of these words, I was attracted by an officer's servant and was intensely excited by him, but ejaculation never occurred. Since I saw that the soldier would surrender himself without trouble, I approached him. Alium quandam militum in cubiculum, electum rogavi ut vest exuda mecum in lectum concumberit. Rogatus fecit qui volui et alter alterius penem trivit. Though after this success I misused many persons, I was never really in love, so to speak, with but one. He was a very handsome young fellow of 17. His voice was so attractive to me, and his manner was so delicately proper, that I cannot forget him. In my dreams, I thought only of handsome young men, and often for whole nights I could not sleep, owing to sensual feeling. Early in 1889, the patient's conduct awakened a suspicion of male love. A threatening communication frightened him and plunged him in deep depression, so that he contemplated suicide. At the advice of the family physician, he came to the capital. Since the patient was unable to overcome his habitual desires by his own will, hypnotic treatment was undertaken. It induced but mild lethargy, and, in opposition to the seduction of former lovers, it had but little effect. At that time, the patient was wanting in earnest desire. There was some improvement in matters, in the face of the disgrace to relatives, and the prospect of a legal examination that was actually threatening. The patient determined to attempt a cure with the author. I found him to be a delicate, pale, very neurasthenic man, much depressed and despairing about the future. He was without degenerative signs. He realized his perverted situation and seemed to be willing to do anything in order to become again a decent, moral man. He regretted exceedingly his sexual perversion, which he regarded as abnormal, but also as having been acquired. He made no attempt to conceal the fact that he could not control himself with young men, and likewise he would not say that he could abstain from onanism, to which, faute de mia, he was driven. Only a powerful, imperious will could keep him from it. Thus far his male love had consisted exclusively of mutual onanism. Erections occurred only when touching men he loved. Ejaculation resulted early, but simple embrace was not sufficient. He had never felt himself in any particular sexual role toward a man. Genitals and vegetative organs normal. In addition to treatment directed to his neurasthenia, on April 8, 1890, hypnotic suggestion was begun. Hypnosis was easily induced by simply looking at him with verbal suggestion. After a half-minute, the patient passed into deep lethargy with a cataleptiform state of the muscles. The awakening was brought about by suggesting it at counting 3. Post-hypnotic suggestions were always successful. The intrahypnotic suggestions were the interdiction of onanism. The command that male love should be felt to be disgraceful and despicable, and that it should be impossible. The command to regard only women as beautiful, to approach them, to dream of them, and to have libido and erection at sight of them. The sittings occurred daily. On April 14th, the patient announced, with thankfulness and a kind of moral satisfaction, that he had pleasure in coitus and had ejaculated tardily. On April 16th, he felt free from inclination to masturbate, attracted to women, and perfectly indifferent to men. He dreamed of female charms and coitus with women. May 1st, the patient seemed and felt himself to be normal sexually. He has become a different man mentally, full of courage and self-confidence. He has coitus with complete satisfaction and thinks that he is insured against relapse. In a later letter, Mr. P. writes, "As was only to be expected, I find myself lastingly freed from my errors. All that remains to remind me of my unhappy time are the dreams, which, though they are infrequent, come from my past, which I have no power to banish, and which sometimes, indeed, pleasantly occupy my thoughts. But by my own will I yet hope soon to succeed in freeing myself absolutely from them. Should I ever become weak again, the ideas you have impressed on me would, I am sure, make an energetic resistance, and I should not succumb. On October 20, 1890, P wrote me, "I am completely cured of onanism, and I have no pleasure in male love. Yet complete virility does not seem to have been re-established, notwithstanding the fact that I lead a virtuous life. Nevertheless, I feel satisfied." Case 136. Acquired contrary sexual instinct. Mr. Z, aged 32, divorced. He comes of a hysteropathic mother. Maternal grandmother suffered with hysteria, and her brothers and sisters were neurotic. One brother is an earning. Z was but poorly endowed mentally and did not learn easily. No sickness besides scarlatina. When 13, he was taught to masturbate by companions in a school. Sexually, he was hyperesthetic and, at 17, began to indulge in coitus with full pleasure and power. For reasons of position and money, he married at 26. The marriage was very unhappy. After a year, Mrs. Z became incapable of coitus by reason of uterine disease. Z satisfied his inordinate desires with other women, fought demia, by masturbation. Besides, he gave himself up to play, led an absolutely dissolute life, became exceedingly neurasthenic, and sought to strengthen his weakened nerves by drinking great quantities of wine and brandy. To his essential cerebral asthenia were added peripheral alcoholic cramps and globus, and he became very emotional. His libidonymia continued unabated. On account of his disgust of prostitutes and fear of infection, satisfaction by coitus was exceptional. For the most part, the patient helped himself with onanism. 4 years ago, he noticed weakening of erection and decrease of libido for women. He began to feel himself drawn toward men, and his lascivious dreams were no longer concerned with women, but with men. 3 years ago, while being rubbed by a bath attendant, he became powerfully excited sexually. The attendant also had an erection, to patient's surprise. He could not keep from embracing and kissing the attendant, and allowing him to perform masturbation on him, the attendant doing it most willingly. From this time, this mode of sexual indulgence was all that he cared for. Women became a matter of entire indifference to him. He devoted himself exclusively to men. With them he practiced mutual masturbation and had a longing to sleep with them. He abhorred pederasty. He was entirely satisfied until August 1890, an anonymous letter, warning him to be careful, brought him to his senses. He was much frightened, had hysterical attacks, and became much depressed. He was embarrassed before men, seemed like a pariah in society, contemplated suicide, and finally confessed to a priest who comforted him. He now fell into a religious state, equivalent, and out of remorse and to cure himself of his abnormal sexual inclinations, wished to go into a cloister. While in this state, my Psychopathia Sexualis fell into his hands. He was frightened and filled with shame, but found a comfort in it, inasmuch as he concluded that he must have some malady. His first thought was to rehabilitate himself sexually in his own eyes. He overcame all disinclination and visited a brothel. At first he was not successful, on account of great excitement, but he finally succeeded. Since, however, his contrary sexual inclinations were not overcome, in spite of all his efforts to put them down, he finally came to me, asking for assistance. He felt himself to be terribly unfortunate and very near to despair and suicide. He saw destruction before him and would be saved at any price. His confession was interrupted by numerous hysterical attacks. Comforting and encouraging words about his future had a calming influence. Physically, patient presented a slightly retreating brow with no other anatomical signs of degeneration. Spinal irritation, exaggerated deep reflexes, and a sense of pressure in the head pointed to a neurasthenic condition. No genital anomalies, though there was hyperesthesia urethrae. Mien distressed, attitude relaxed, mind distracted and vacillating. Hip baths, massage, ergot with antipyrin and pot. Brahm, ordered with interdiction of onanism, intercourse with men, and lascivious thoughts of them. After a few days, the patient came complaining that he was not equal to the task. He said his will was too weak. In this precarious situation, it seemed that nothing but hypnotic treatment could bring improvement. September 11, 1889. First sitting. Bernheim's method used in order to induce lethargy as quickly as possible. Suggestions: I abhor onanism and will not masturbate again. I regard the inclination for men disgusting, horrible, and I shall never think men handsome and enticing. Women alone I find enticing. Once a week I shall cohabit with full pleasure and power. The patient received these suggestions and repeated them in a drawling tone. The sittings took place every second day. After the 15th, it was possible to induce the somnambulic stage of hypnosis with any post-hypnotic suggestions desired. The patient improved morally and mentally, but symptoms of cerebral neurasthenia troubled him still, and now and then dreams of men occurred. And there were, also in the waking state, inclinations toward men, which depressed him exceedingly. Treatment until September 24th. Result: free from onanism, no longer excitable to men, though impressionable to women. Normal coitus once in 8 days. Hysterical symptoms absent, neurasthenic symptoms much ameliorated. On October 6th, the patient reported by letter that he was feeling well and expressed his gratitude for his salvation. He felt as if given a new life. December 9, 1889, patient again came for treatment. Of late he had had lascivious dreams of men twice, but had experienced no inclination toward men in the waking state. He had also resisted the impulse to masturbate, though, while living alone in the country, he had had no opportunity for coitus. He had inclinations only for the opposite sex and, as a rule, dreamed only of females. Returned to the city, he had indulged in coitus with pleasure. The patient felt himself morally rehabilitated, being almost free from neurasthenic symptoms. And after 3 more hypnotic sittings, he declared himself perfectly well and confident that he would not relapse. Such a relapse occurred, however, in September 1890, when, after overexertion on an excursion into the mountains and emotional strain with want of opportunity for coitus, he had again become neurasthenic. Again he had dreams of men and felt drawn toward attractive male forms. He masturbated many times and, after returning to the city, found no real pleasure in coitus. By means of anti-neurasthenic treatment and hypnosis, it was possible soon to restore the previous condition. In the course of the years 1890 and 1891, the patient now and then had contrary sexual feelings and dreams, but only when, as a result of emotional strain or excesses, his neurosis reappeared. At such times, satisfaction in coitus was wanting. He would then find it necessary to undergo a few hypnotic sittings in order to restore his equilibrium, always with success. At the end of 1891, the patient pointed with satisfaction to the fact that, since treatment, he had been able to avoid masturbation and male intercourse, and had regained his self-confidence and self-respect. The foregoing details of the successful results of hypnotic suggestion, in cases of acquired contrary sexual feeling, make it seem possible that those unfortunates that are afflicted with the congenital perversion may be helped in some degree by the same means. To be sure, here the condition is entirely different, since a congenital condition must be combated, an abnormal psychosexual life annihilated, and a new one created. A priori, this task seems impossible, at least in the perfect earning. That the apparently impossible is artificially possible may be seen from the case of Schrenk-Notzing, which follows below. It far surpasses the case reported by me v. Infra, in which at least the homosexual feelings and impulses were removed by means of hypnotic suggestion. The case of Ladame v. Infra is an analogous one. The conditions are more favorable in psychosexual hermaphrodites, where at least there are rudiments of heterosexual feelings that may be strengthened and made operative by suggestion. Case 137. I was born in 1858 out of wedlock. It was only late that I was able to trace my obscure origin and obtain knowledge of my parents, and this knowledge is, unfortunately, very obscure and imperfect. My father and mother were cousins. My father died 3 years ago. He had later married and, as far as I know, had several healthy children. I do not think that my father had contrary sexual feelings. Without knowing him as my father, I often saw him when I was a child. He was a powerful, masculine man. As for the rest, it is said that, at the time of my birth or before, he was sexually ill. I have often seen my mother on the street, but I did not then know that she was my mother. At the time of my birth, she may have been about 24 years old. She was tall and quick and energetic of movement, and her character was decided. At the time of my birth, she is reported to have gone about much in male attire, to have worn short hair, to have smoked a long pipe, and in general to have been remarkable for her eccentric character. She was exceedingly well educated and is said to have been beautiful in her youth. She left a fortune, considerable even when measured by our present ideas, but she died unmarried. In any case, all this would point to homosexual inclinations, or at least to abnormalities. On the other hand, several years before my birth, my mother took care of a little girl. This stepsister, whom I never knew, married young, but early in her married life, for reasons unknown to me, she poisoned herself. I am 1.7 meters tall, measure 92 centimeters around the waist, and 102 centimeters around hips, and therefore, I think my pelvis is somewhat overdeveloped. The subcutaneous fat has always been abundant. Skeletal form is strong. The muscular system is well formed, but from lack of exercise, perhaps owing to the influence of early, long-continued, and frequent indulgence in onanism, it is not well developed, so that I appear stronger than I really am. Hair of head and face is normal, genital hair somewhat thin. The upper portion of the body is as good as without hair. In all other ways, my appearance is fully masculine. Gait, attitude, and voice are those of a fully developed man, and other earnings have often told me that they would never have suspected my passion. I served in the army and always found pleasure in all nightly exercises, riding, fencing, swimming, etc. My early training was under a priest. I had but few real playmates. The family life of my foster parents was faultless. In October 1861, I entered the institute. Here I indulged in my first perverse acts, which I shall describe more fully when I come to the development of my sexual life. I finished the gymnasium, served my voluntary years in the army, and then studied forestry, being now a director of estates. During my early years, my mental development was very slow. I first learned to speak in my third year, and thus the supposition that I had hydrocephalus was strengthened. From the time of beginning school, my mental development was abnormal. Indeed, I learned easily, but I have never been able to concentrate my activity on any particular subject. I have a great interest in art and aesthetics, but almost none in music. In early years, my character was the worst possible. Without being able to give any reason for it, during the last 12 years there has been an entire transformation. Now, there is nothing I hate more than a lie, and I never speak untruth even in jest. In financial matters, without being avaricious, I have become an economical manager. It is enough that, with a deep feeling of shame, I look back on my past, and if I could be freed from my unhappy sexual perversion or perversity, I should justly regard myself as a true gentleman. I am kind and always ready to be charitable to the extent of my means. I am gay-spirited and regarded with favor socially. I have no trace of that nervous irritability which is so often noticeable in others like me. 2. I am not wanting in personal courage. There is nothing in the early period of my development that points to abnormality. To be sure, as a child I liked to lie in bed on my abdomen, and of a morning I often took delight in rolling about on my abdomen, much to the amusement of my foster parents, but I cannot recall that, at such times, I ever had sensual feeling. I never sought much to play with girls, and I never played with dolls. I early heard talk about sexual matters, but I never thought anything about it. In my dreams, too, at that time, there was nothing sexual, and in my association with boys of my own age, there was nothing of that kind. I think I may say that my vita sexualis was really first awakened after I had been seduced into mutual masturbation, in my 13th year, by a roommate at the institute. At that time, ejaculation did not take place, but first about a year later. Nevertheless, I gave myself up to the vice of onanism passionately. At this time, however, the first signs of homosexual inclination were manifested. Youthful, powerful men, market helpers, workmen, and soldiers took possession of my dreams and played an important role in my fancy while masturbating. At this time was also first shown the tendency to pederasty, especially passive. Up to my 14th year, I frequently made mutual attempts at pederasty with my seducer, but neither of us were successful in bringing about emissio. At the same time, there was also a weak inclination for the female sex. About a year after the first indulgence in onanism, I was once with a puella publica, but I had neither ejaculation nor any especial feeling of sensual pleasure. Thereafter, and up to my 19th year, I performed coitus in public houses about 6 times. Erection and ejaculation occurred promptly, but without marked sensual pleasure. At least onanism, particularly mutual onanism, I liked quite as much. I have never had any love for athletes. About 10 years ago, while at a watering place, I thought I was in love with a beautiful lady of a highly respectable family. I was happy in her presence and thought myself happy in finding my love returned. For a time, this affair kept me from masturbating. I was only afraid that, weakened by onanism that had been practiced for years, I should be incapable of performing my marital duty. When we became widely separated, my feeling quickly cooled. I found that I had deceived myself, and after about 2 years without jealousy, I was able to hear that the lady had married. My inclination for women, if in reality I have ever had any, grew colder and colder. 2.5 years ago, when I visited a public house with very virile friends, I last performed coitus. There was erection, but no ejaculation. Women have become indifferent to me. A prostitute who acts coarsely excites my repugnance. With intellectual women, particularly when they are elderly, I like to converse, but in their society I am often unskillful and awkward, often devoid of tact. I have never been able to find any charm in woman's physical form. But to return to the perverse inclinations. When, at the age of 14, I went to I lost sight of my lover and seducer. He was some years older than I and was an official, and in this capacity, when I was 19, I again met him once on the railway. We immediately cut the journey short and lodged together, attempting mutual pederasty, but on account of pain, emissio was not successful. We amused ourselves in mutual onanism. In I had sexual intercourse with 2 fellow students, but this intercourse was confined to frequent mutual onanism, owing to the fact that they were not inclined to pederasty. During the last year of my stay, when I was 19, I had intercourse with another person, which likewise consisted of onanism. But our intercourse was more intimate, and we always retired and practiced mutual onanism in bed. From Easter 1869 until July 1870, I had no lover. I practiced onanism alone. When the war broke out, I offered myself as a volunteer, but was not accepted. At the same time, a former schoolmate offered himself. He had developed into a remarkably handsome man. I had to spend one night with him in an overcrowded hotel. Though as students we had never associated sexually, he was not averse to my desire and attempted pederasty. In this instance, pain prevented success, but in the attempt, ejaculatio ante annum meum occurred. Even now I can recall the pleasurable feeling I had in it, a feeling previously unknown. After the war I frequently met this friend, but our intercourse was later limited to onanism. During the following 18 years, I had but 2 opportunities for homosexual intercourse. The first was in the winter of 1879, on the occasion of meeting a handsome hussar in a railway carriage. I induced him to sleep with me at an hotel. Later he confessed to me that he had previously practiced mutual masturbation with the son of a landed proprietor of his town. I could not bring him to pederasty. On the other hand, I induced ejaculation in him by receptio penis ejus in osmium. This caused me no satisfaction, but rather disgust. I have never tried it again, and 2, I have never allowed receptio penis me in os ulterius. In 1887, likewise on the railway, I made the acquaintance of a sailor and induced him to stay with me at an hotel. He said he had never practiced pederasty, but he was ready for it. He was apparently sensually excited. He had an erection immediately and performed the act with evident passion. It was the first time that pederasty was successfully performed. I had terrible pain, but also indescribable pleasure. With my sojourn here, my vita sexualis has undergone a complete change. I have learned how easy it is to find persons who, partly for money and partly from desire, yield to our inclinations. I have also not been spared annoying experiences with cheats. Until the end of the last year, since then, owing to fear of venereal infection, I have not gone beyond mutual masturbation. I enjoyed male love to the full extent, particularly in passive pederasty. I have never practiced active pederasty, because I have found no one able to endure the pain. Generally, I seek my lovers among cavalrymen and sailors, and eventually among workmen, especially butchers and smiths. Robust forms with healthy facial complexions attract me especially. Leathern riding trousers have a particular charm for me. I have no partiality for kissing and the like. I also love large, hard, and calloused hands. I do not wish to leave unmentioned that, under certain circumstances, I have great control of myself. As director of an estate, I lived in a large house. My personal servant was a very handsome young man who had served in the Hussars. After once having spoken with him in general terms on the subject, and found that he could not be approached, for years I lived in close intimacy with him and enjoyed his beauty but never touched him. I think that, to this day, he knows nothing of my passion. Likewise, 2.5 years ago, in C, I made the acquaintance of a sailor, who is still regarded by me and my acquaintances as one of the handsomest men we know. After an absence of more than 2 years, on invitation, he visited me a few weeks ago. I knew how to arrange matters so that we slept in the same room, and I burned with desire to be nearer to him. As a preliminary, however, I sounded him in confidential talk and, when I found that he despised everything connected with male love, I had not the heart to approach him more closely. For weeks we slept in the same room, and I took constant delight in his divine form at first, was sexually excited in fact. I bathed with him, in the Roman manner, in order to see his beautiful form naked, but he never learned anything of my passion. I still have an ideal, platonic relation with this young man, who, for one of his position, has an unusual education and fine talent for poetry. Until my 38th year I had not a clear understanding of my condition. I always thought that, by early and frequent masturbation, I had become averse to women, and hoped always that, when the right woman came, I should be able to abandon onanism and find pleasure in her. Here it was that I first came to fully understand my condition after making the acquaintance of others suffering and feeling like myself. At first I was frightened. Later I came to look upon my fate as something not dependent on myself. 2. I made no further effort to resist temptation. 2 or 3 weeks ago, Psychopathia Sexualis fell into my hands. The work has made an unexpectedly deep impression on me. At first I read the work with an interest that was undoubtedly lascivious. The description of the cultivation of mugerados, for example, excited me uncommonly. The thought of a young, powerful man being emasculated in this manner, in order, later, to be used for pederasty by a whole tribe of wild, powerful, and sensual Indians, so excited me that I masturbated 5 times during the next 2 days, fancying myself such a presumptive mugerado. The farther I read in the book, however, the more I saw its moral earnestness, the more I felt disgust with my condition, and the more I saw that I must do everything, if it were possible, to bring about a change in my condition. When I had finished the book, I was determined to seek assistance from its author. The reading of this work had an undoubted effect. Since then I have masturbated only twice, and have practiced onanism with cavalrymen only twice. In every instance, I have had really less pleasure and satisfaction than before, and I always have the feeling, if I could only be free from it. Nevertheless, I confess that, even now, in the society of handsome soldiers, I immediately have erection. In conclusion, I may add that in spite of, or perhaps on account of onanism, I have never had pollutions. The ejaculation of semen, which usually consists of only a few drops, and it has always been so, takes place only after prolonged friction. If for any reason I have not masturbated for a long time, the ejaculation takes place quickly and is more abundant. About 12 years ago, Hansen tried in vain to hypnotize me. In the spring of 1891, the writer of the foregoing autobiography visited me, with the declaration that he could live no longer in his condition, that he looked to hypnotic treatment as the only hope of salvation, for he had not strength enough to resist his impulse to masturbation and satisfaction with persons of his own sex. He felt like a pariah, like an unnatural man, like one outside the laws of nature and society, and in danger of criminal prosecution. He felt moral repugnance when he performed the act with a man, but yet the sight of any handsome soldier actually electrified him. For years he had not had the slightest sympathy with women, not even mentally. The patient looked to be exactly the person, physically and mentally, described by himself in his autobiography. His head was exquisitely hydrocephalic and also plagiocephalic. At first attempts at hypnosis met with difficulties. Only by Braid's method, with the help of a little chloroform, was deep lethargy attained at the 3rd sitting, From that time, simply looking at a shining object was sufficient. The suggestions consisted of the command to avoid masturbation, the removal of homosexual feelings, and the assurance that the patient would have inclination for women and be virile, and have pleasure only in heterosexual intercourse. Masturbation was indulged in but once. After the 8th sitting, the patient dreamed of a woman. When, after the 14th sitting, the patient had to return, on account of pressing business, he declared that he was quite free from any inclination to masturbate or to indulge in male love, but that he was by no means absolutely free from his partiality for men. He felt a returning interest in the female sex and hoped to be freed finally from his unhappy condition by continuance of the treatment. Case 138, Psychical Hermaphroditism. Mr. Von P., age 25, single, comes of a neuropathic family. As a child, he had convulsions. He recovered but remained weak, emotional, and irritable. No severe illnesses. Before his 10th year, sexuality was manifested. His earliest remembrance concerning it was that of lascivious feelings in company with the servants of the house. When older, he had sensual dreams which were of intercourse with men. In circuses, the male performers alone interested him. Youthful, powerful men were most enticing to him. Often, he could scarcely resist the longing to fall on their necks and kiss them. Of late, simply the touching of such persons had become sufficient to give him pleasure and induce ejaculation. The impulse to engage in affairs with men he had, thus far, fortunately resisted. The patient is a psychical hermaphrodite, in so far as he is not insensitive to the charms of women and finds men more pleasing than women. In fact, feminine nudity had never pleased him, and he can remember only to have dreamed once of coitus with a woman. On account of his great sexual desire, and because he was ashamed to give himself up to men, after his 20th year, he began to have sexual intercourse with women. Since then, he has very seldom indulged in manual onanism, but often in mental masturbation, during which the forms of handsome men float through his fancy. He had coitus with success, but without pleasure or sensual feeling. On account of circumstances, he was forced to abstain from his 22nd until his 24th year. This abstinence was painful, and he relieved himself, now and then, by mental onanism. When a year ago he had opportunity again for coitus, he noticed failure of libido for women, imperfect erection, and premature ejaculation. Finally, he gave up coitus, then libido for men was manifested. In the condition of irritable weakness of the ejaculatory center, mere touching of sympathetic men was sufficient to induce ejaculation. Patient is an only child. The circumstances of his family demand that he marry. He justly hesitates to do this, thinks he is mentally impotent, and asks for advice and help. He points out that his feeling for men must be eradicated in order to help him. Patient's appearance is, in all respects, masculine. His head is slightly hydrocephalic and rhombic, abundant growth of beard. Genitals normal, cremasteric reflex cannot be excited. No manifestations of neurasthenia, neuropathic eyes, pollutions infrequent. Erections occur only as a result of contact with men. July 16, 1889, hypnotic suggestion, after Bernheim's method, was begun. It was first at the 3rd sitting that deep lethargy was induced. Suggestions: you have no longer any desire for men. Only woman is beautiful and desirable. You will love a woman, marry, be happy, and make her happy. You are fully potent, you feel that already. In daily hypnosis, which never goes beyond lethargy, the patient accepts the suggestions. On July 24th, he announces that he has had pleasure in coitus, and the male servants no longer interest him. At the same time, he still finds men more beautiful than women. On August 1, 1889, it was necessary to discontinue treatment. Result: completely potent, entire indifference for men, but also for women. The same treatment met with decided success in a case of psychosexual hermaphroditism, reported by me in Volume I of the Internat. Centralblatt für die Physiol, U-Path, der Harn und Sexualergehen. Case 139. Mr. Von X, age 25, landed proprietor. He comes of a neuropathic, passionate father. Father is said to have been normal sexually. His mother was nervous, as were her 2 sisters. Maternal grandmother was nervous, and his maternal grandfather was a roué much given to venery. Patient is like his mother and an only child. From birth he was weak, suffered much with migraine, and was nervous. He passed through several illnesses. At 15 he began masturbation, without having been taught it. Until his 17th year he says he never had feeling for men, or in fact any sexual inclination, but at this time desire for men arose. He fell in love with a comrade. His friend returned his love, they embraced and kissed and indulged in mutual onanism. Occasionally Patient practiced coitus inter femora viri. He abhorred pederasty. Lascivious dreams were concerned only with men. In the circus and theater males alone interested him. The inclination was for those of about 20 years. Handsome, tall forms were enticing to him. Given these conditions, he was quite indifferent to other characteristics of the men. In his sexual affairs with men, his part was always that of a man. After his 18th year, the Patient was always a source of anxiety to his highly respected parents, for he then began a love affair with a male waiter, who fleeced him and made him an object of remark and ridicule. He was taken home. He consorted with servants and hostlers. He caused a scandal. He was sent away for travel. In London, he got into a blackmailing scrape, but succeeded in escaping to his home. He profited in no way by this bitter experience, and again showed disgraceful inclinations toward men. Patient was sent to me to be cured of his fatal peculiarity, December 12, 1888. Patient is a tall, stately, robust, well-nourished young man of masculine build, large, well-formed genitals. Gait, voice, and attitude are masculine. He has no pronounced masculine passions. He smokes but little and only cigarettes, drinks little, and is fond of confectionery. He loves music, arts, aesthetics, flowers, and moves in ladies' society by preference. He wears a mustache, the face being otherwise cleanly shaved. His garments are in no wise remarkable. He is a soft, blasé fellow and a do-nothing. He lies abed mornings and can scarcely be made to rise before noon. He says he has never regarded his inclination toward his own sex as abnormal. He looks upon it as congenital, but taught by his evil experiences, he wishes to be cured of his perversion. He has little faith in his own will. He has tried to help himself, but always begins to masturbate. This he finds injurious, inasmuch as it causes slight neurasthenic symptoms. There is no moral defect. The intelligence is a little below the average. Careful education and aristocratic manners are apparent. The exquisite neuropathic eye betrays the nervous constitution. The Patient is not a complete and hopeless urning. He has heterosexual feelings, but his sensual inclinations toward the opposite sex are manifested weakly and infrequently. When 19, he was first taken to a brothel by friends. He experienced no horror feminae, had efficient erections, and some pleasure in coitus, but not the instinctive delight he experienced while embracing men. Since then, Patient asserts that he has had coitus 6 times, twice sua sponte. He gives the assurance that he is always capable of it, but he does it only faute demia, as he does masturbation, when the sexual impulse troubles him, as a substitute for intercourse with men. He has thought of the possibility of finding a sympathetic lady and marrying her. He would regard marital cohabitation and abstinence from intercourse with men as hard duties. Since there were rudiments of heterosexual feelings present, and the case could not be looked upon as hopeless, it seemed that treatment was indicated. The indications were clear enough, but there was no support for them in the will of the indolent Patient, so unconscious of his own position. It lay near to seek support for the moral influence in hypnosis. The fulfillment of this hope seemed doubtful, because the famous Hansen had tried several times, in vain, to hypnotize him. At the same time, by reason of the most important social interests of the Patient, it was necessary to make another attempt. To my great surprise, Bernheim's procedure induced immediately a condition of deep lethargy, with possibility of post-hypnotic suggestion. At the second sitting, somnambulism was induced by merely looking at him. The Patient is obnoxious to suggestions of all kinds. Indeed, contractures are induced by stroking him. He is awakened by counting 3. Awakened, Patient has amnesia for all the events of the hypnotic state. Hypnosis is induced every second or third day for the communication of hypnotic suggestions. At the same time, moral and hydro equals therapeutic measures are employed. The hypnotic suggestions were as follow. I abhor onanism because it makes me sick and miserable. I no longer have inclination toward men, for love of men is against religion, nature, and law. I feel an inclination toward women, for woman is lovely and desirable and created for man. During the sittings, the patient always repeats these suggestions. After the fourth sitting, it was noticeable that, when taken into society, he paid court to ladies. Shortly after that, when a famous prima donna sang, he was all enthusiasm for her. Some days later, the patient sought the address of a brothel. At the same time, he preferred the society of young gentlemen, but the most careful watching failed to reveal anything suspicious. February 17th. Patient asks to be allowed to indulge in coitus and is very well satisfied with his experience with one of the demi-monde. March 16th. Up to this time, hypnosis twice a week. The patient always passes into deep somnambulism by simply being looked at and, at request, repeats the suggestions. He is obnoxious to all kinds of post-hypnotic suggestion and, in the waking state, knows not the least of the influences exerted on him in the hypnotic state. In the hypnotic condition, he always gives the assurance that he is free from onanism and sexual feeling for men. Since he gives the same answers in hypnosis, e.g., that on such and such a date he practiced onanism for the last time, and that he is too much under the will of the physician to be able to lie, his assertions deserve belief, the more since he looks well and is free from all neurasthenic symptoms, and, in the society of men, not the slightest suspicion rests on him. An open, free, and manly bearing is developed. Moreover, since, of his own will, he now and then indulges in coitus with pleasure, and occasional pollutions are induced by lascivious dreams which concern women, there can be no doubt of the favorable change of his vita sexualis, and it is presumable that the hypnotic suggestions have developed into autosuggestive inclinations, which direct his feelings, thoughts, and will. Probably the patient will always remain a natura frigida, but he more often speaks of marriage and of his intention to win a wife as soon as he has become acquainted with a sympathetic lady. In July 1889, I received a letter from his father, which told me of his good health and conduct. On May 24, 1890, by chance, I met my former patient while on a journey. His bright, healthful appearance allowed the most favorable opinion of his condition. He told me that he still had sympathetic feeling for some men, but never anything like love. He occasionally had pleasurable coitus with women and now thought of marriage. I hypnotized him, in the former manner, to try him, and asked for the commands I had given him. In a deep condition of somnambulism, and in the same tone of voice as formerly, the patient repeated the suggestions he had received in December 1888, an excellent example of the possible duration and power of post-hypnotic suggestion. Case 140. Psychical hermaphroditism, improvement with hypnotic treatment. Mr. Von K., aged 23, of distinguished family, well endowed mentally, scrofulous as a child. His father is said to have been dissipated. His father's brother is said to have been subject to contrary sexuality. The patient states that, when only 7 years old, he had a peculiar inclination for male persons. It was particularly coachmen and servants having mustaches for whom he showed partiality at that time. He experienced a peculiar delightful sensation when he pressed himself against such persons. The patient entered the cadet corps early, and there he was seduced into mutual onanism and also learned imitatio coitus inter femora viri. At the age of 17, he had coitus with a prostitute for the first time. He performed the act perfectly, but had not the slightest pleasure in it, and he learned that this kind of gratification amounted to nothing, or that he must be different from other young men. Nevertheless, he often had coitus and contracted gonorrhea. After this, he experienced an increasing aversion for the female sex and indulged in coitus less and less frequently. In fact, only when, with intense libido, he could not gain opportunity for intercourse with men. His inclination for men predominated more and more, and he was attracted exclusively by those handsomely formed and having as little beard as possible. He descended to the most revolting practices, coitus bacchalis, active and passive pederasty. The patient was deeply ashamed of such depravity and was constantly endeavoring to get into better ways by means of coitus with women. But he came to the despairing conclusion that his moral strength was insufficient, that he was indifferent about intercourse with women, or that it was repugnant to him, and that he was created for sexual intercourse with persons of his own sex. In fact, he had never dreamed of women, but always of men. And that at a time, too, when he had no suspicion of the difference between the sexes. The patient comes for consultation because he sees that he is jeopardizing the happiness of his whole life and recognizes the unnaturalness and immorality of his sexual life. He does not regard his condition as hopeless, for he has no horror of women, and 3 weeks ago he had successful coitus with one, though it was devoid of all pleasure and mental satisfaction. He has no doubt that he was really created to love men, but, owing to acquired neurasthenia, in the sexual act with a man he experiences no such pleasure as formerly. He had given up his position as an officer, because the soldiers excited him so sexually that he feared he might compromise himself. The patient is devoid of degenerative signs. His appearance is perfectly masculine and his genitals are normal. Examination of the semen revealed abundance of spermatozoa. The penis is large and well developed. The growth of hair ad genitalia, as well as on the rest of the body, is abundant. The patient has masculine tastes, but has never been partial to drinking and smoking. A neuropathic eye is all that points to a nervous constitution. In his sexual acts with men, he states that, as a rule, he is felt as a man, only now and then as a woman. An attempt at hypnosis leads to lethargy, with cataleptic condition of the muscles, and the opportunity is used to impart suitable suggestions. After the 4th sitting, he expressed himself as satisfied and wondered that men made no impression on him. He wished to try his fortune with women, but was afraid that he was impotent. After the 6th sitting, without advice, he attempted coitus cum mulier. His libido was very great, but inter actum this and erection left him. After the 9th sitting, the patient was forced to discontinue treatment, owing to business that called him home. He was satisfied, in that he felt indifferent and capable of resistance to men. He felt sure that he would not relapse into his former vices. At the same time, he had not the slightest interest in the female sex. Case 141. Mr. X, aged 31, chemist, comes of a neuropathic family, and from childhood has been nervous, emotional, and apprehensive, and afflicted with migraine. He remembers distinctly that, when a very small boy, he had a lustful feeling at the sight of the half-naked persons in the workshop at his father's house, and felt drawn to them. When he began school, he felt in the same way toward his companions. At the age of 11, without teaching, he began to masturbate, during which he thought of his comrades. Later there were enthusiastic friendships. His vita sexualis gained the upper hand. As he grew up, women also interested him, but his chief interest was in men of the higher circles of society. He felt that this inclination was abnormal and sought the acquaintance of pules. He often had coitus, but never with any real pleasure. Thus he became more and more given to contrary sexuality, practiced mutual masturbation and coitus inter femora viri, and occasionally gave himself up to passive pederasty. But he soon abandoned this, on account of the pain it caused him. He asserts that he feels perfectly masculine and has never had female inclinations. Skeleton and attitude perfectly masculine, strabismus, abundant beard, genitals entirely normal. No aversion to the female sex. Occasional coitus with pules, but without satisfaction. The patient feels exceedingly unhappy and clearly recognizes his abnormal position. At any price, he wishes to be freed from his homosexual inclination and made capable of marriage. It is terrible to have to act a farce constantly. At the first attempt at hypnosis, after Bernheim's method, the patient passes into a state of deep lethargy. He proves to be very susceptible to suggestion, and suitable suggestions are imparted. After the 4th sitting, he states, with gratitude, that men become indifferent, and he begins to have pleasure in coitus, but he did not feel mentally satisfied, owing to the fact that he was limited to puli publici. After the 14th sitting, he declared that he required no more treatment. He was in love with a young lady and thought of marrying her. He asked for her hand and was refused. Soon after, while he was on a journey in Italy, men interested him again. He had a relapse and asked for further treatment. A few sittings re-established the status quo ante. Case 142. Psychical hermaphroditism, successful treatment by hypnotic suggestion. Mr. von Z, age 29. He asserts that he comes of healthy grandparents, of a healthy father, but of a nervous mother. He is an only child and was petted by his mother. At the age of 8, he was powerfully excited sexually by a male servant who showed him pornographic pictures and his penis. When 12 years old, Z fell in love with his tutor. On going to sleep, the naked form of this man appeared before him. He thought of himself as in a female role in relation to him and thought to marry him sometime. At the age of 13, at a private ball, his fancy was excited by a young governess, and at 15, he fell in love with a young lady. He remained very excitable sensually, but thereafter exclusively so to men pleasing to him. Masturbation was not practiced. At the age of 20, the patient became neurasthenic ex abstinentia. He now attempted coitus, but was not successful. On the other hand, he had intense desire on an occasion when he saw a naked man in a steam bath. The latter noticed his excitement, approached him, and performed masturbation on him, giving the patient intense delight. He felt powerfully attracted to this man, and thereafter allowed him to repeat the act. In the meantime, there were attempts at coitus with females, which always ended in a fiasco. The patient was much troubled by this and consulted physicians, who explained his impotence as due to nervousness and thought that it would soon pass off. Until his 25th year, his sexual indulgence consisted of masturbation by the beloved man about once a month. At this time, he last felt attracted to a woman. It was to a young peasant girl. She would not accede to his wishes. Since his lover was also unattainable, the patient began to masturbate alone. With this, his neurasthenia increased. For this reason, he was unable to finish his studies. He became shy, dysthymic, ebulic, and now vainly tried cures at various hydropathic establishments. On account of continued severe cerebrospinal neurasthenia, the patient came to me for advice in the latter part of February 1890. A tall, slim man of aristocratic and decidedly masculine manners, neuropathic appearance, large ears, the lobes of which run into and lose themselves in the skin of the cheeks. Genitals perfectly normal, the usual picture of cerebrospinal neurasthenia of moderate degree. Great depression. Complaint of being dissatisfied with life, even to tedium vitae. He is pained by his sexual anomaly, especially because he is urged by his family to marry. He is interested in women only mentally, not physically. Sexually, his only interest is in men of distinction. His dreams have never been about persons of the opposite sex, but of those of his own sex. In these lascivious dreams, he has always seen himself in the role of a woman. The most refined woman has never been able to induce erection or even libido in him. His sexual intercourse with men has consisted of passive or mutual masturbation. He had practiced solitary onanism only infrequently and fought demia. During the last 5 months, he had abstained and had had no male intercourse since August 1889. An attempt at hypnosis, after Bernheim's method, failed. Prolonged stroking of the brow induced deep lethargy, with catalepsy. This method is used in order to carry out suggestive treatment of this patient, who is so worthy of compassion. The hypnotic state is always the same. He cannot be brought into a state of somnambulism. At the third sitting, the patient is given the suggestions: ever despise onanism and male love, find women beautiful and dream of them. After the 6th sitting, March 10th, a moral transformation takes place in his mind. The patient becomes quieter, feels more free, and dreams now and then of women, and no longer of men, finding that the latter have become indifferent to him. He gratefully states that he has no more inclination to masturbation. He approaches women, but he notices that they have not the least attraction for him. On March 19th, business called the patient home, so that the treatment had to be discontinued. On May 17, 1890, the patient returned for treatment. He asserted that he had not masturbated in the interval and that he had resisted his inclination to men. 2. He had not dreamed of men, but twice of women, though only platonically. His cerebral asthenia, ex abstinentia, had increased. He apparently suffers for the want of mental and sensual satisfaction of his vita sexualis, for homosexual love and masturbation have become impossible for him, and intercourse with women is denied him. The patient is thus painfully depressed to the extent of tedium vitae. He is now subjected to antineurasthenic treatment, hydrotherapeutic and electrotherapeutic, and the treatment by hypnosis is resumed. Only after 10 weeks of painstaking treatment did the neurasthenic symptoms disappear. Progressing parallel with this, there was a change of his mental personality. The patient was gratified to note that he grew stronger, that his sexual life no longer played a dominating part. Though he felt more drawn toward men than women, yet he easily resisted homosexual desires. His former boudoir became a workroom. Instead of to adornment and frivolous reading, he gave himself to walks in the mountains and forests. On account of the danger of a fiasco, the initiative in heterosexual attempts was left to the patient. It was not until the 14th week of treatment that the patient made an attempt. It was perfectly successful. The patient became happy and sound in body and mind and expressed the best hope of his future, even having thoughts of marriage. He experienced increasing pleasure in normal sexual intercourse. He occasionally had lascivious dreams of women and no longer dreamed of men. The patient stopped treatment at the end of September. He felt perfectly normal in heterosexual intercourse, devoid of neurasthenia, and had thoughts of marriage. Yet he freely confessed that he still always had erections at the sight of a naked, handsome man, though he could easily resist the desires that arose, and in dreams had exclusively relations avec la femme. In April 1891, I again saw the patient, and he was in the best of health. He regarded his vita sexualis as perfectly normal, for he had coitus regularly with pleasure and full virility, dreamed only of women, and had no inclination to masturbation. Yet he made the interesting confession that frequently, post-coitum, he still had a temporary gout pour elham, which he could easily control. He thought he was lastingly cured and was occupied with thoughts of marriage. Case 143. Congenital contrary sexual feeling. Successful removal of homosexual feelings by suggestions. L., Doctor of Philosophy, aged 34, German, consulted me in the spring of 1888 on account of perversion of his vita sexualis and asked whether he could not be freed from it by means of hypnotic treatment. Patient came of a healthy mother, in whose family, for generations, there had been neither insanity nor nervous disease. He, like his only brother, is much like his father mentally. His brother is very sensual and also psychically abnormal and given to overindulgence in drink. His father was a neuropathic, eccentric man. Nothing is known of any abnormal sexual manifestations in him, though, like all his brothers, he had a tendency to overindulgence in alcohol. This vice seems to have been inherited from his mother, grandmother of patient, who was a notorious drinker. The father of this woman, great-grandfather of patient, was also a great drinker. No other ancestral history was obtainable. Patient states that from childhood he was nervous and easily excited. He learned very easily and had a talent for languages. He was always interested in art, particularly in music and poetry. His education was excellent and given at home. When he was 13, his father told him that he should never touch his genitals, for it was wrong to do so, and to do it might bring unhappiness. Occasionally, his father showed him pictures of syphilitic diseased conditions, etc., in an anatomical museum, and the patient was disgusted and frightened. He believed that his later fear of sexual intercourse with women was partly nourished by this early erroneous teaching. However, the patient seeks the principal cause of his sexual perversion in a defect of organization. When a small boy, he had a silly enthusiasm for companions. He also remembers that at that time, he had a desire only for girlish games and preferred the society of girls. When a boy, he had a passion for crocheting and embroidering. At 14, he was still without any sexual knowledge and fell into the hands of a pederast. He ran away, frightened, when he learned what was to be done with him. When 15, a sympathetic companion was accustomed to lay his head in the patient's lap. This gave the patient a peculiar pleasurable feeling, but he knew no explanation of it. At 16, he had the first erections, at the sight of men. At 20, he first learned that his sexual condition was perverse, and recognized the fact that what he had taken for friendship was love. He was much frightened at the discovery, and much pained. His sympathies were directed toward young men of the upper class that were handsomely formed and of pleasing appearance. The society of ladies had no effect on him. He was never attracted by the charms of the opposite sex. In his 15th year, he had a sensual dream, in which he thought a girl of elegant figure sat opposite him on a sofa. In the theater, it was only the art of the actresses that he admired. The actors excited his real interest. Drinking and smoking had always been very repugnant to him. Hunting and gymnastics and other masculine occupations had no interest for him. He did not enter the army because his general physical weakness precluded it. The patient has but little sexual desire. He has never had any impulse to satisfy himself with persons of his own sex. Some years ago, when he first tried to embrace a man lovingly, he had powerful erection and became greatly excited, but he was able to control himself and to repel his lover. Thereafter, he always avoided such attempts. It was only seldom that he became powerfully excited sexually, and even then he was not driven to satisfy himself. He was never given to onanism. During the establishment of puberty, the patient had frequent dreams with pollutions, but these were not induced by erotic fancies of any kind. Some years ago, for a long time, ejaculation was always induced by the embrace of a sympathetic man, but this condition of irritable weakness disappeared. As years passed, the patient, who had always had a desire for marriage and a family, became anxious on account of the conviction that the inclination toward females, for which he had hoped, would never come. It became more and more clear to him that he was abnormal, and he began to have fears about his virility and his future happiness in life. In order to test the matter, he sought a brothel. He found a prostitute of beautiful form. He had the best will to satisfy himself that he was virile. The woman did all she could, but in vain. There was no erection, and he withdrew, ashamed. New attempts, under the most favorable circumstances, were likewise failures, though the patient brought his imagination to his aid and thought himself to be embracing a man instead of a woman. He now realized that his ideal, to consummate marriage, was impossible. He felt himself very unfortunate and dissatisfied with life. Besides, it forced itself upon him that morally he was lowered because he could not overcome his inclination for his own sex, and his friendship for respectable men of his circle was degraded by sexual feelings. In his consultation with me, the patient was unending in the description of his painful situation. His ideal was marriage. He longed for it for purely ethical reasons. He thought of it as something holy, but the begetting of children, the sexual act, was very repugnant to him. At the same time, he saw that he could not really marry without being potent. Would not hypnotic suggestion exercise a favorable influence on his sexual life? He had not the energy of a man of normal sexual condition. He seemed to himself to be all wrong. He would endure all, to be poor and miserable, if he could but have a normal sexual inclination. When the patient was gently told of the congenital and deep constitutional significance of his sexual anomaly, and shown that, therefore, the creation of a normal sexual condition was doubtful, he thought that he would be satisfied to remain in his condition. But he wished to know whether it were not possible to eradicate his inclination for men without attempting to create an equivalent for women, and if, in hypnosis, it could not be suggested to him that, in the future, men be a matter of indifference to him, and that, in intercourse with his friends, he no longer be excited sexually. Such a result would elevate very much his moral feeling and make him satisfied and unembarrassed in social relations with his friends. The possibility of such suggestive removal of feelings by hypnosis could not be gainsaid, though he was in doubt as to whether he could be hypnotized or not, since the hypnoscope had proved to have no effect upon him. Out of pity and scientific interest, I decided to make an immediate attempt at hypnosis after Bernheim's method. The patient passed easily into a condition of deep lethargy and, in a drawling voice, repeated the following suggestion. I feel that, from this time, I am sexually indifferent to men, and that a man is as sexually indifferent to me as a woman. When I counted 3, having suggested previously that he awake at 3, the patient came to himself, as if out of a deep sleep, and performed immediately the post-hypnotic suggestion to open the door of the stove. He said that he had not lost consciousness entirely, that he had felt as one paralyzed and without will, and that he had felt a peculiar creeping sensation in all his limbs. After 5 days, the patient came again. In manner, he was a different person, and he said joyfully that he felt like another man. Energy and willpower, the loss of which he had felt so keenly, had returned. He felt now entirely unembarrassed toward men and had a new joy in living. The following 7 days he was hypnotized. Hypnosis is no longer as deep as at first, though the suggestion is always accepted and repeated. However, he is quite profoundly influenced. For the suggestion given, he sleeps on in a state of lethargy for 10 minutes and has to be awakened by suggestion. This always occurs as if from a deep sleep, slowly, and through a stage of somnolence. After the 8th sitting, the patient found himself well and happy and in possession of full self-confidence. He had the feeling and the evidence that men had no influence on him. He thought he could dispense with hypnotic treatment and gratefully took his leave with the promise that, should the influence of the suggestion fade, he would come again. Since then, I have heard nothing more of this interesting patient, and I have reason to hope that he remains improved. The patient is in all respects of masculine appearance, beard abundant. Physically, with the exception of slight neurasthenic symptoms, he presents nothing remarkable. Genitals normal. Personal case. Internat. Central Blatt, etc. BD. I heft 1. Case 144. X, aged 33, single, tall, mentally of small endowment, comes of tainted family. Paternal grandfather died at 34 with a mental disease, which is said to have developed as a result of onanism and spermatoria. His father and brother suffered with disturbances of the sexual functions. There was insanity in the mother's family. Other branches of the family were noted for their irritable and eccentric character. The patient has too small a head, a retreating brow, abnormal ears, sparse growth of hair, and a hernia, which is probably congenital. Genitals large and normally developed. Great impressionability, neuropathic constitution, occasional tedium vitae. For several years, peculiar imperative ideas, that he is a locomotive, a horse, a velocipede, and that he must act accordingly from his earliest youth, contrary sexual feeling congenital. Horror femini, sexual inclination toward boys, satisfaction by sensual contact, and photdemia, masturbation. One day he had an affair with a boy dressed in gray, which made a deep impression on him. Since then, while masturbating, the image of the boy comes into his mind, and he cannot see gray clothes without having powerful erections. On the advice of physicians whom he consulted, he attempted coitus with women, but was cold and impotent, notwithstanding the assistance of memory pictures of the boy dressed in gray, and he finally gave up the efforts. March 27th, first hypnotic sitting. Small result. He resists and says his fancy keeps him from going to sleep. In a further series of sittings, he declares that he experiences unfavorable effects, is more excited, and troubled by imperative ideas and the desire to masturbate. He makes fun of the physician and hypnotism and offers much resistance, with the expression that hypnotism is good for nothing and only makes people crazy. However, gradually it became possible to induce somnambulism. After 25 sittings, the patient confessed that he was better and that he was less troubled with imperative ideas and onanism. The sittings were repeated every week or two. The patient felt mentally and morally well, ceased to masturbate, but at the end of treatment was indifferent toward the opposite sex. Dr. Ladame, Revue de l'Hypnotisme, September 1, 1889. In the 2 foregoing cases, there was successful suggestive removal of homosexual feelings, a result which, as case 143 shows, means a great improvement for such unfortunate individuals, in that it protects them from shame and the law. An entirely different and phenomenal result is presented by the following case, reported by Dr. V. Schrenknotzing in the Wiener Internat. Klin. Runschau, October 6, 1889, number 40, which is a case of effemination. It discloses a new method of treatment of earnings, but it is necessary to guard against illusions. Only where hypnosis can be deepened to somnambulism are decided and lasting results to be expected. Case 145. Congenital contrary sexual instinct improved by hypnotic suggestion. R. Official, age 28. January 20, 1888, he sought medical advice. He is the brother of the patient who is the subject of case 135 and therefore of a badly tainted family, v. supra. Toward the end of treatment, he confessed that he was the author of the autobiography, which was published as case 83 in the 5th edition of this work, and it is here reproduced. In brief, my abnormality consists of this, that in sexual relations, I feel myself to be completely feminine. Since my earliest youth, in my sexual acts and fancies, I have always had before my eyes only images of masculine beings and masculine genitals. Until I went to the university, I found nothing in this. I had never spoken with others about my fancies, but rather, while at the gymnasium, lived a silent and retired life. While at the university, it struck me that female persons made not the slightest impression on me. Since then, in houses of prostitution, etc., I have attempted coitus, or only to obtain an erection with women, but always in vain. Erection ceased immediately, as soon as I was in a room alone with a woman. At first I considered it impotence, though, at the same time, I was so excited sexually that I had to masturbate several times during the day in order to sleep. Quite different, however, has been the development of my feelings toward the masculine sex, and it has grown stronger every year. At first, they expressed themselves in extraordinary, enthusiastic friendship for certain persons, under whose windows at night I would wait for hours, whom in all possible ways I would try to meet on the streets, and with whom I sought to come in contact. I wrote such persons the most passionate letters, in which, however, I was shy in expressing my feelings too plainly. Later, after my 20th year, I came to understand the essential nature of my inclinations, particularly from the sensual pleasure I experienced as soon as I came in direct contact with any of these friends. These persons were all finely built men, with dark hair and eyes. I have never had my feelings excited by boys. Real pederasty is absolutely incomprehensible to me. About this time, 22nd to 23rd year, the circle of my beloved friends grew more and more extensive. Now I can scarcely see a handsome man on the street without having the wish to possess him excited in me. The fact is, I especially love persons of the lower classes, whose powerful forms attract me: soldiers, policemen, car drivers, etc., i.e., all that wear uniforms. If one of these returns my look, I feel a kind of thrill go through my whole body. I am especially excitable in the evening, and merely the heavy tread of a soldier is alone sufficient to induce the most powerful erections. I take a very peculiar pleasure in following such persons and looking at them. As soon as I learn that they are married, or that they consort with girls, my excitement very frequently ceases. A few months ago, I became able to control my inclinations to such an extent that they were not directly noticeable. About this time, I followed a soldier who seemed likely to acquiesce in my desire, and spoke to him. For money, he was ready for anything. At once, I was filled with a most violent longing to embrace and kiss him, and the danger of being noticed did not deter me from doing it. He had scarcely grasped my genitals when ejaculation followed. With this meeting, I had finally attained the long-desired goal of my life. I knew that my whole nature would find its happiness and satisfaction in it, and from this time, I gave myself up entirely to the effort to find a person whom I could love, and from whom I should never part. For my acts, I do not experience the slightest twinge of conscience. To be sure, in quiet moments, I very well appreciate the difference between my way of thinking and the way of the world. As a lawyer, too, I naturally recognize the dangers of a relation of the kind I desire. But as long as my entire nature does not change, I shall not be able to give up the opportunities offered me. Nevertheless, I should be willing to undergo any cure to be freed from my abnormal condition. I recognize my feminine feeling, among other things, in the fact that any sensual idea in connection with a woman must be forced, and seems unnatural to me. I am also sure that my respect for a woman, I move much in the society of ladies, and enjoy it, would change immediately to repugnance were I to notice any sensual inclination in her toward me. In my dreams and sensual fancies of men, I always think of myself in such positions with them that their faces are always toward mine. My greatest delight would be to have a powerful man, undressed, take me in his arms with a force I could not resist. In such situations, I always think of myself in a passive role and have to force my feelings in order to think of myself in any other position. In this, I am truly feminine. Great as my desire may be to approach certain persons, my struggle is as great not to allow this to be noticed. Mustaches, abundance of hair, and even dirt seem to be especially enticing. It is hardly necessary to say that, to me, my condition with reference to society is absolutely desperate, and if I had not the hope of finding a being that would understand me, life would be scarcely endurable. I feel that sexual commerce with a man is the only means of successfully combating my impulse to onanism. Though this has a very bad effect on me, I cannot keep myself from it constantly. Because, as I have often found, I will be even more weakened by pollutions at night and persistent erections during the day. Up to this time, I have truly loved but two men. Both were officers, remarkably endowed mentally, handsomely and gracefully formed, and of dark skin and eyes. I became acquainted with the first at the university. I was madly in love with him and suffered unspeakably on account of his indifference. I spent nights under his window, simply to be near him. When he was officially transferred, I was in despair. Soon after, I became acquainted with an officer that resembled him, who likewise enchained me at first sight. I sought every opportunity to meet him, spent the day in the streets, and at places where I hoped to get a sight of him. I knew how the blood came into my face when, unsuspected, I saw him. When I saw him friendly with others, I could scarcely contain myself for jealousy. When I sat near him, I was impelled to touch him. I could scarcely conceal my excitement when I touched his knee or thigh. I never ventured, however, to express my feelings to him, for, from his conduct, I was convinced that he would not understand them or share them. I am 27 years old, of medium height and well-developed, and would be considered handsome. My chest is somewhat narrow, hands and feet small, and voice weak. Mentally, I think I am well endowed, for I passed the state examination with distinction, speak several languages, and am a good painter. In my calling, I pass for one that is industrious and conscientious. My acquaintances think me cold and peculiar. I do not smoke, do not play games, and cannot sing or whistle. My gait, like my voice, is somewhat affected. I have much taste for elegance, love adornment, sweetmeats, and perfumes, and prefer the society of ladies. From Dr. von Schrenk's notes of the case, it is learned, further, that social and criminal deterrence on the one hand and uncontrollable desire for his own sex on the other caused violent mental struggles and made life unendurable. For this reason, the patient confided in the physician. January 22, 1889, hypnotic treatment with suggestion, after the method of Nancy, was begun with the patient. Gradually, it became possible to induce somnambulism. The suggestions were made with reference to indifference to men and ability to resist them, and to increase of interest in women. Masturbation was thus forbidden, and women substituted for men in lascivious dreams. After a few sittings, pleasure at sight of women was induced. At the seventh sitting, successful coitus was suggested. This was fulfilled. During the next 3 months, the patient remained, under the influence of occasional hypnotic suggestions, in the full possession of normal sexual functions. April 22, 1889, there was a relapse, induced by a companion. At the next sitting, remorse and shame. As expiation, coitus with a woman in the presence of his seducer. The patient complained that coitus with women below him in station did not satisfy his aesthetic feelings. He hoped to find satisfaction in a happy marriage. After 45 sittings, May 2, 1889, the patient considered himself cured. Treatment ceased. He became engaged to a young lady some weeks later and presented himself again, after 6 months, as a happy bridegroom. He thought that, in his happiness with his wife, he had a sure preventive against relapse. The author emphasizes the fact that the hypnotic treatment had no injurious collateral effect, and leaves undecided the question as to whether the cure is permanent or not, with ars very bad heredity. But he expresses the conviction that, in case of relapse, renewed hypnotic treatment would not be contraindicated. Since the incredible result of this case interested me exceedingly, as did its further course, I wrote to the author, requesting information concerning his patient. Dr. V. Schrenk very kindly placed at my disposal the following letter, which he had received from the patient in January, 1890. By means of suggestive treatment given me by Baron Schrenk, for the first time I became possessed of the psychical condition that permitted me to have intercourse with a woman, which, up to that time, in spite of repeated efforts, I had been unable to do successfully. Since my aesthetic needs were unsatisfied by intercourse with prostitutes, I thought to find my real salvation in matrimony. The earlier friendly inclination toward a lady known in my youth offered me the opportunity, the more because I believed that she, of all others, would be in a position to awaken feelings for the opposite sex which were absolutely foreign to me. Her character, i.e., our harmony is in such accord with my inclinations that I am fully convinced that I shall also find complete psychical satisfaction. This conviction has not changed during the 8 months of my engagement. I intend to be married in about 4 weeks. As far as my position with respect of my own sex is concerned, my power of resistance, and this is the lasting positive result of this treatment, is absolutely changed in degree. While previously it was impossible for me to overcome an intense sexual excitation when I saw a finely formed car driver, today, in the company of my former lovers, I am without sexual excitement. At the same time, I must add that now, as formerly, their society has a certain attraction for me, though it is not to be compared with my earlier passion. On the other hand, I have refused repeated persuasions to indulge in sexual intercourse with men, without expending much force in resistance, persuasions which formerly I should have been unable to resist. I may say, indeed, that it is a feeling of compassion for my former lovers that have proved their passionate devotion to me, which keeps me from directly repulsing them. My action seems to be due to a feeling of duty, rather than to inner need. Since the conclusion of treatment, I have not consorted with prostitutes. This circumstance, and the numerous letters and persuasions from my former lover, may well be the reason why, in the 8 months that have elapsed, I have allowed him to persuade me to sexual intercourse on 3 or 4 occasions. At these times, I have always been conscious of being completely master of myself, as compared with my earlier passionate condition in like situations, as the violent reproaches of my friend convinced me. I always feel a certain unconquerable repugnance, which cannot be based on moral grounds, but which I believe must be attributed to the treatment. I no longer feel a love for him in the former sense. Besides, since the treatment, I have sought no opportunities for sexual intercourse with men, and I feel no need of it. But formerly, not a day passed on which I did not feel impelled to it, so that at times I was unable to think of anything else. Awake or dreaming, ideas of sexual content are very infrequent. I may express the belief that my marriage, that is to take place in a few weeks, and the much desired change of place that is bound to it, will entirely remove the residuum of my earlier condition. I conclude these lines with the honest assurance that, subjectively, I am another man, and that this change has restored the mental equilibrium that was previously wanting. The foregoing words, which Dr. V. Schrank completes with the verbal statement of the patient that he had not practiced onanism again, are a brilliant proof of the lasting effect of post-hypnotic suggestion. I consider the heterosexual instinct of the patient to be the artificial creation of his excellent physician, and the patient himself seems to recognize this, in that he speaks of a repugnance which does not rest on moral grounds, but which depends on the treatment. The further fate of this interesting patient may be learned from the following letter, kindly submitted by Dr. V. Schrank. Honored Sir, having been home some days from my wedding journey, I wish to send you a short report of my present condition. During the week before my wedding I was in great excitement, because I feared that I should be unable to perform certain duties. The impelling thoughts of my friend, who wished another meeting with me, at any price, had no effect on me. We had not seen each other since I heard from you last. However, I was much troubled with the thought that my marriage must be unhappy. Now, however, I have no anxiety. To be sure, on the first night, success was difficult to induce sexual excitation in myself, but on the following night, and since the influences needed for a normal man, I believe, would have been sufficient for me. I am also convinced that the harmony between us, which, of course, is mentally of long standing, will become more and more complete. A relapse to the former condition seems impossible. It is, perhaps, significant for my present condition that I one night dreamed of my former lover, and that the dream was not sensual and did not excite me sensually. I am satisfied with my present circumstances. I am, of course, well aware that my present inclinations are far from being of a degree equal to what they formerly were. I believe, however, that they will daily grow stronger. Already my former life is incomprehensible, and I cannot understand why I did not earlier think to overcome the abnormal sexual instinct by normal sexual indulgence. A relapse would now be possible only with an entire change of my mental life, and, in a word, it seems impossible. Your obedient servant, D. From a letter of Dr. V. Schrank's of December 7th, I extract the following. In this case, the cure seems to be of longer duration than I expected. For, on speaking with the patient some months ago, he said that he was perfectly happy in marriage, and, as I hear, he expects soon the happiness of a father. Dr. V. Schrank has reported in the Wiener Internationalen Klinischen Rundschau, 1891, number 26, later and very interesting facts concerning his patient, which, therapeutically, are very satisfactory. Roman 4, Special Pathology. The manifestations of abnormal sexual life in the various forms and states of mental disturbance. Arrest of mental development. Sexual life in idiots is, in general, but slightly developed. It is wanting entirely in idiots of high grade. In such instances, the genitals are frequently small and deformed, and menstruation is late or does not occur at all. There is impotence or sterility, as the case may be. Even in idiots of low grade, sexuality is not prominent. In infrequent cases, it is manifested with a certain periodicity, and then with greater intensity. It may then be expressed impulsively and be violently satisfied. Perversions of the sexual instinct do not occur at the lowest levels of mental development. When the desire for sexual satisfaction is opposed in these cases, great passion is excited, with danger of murderous assault on the persons attacked. It is to be expected that idiots should not exercise choice, and they attempt to satisfy the sexual instinct on their nearest relatives. Thus, Mark Heidler reports the case of an idiot who attempted to rape his sister, and had almost strangled her when he was discovered. Friedreich reports an analogous case, Friedreich's bladder, 1858 p. 50. I have repeatedly had occasion to give opinions in cases of attempts to rape little girls. Gerard Annal, Maid, Psych, 1885 NR. 1 also reports a case of this kind. Consciousness of the significance of the act is always wanting, and instinctive knowledge that such obscene acts are not publicly permitted is often present, and causes the attempted sexual act to be undertaken in a deserted place. In imbeciles, the sexual instinct is usually developed as in normal individuals. The moral inhibitory ideas are cloudy, and therefore, the sexual impulse is more or less openly manifested. For this reason, imbeciles are sources of disturbance in society. Abnormal intensity and perversion of the sexual instinct are infrequent. The most frequent manner of satisfaction of the sexual desire is onanism. The weak-minded seldom make sexual attacks on adults of the opposite sex. Sexual satisfaction with animals is frequently attempted. The great majority of cases of injury, sexual, to animals must be attributed to imbeciles. Children are quite often their victims. Emminghaus Maschke's Handyby. Roman 4, p. 234, draws attention to the frequency of open manifestation of sexual instinct, which comprises open masturbation, exhibition of the genitals, attacks on children and those of the same sex, and sodomy. Gerard Annal, Maid, Cycle, 1855 NR. 1 has reported a whole series of immoral attacks on children. H, aged 17, imbecile, enticed a little girl into a barn by giving her nuts. There he exposed her genitals and showed his own, making movements of coitus on the child's abdomen. He had no idea of the moral significance of the act. L, aged 21, imbecile, degenerate. While he was watching cattle, his sister of 11 years, with a playmate of 8 years, came and told him how some unknown man had attempted to do them violence. L led the children to a deserted house and attempted coitus with the younger child, but let her go because no emission occurred and because the child cried out. On the way home, he promised to marry her if she would not say anything. At the trial, he thought that by marriage, he could right the wrong he had done. G, age 21, microcephalic imbecile, has masturbated since his 6th year and practiced active and passive pederasty. He has repeatedly tried to perform pederasty with boys and attacked little girls. He was absolutely without an understanding of his acts. His sexual desire was manifested periodically and intensely, as in animals. B, age 21, imbecile. While alone in a forest with his sister of 19, he demanded that she allow coitus. She refused. He threatened to strangle her and stabbed her with a knife. The frightened girl fondled his penis, and he then left her and quietly went on with his work. B has a deformed, microcephalic skull and has no sense of the significance of his act. Emminghouse Op. Cit. p. 234 reports the case of an exhibitionist. Case 146. A man, aged 40, married, had for 16 years been accustomed to exhibit himself in parks at dusk to little girls and servants and drew their attention to himself by whistling. After having been frequently punished for it, he avoided the places, but he carried on his practice elsewhere. Hydrocephalus, mental weakness of slight degree. Mild sentence passed. Case 147. X of tainted family, imbecile, defective and perverted in intellect, feeling, and will. For help and protection he was brought before an officer. It was complained that he had repeatedly exposed his genitals to servant girls and had shown himself at windows with the upper portion of his body naked. No other manifestations of sexual instinct. No onanism reported. Sander, Archive F. Psych. I.P. 655. Case 148. Pederasty with a child. On April 8, 1884 at 10 o'clock a.m., while X was sitting on the street, holding a boy of 18 months on her lap, a certain Valerio approached and took the child from X, saying he was going to take it for a walk. He went the distance of half a kilometer and returned, saying that the child had fallen from his arms and thus injured its anus. The anus was torn and blood was pouring from it. At the place where the deed was done, traces of semen were found. V confessed his horrible crime, and at his final trial, he acted so strangely that an examination of his mental condition was made. He had impressed the prison attendants as being an imbecile. V, aged 45, Mason, defective morally and intellectually, is dolichomicrocephalic, has narrow, deformed facial bones, and the halves of the face and the ears are asymmetrical. The brow is low and retreating, genitals normal. V shows general diminution of cutaneous sensibility, is imbecile and has no ideas. He lives in the present, has no ambition and does nothing of his own will. He has no desires and no emotional feeling. He has never had coitus. Nothing more could be ascertained about his vita sexualis, proofs of intellectual and moral idiocy due to microcephaly. The crime is referred to a perverse, uncontrollable sexual impulse. Sent to an asylum. Virgilio, Il Manicomio v. Year, No. 3. A case mentioned by L. Mayer Arch. F. Psych. B.D. I. P. 103 shows how female imbeciles may indulge in shameless prostitution and immorality. States of acquired mental weakness. The numerous anomalies of the vita sexualis in senile dementia have been described in the section on general pathology. In other conditions of acquired mental weakness, those due to apoplexy, trauma capitis, to the secondary stages of psychoses, or to inflammatory processes in the cortex, Lewy paretic dementia, perversions of the sexual instinct seem to be infrequent. And here the immoral sexual acts seem to depend on abnormally increased or uninhibited sexual feeling, which in itself is not abnormal. 1. Dementia consecutive to psychoses. Casper Klin, Novelin, Fall 31, reports a case that belongs here. It is that of a physician, aged 33, who attempted rape on a child. He was weakened mentally as a result of hypochondriacal melancholia. He excused his deed in a very silly way and had no appreciation of the moral and criminal meaning of the act, which was apparently the result of a sexual impulse that could not be controlled on account of his mental weakness. Case 21, in Limmon's Zweifelhaft Geisteszuständen, is an analogous case, dementia after melancholia, offense against morals by exhibition. 2. Dementia after apoplexy. Case 149, B, aged 52. He passed through a cerebral attack and was no longer able to carry on his business as a merchant. One day, in the absence of his wife, he locked 2 girls in the house, gave them liquors to drink, and then carried out sexual acts with the children. He commanded them to say nothing and went to his business. The medical expert established mental weakness resulting from repeated apoplexies. B, who up to this time had been well behaved, says he committed the criminal act because of an uncontrollable and incomprehensible impulse, and that, when he came to himself, he was ashamed and sent the girls away. Since his apoplectic attack, B had been weak-minded, incapable of business and hemiplegic, but soon after arrest, he made an unskillful attempt at suicide. He often cried childishly. His moral and intellectual energy in opposing his sensual impulses was certainly much weakened. No sentence. Gerard Ann, Maid Cycle, March 1881. 3. Dementia after injury of head. Case 150. K, when 14 years old, was injured on the head by a horse. The skull was fractured in several places, and several pieces of bone required removal. From that time, K was weak mentally, passionate, and ill-tempered. Gradually, he developed an inordinate and truly beastly sensuality, which drove him to the most immoral acts. One day, he raped a girl of 12 and strangled her for fear of discovery. Arrested, he confessed. The medical experts declared him responsible, and he was executed. The autopsy revealed ossification of almost all the sutures, remarkable asymmetry of the halves of the skull, and evidences of healed fractures. The affected hemisphere had bands of cicatricial tissue running through it and was 1/3 smaller than the other. Friedreich's bladder, 1885, heft 6. 4. Acquired mental weakness, probably resulting from Louis. Case 151. X, officer, had repeatedly committed immoral acts with little girls. Among other things, he had induced them to perform manustupration on him, had exposed his genitals, and handled theirs. X, formerly healthy and of blameless life, was infected with syphilis in 1867. In 1879, paralysis of the left abducens occurred. Thereafter, mental weakness was noticed, with a change of his disposition and character. Headache, occasional incoherence of speech, failure of power of thought and logic, occasional inequality of pupils, and paresis of the right facial muscles were observed. X, aged 37, shows no trace of Louis when examined. The paralysis of the left abducens is still present. The left eye is amblyopic. He is mentally weak. Concerning the trial that was before him, he said it was nothing but a harmless misunderstanding. Indications of aphasia, weakness of memory, particularly for recent events. Superficial emotional reaction, rapid exhaustion of memory and ability to speak. Proved that the ethical defect and the perverse sexual impulse are the symptoms of an abnormal condition of brain induced by Louis. Suspension of criminal proceedings, personal case, Jobbacher für Psychiatry. 5. Paretic dementia. Here, the sexual life is usually abnormally affected, in the incipient stages of the disease, as well as in episodical states of excitement. It is intensified and sometimes perverse. In the final stages, libido and sexual power usually become nil. Just as in the prodromal stage of the senile forms, one sees here, in connection with more or less evident losses in the moral and intellectual spheres, expressions of an apparently intensified sexual instinct, obscene talk, openness in intercourse with the opposite sex, thoughts of marriage, frequenting of brothels, etc., which is characteristic of the clouding of consciousness. Seduction, abduction, and public scandal are here the order of the day. At first, there is still some appreciation of the circumstances, though the cynicism of the acts is striking enough. As the mental weakness increases, such patients become criminal by reason of exhibition, masturbation in the streets, and attempts at immoral acts with children. If conditions of mental excitement come on, attempts at rape are committed, or at least grossly immoral acts. The patient attacks women on the street, appears in public in very imperfect dress, or, half-clothed, tries to force his way into strange houses, to cohabit with the wife of an acquaintance, or to marry the daughter on the spot. Numerous cases belonging to this category are cited by Tardieu, Attentats aux Mowers, Mendel, Progressive Paralyzed der Irren, 1880, p. 123, Westphal Arch, F. Psych, Roman 7, p. 622, and a case by Petrucci Annal. Maid. Cycle, 1875, shows that bigamy may also occur here. The brutal disregard of consequences with which the patients in the advanced stages attempt to satisfy their sexual instinct is characteristic. In a case reported by Legrand, La Folie, p. 519, the father of a family was found masturbating in the open street. After the act, he consumed his semen. A patient seen by me, an officer of a prominent family, in broad daylight, made attacks on little girls at a watering place. A similar case is reported by Dr. Reges, De la dynamie aux exaltation fonctionnelle au début de l'appareil. Gain, 1878. Cases reported by Tarnowski, Op. Cit. p. 82, show that also pederasty and bestiality may occur in the prodromal stages and course of this malady. Epilepsy. Epilepsy is allied to the acquired states of mental weakness because it often leads to them, and then all the possibilities of reckless satisfaction of the sexual impulse that have been mentioned may occur. Moreover, in many epileptics, the sexual instinct is very intense. For the most part, it is satisfied by masturbation, now and then by attacks on children, and by pederasty. Perversion of the instinct with perverse sexual acts seems to be infrequent. Much more important are the numerous cases in literature in which epileptics, who, during intervals, present no signs of active sexual impulse, but manifest it in connection with epileptic attacks or during the time of equivalent or post-epileptic exceptional mental states. These cases have scarcely yet been studied clinically, and forensically not at all, but they deserve careful study. In this way, certain cases of violence and rape would be understood, and legal murders prevented. From the following facts, it will certainly be clear that the cerebral changes which accompany the epileptic outbreak may induce an abnormal excitation of the sexual instinct. Besides, in the exceptional mental states of epileptics, they are unable to resist their impulses by reason of the disturbance of consciousness. For years I have known a young epileptic of bad heredity who, always after frequent epileptic seizures, attacks his mother and tries to violate her. After a time, he comes to himself and has no memory of his acts. In the intervals, he is very strict in morals and has but slight sexual inclination. Some years ago, I became acquainted with a young peasant who, during epileptic attacks, masturbated shamelessly, but during the intervals was above reproach. Simon, Crimes et Délits, p. 220, mentions an epileptic girl of 23, well-educated, and of the best morals, who, in attacks of vertigo, would shout out obscene words, then raise her dress, make lascivious movements, and try to tear open her undergarments. Kiernan, alienist and neurologist, January 1884, reports the case of an epileptic who always had, as an aura, the vision of a beautiful woman in lascivious attitudes, which induced ejaculation. After some years, with treatment with potassium bromide, the vision was changed to that of a devil attacking him with a pitchfork. The instant this reached him, he became unconscious. The same author speaks of a very respectable man who had, 2 or 3 times a year, epileptic attacks of furor and dysthymia, with impulses to pederasty, which lasted a week or 2, and of a lady who, with epilepsy that came on during the climacterium, had sexual desire for boys. Case 152. W. of good heredity, previously healthy, before and after sound mentally, quiet, kind, temperate. On April 18, 1877, he had no appetite. On the 14th, in the presence of his wife and children, he demanded coitus, first of his wife's friend, who was present, then of his wife. Taken away, he had an epileptoid attack. After this, he became wildly maniacal and destructive, threw hot water on those that tried to approach him, and threw a child in the stove. Then he soon became quiet, but for some days remained confused and finally came to himself with no memory of the events of his attack. Kowalewski, Jobbacher F. Psych, 1879. Another case examined by Casper, Klin. Novelin, p. 267, may be attributed to epilepsy larvated. A respectable man attacked 4 women, one after another in the open street, once before 2 witnesses, and violated one of them, notwithstanding that his young, pretty, and healthy wife lived hard by. The epileptic significance of the sexual acts in the following cases is unequivocal. Case 153. L. Official, aged 40, a kind husband and father. During 4 years, he has offended public morals 25 times, for which he has had to endure long imprisonment. In the first 7 complaints, he was accused of exposing his genitals to girls from 11 to 13 years old, while riding by them, and calling their attention by obscene words. While in confinement, he had exposed his genitals at a window which opened on a popular street. L's father was insane. His brother was once met on the street wearing only a shirt. During his military service, L had had 2 attacks of severe fainting. Since 1859, he had suffered with peculiar attacks of vertigo, at such times becoming weak, tremulous, and deathly pale. It grew dark before his eyes, and he saw bright stars and was forced to get support in order to keep upright. After violent attacks, great weakness, profuse sweating. Since 1861, he had been very irritable, which, respected though he was as an official, caused him much trouble in his work. His wife noticed the change in him. He had days when he would run about the house as if insane, holding his head between his hands, striking the wall, and complaining of headache. In 1864, he fell to the ground 4 times, lying there stiff, with eyes open. Confused states of consciousness were also proved to have occurred. L. declared that he had not the slightest remembrance of the crime of which he was accused. Observation showed further and more violent attacks of epileptic vertigo. L. was not sentenced. In 1875, paretic dementia developed with a rapidly fatal result. Westphal, Arch, F. Psych, Roman 7, p. 113. Case 154. A rich man of 26 had lived for a year with a girl with whom he was very much in love. He cohabited infrequently and was never perverse. Twice during the year, after excessive indulgence in alcohol, he had had epileptic attacks. One evening after dinner, where he had taken much wine, he hurried to the house of his mistress and into her sleeping apartment, although the servant told him she was not at home. From there he hastened into a room where a boy of 14 was sleeping and began to violate him. At the cry of the child, whose prepuce and hand he had injured, the servant hurried to them. He left the boy and attacked the maid. After that he went to bed and slept 12 hours. When he awoke, he had an indistinct remembrance of intoxication and coitus. Thereafter there were repeated epileptic attacks. Tarnowski, Op. Cit. p. 52. Case 155. X, of high social position, led a dissolute life for some time and had epileptic attacks. He became engaged. On his wedding day, shortly before the ceremony, he appeared on his brother's arm before the assembled guests. When he came before his bride, he exposed his genitals and began to masturbate. He was at once taken to an expert in mental disease. On the way, he constantly masturbated, and for some days was actuated by this impulse, which gradually decreased in intensity. After this paroxysm, the patient had only a confused memory of the events and could give no explanation of his acts. Tarnowski, Op. Cit. p. 53. Case 156. Z, age 27, very bad heredity, epileptic. He violated a girl of 11 and then killed her. He lied about the deed. Absence of memory, i.e., mental confusion at the time of the crime, was not proved. Puglis, Arch, D. Sitch, Roman 8, p. 622. Case 157. V, aged 60, physician, violated children. Sentenced to imprisonment for 2 years. Dr. Marandon later proved the existence of epileptoid attacks of apprehensiveness, dementia, erotic and hypochondriacal delusions, and occasional attacks of fear. Lacasagni, Lyon. Maid, 1887, number 51. Case 158. On August 4, 1878, H, aged 15, was picking gooseberries with several little girls and boys as her companions. Suddenly she threw L, aged 10, to the ground and exposed her, and ordered A, aged 8, and O, aged 5, to bring about conjunctio membrorum with the girl, and they obeyed. H had a good character. For 5 years she had been subject to irritability, headache, vertigo, and epileptic attacks. Her mental and physical development had been arrested. She had not menstruated, but she manifested menstrual malaemia. Her mother is suspected to be epileptic. For 3 months H, after seizures, had frequently done strange things and afterward had no memory of them. H seems to have been deflowered. Mental defect is not apparent. She said she had no memory of the act of which she was accused. According to her mother's testimony, she had an epileptic attack on the morning of August 4th, and she had been, on that account, told by her mother not to leave the house. Perkwer, Friedrichs Bladder F. Jur, Med. 1879. Case 159. Immoral acts of an epileptic in states of abnormal unconsciousness. T, revenue collector, aged 52, married. He is accused of having practiced immorality with boys for about 17 years by practicing masturbation on them and by inducing them to carry out the act on himself. The accused, a respected officer, is overcome by the terrible crime attributed to him and declares that he knows nothing of the deeds of which he is accused. His mental integrity is questionable. His family physician, who has known him 20 years, emphasizes his peculiar, retiring disposition and his mercurial moods. His wife asserts that T once tried to throw her in the water, and that he sometimes had outbreaks in which he tore off his clothing and tried to throw himself out of windows. T knew nothing of these attacks. Other witnesses testified to strange changes of mood and peculiarities of character. A physician reports the observation of occasional attacks of vertigo and convulsions in him. T's grandmother was insane, his father was affected with chronic alcoholism, and of late years had had epileptiform attacks. The father's brother was insane and had killed a relative while in a delirious state. Another uncle of T had killed himself. Of T's 3 children, one was weak-minded, another cross-eyed, and the third was subject to convulsions. The accused asserted that he had occasional attacks in which consciousness was so reduced that he did not know what he was about. These attacks were ushered in by an aura-like pain in the back of his neck. He was then impelled to go out in the air. He did not know where he went. His wife had perfectly satisfied him sexually. For 18 years he had had chronic eczema actual of the scrotum, which had often caused him to have extraordinary sexual excitement. The opinions of the 6 experts were contradictory: sane, attacks of larvated epilepsy. The jury disagreed, so that he was dismissed. Dr. Legrand du Sol, who was called as an expert witness, found that, until his 22nd year, T had urinated in bed from 10 to 18 times a year. After that time, the enuresis nocturna had ceased, but from that time, states of mental confusion, lasting from an hour to a day, had occurred occasionally, and they left the patient without any memory of them. Soon again, T was arrested for public immorality and sentenced to imprisonment for 15 months. In prison, he grew sick and apparently much weaker mentally. For this reason, he was pardoned, but the mental weakness increased. T was noticed to have repeated epileptoid convulsions, tonic convulsion with tremor and loss of consciousness. Oswy Annal, Maid, Cycle, 1874 Nav, Legrand du Sol, Etude Maid, Legal, etc. p. 99. The following case of immoral acts with children, observed by the author and reported in Friedreich's Bladder, will serve to conclude this group, so important in its legal bearings. It is the more important in that a state of unconsciousness was established at the time of the act, and because, for allied reasons, the facts related in Latin show how a complicated and refined act becomes possible in such a state of unconsciousness. Case 160. P, aged 49, married, hospital beneficiary. He was accused of having committed the following terrible acts with 2 girls, D, aged 10, and G, aged 9, whom he had taken to his workshop on May 25, 1883. D testifies, "I was in the meadow with G and my sister J, aged 3. P called us into his shop and fastened the door. Tum nos exosculabater, linguam in osmium demeter tentabat facim mihi lambabat, sustulit me in gremium, bracas aperut, vests me subulvavit, digitus me in genitalibus titilabet, et membro femina me fricabat ita ut humida ferum." When I cried, he gave me 12 cruisers and threatened to shoot me if I told on him. At last, he tried to persuade me to come again the next day. G testified, "P nates et genitalia dae exosculatus, iustum me canatibus agressus est. Dane filialum quoque tres annos natum in manus acceptum osculatus est nudatum parti sui virili oppressit. Postea qui nobis essent nomina interrogavit ac sensut, genitalia dae mes multo esse majora. Quin etiam nos impulit, ut membrum suum inturimer, manibus comprehenderemus et vidremus, quantoper id esset erectum." At his examination, May 29th, P said he had but an indistinct recollection of having fondled, caressed, and made presents to a little girl a short time before. If he had done anything more, it must have been in an irresponsible condition. Besides, he had suffered for years with weakness in his head, as result of an injury. On June 22d, he knew nothing of the events of May 25th and nothing of his examination on May 29th. This amnesia was shown, also, on cross-examination. P comes of a family affected with cerebral disease. A brother was epileptic. P was formerly a drinker. Years before, he had actually suffered an injury to his head. Since then, from time to time, he has had attacks of mental disturbance, introduced by moroseness, irritability, tendency to alcoholic excesses, apprehension, and delusions of persecution sufficient to induce threats and deeds of violence. At the same time, he would have auditory hyperesthesia, vertigo, headache, and cerebral congestion. All this, with great mental confusion and amnesia for the whole period of the attack, which would sometimes last for weeks. During the intervals, he was subject to headache, which started from the seat of injury on the head, a small scar in the skin over the right temple, which was painful on pressure. With exacerbation of the headache, he became very irritable, morose to an extent that inclined him to suicide, and mentally like one drunk. In 1879, while in such a state, he made an impulsive attempt at suicide, of which he afterward had no memory. Soon after this, being sent to hospital, he gave the impression of being epileptic, and for a long time was treated with pot, bromide. At the end of 1879, he was taken to the infirmary, no actual epileptic attack having been observed. During his lucid intervals, he was a virtuous, industrious, good-natured man and had never shown any sexual excitement, and until this time, never sexual inclinations, even during his mental confusion. Moreover, until lately, he had lived with his wife. At the time of the criminal act, he had shown signs of an approaching attack and had asked the physician to prescribe pot, bromide. P. asserted that, since the injury to his head, he had been intolerant of heat and alcohol, which immediately brought on headache and confusion. The medical examination proved the truth of his assertions about mental weakness, irritability, and poor sleep. If pressure were made at the seat of the trauma, P. became congested, irritable, confused, and trembled all over. He appeared excited, consciousness was disturbed, and remained so for hours. At times, when he is free from the sensations that start from the scar, he seems kind, free, willing, and open, though he is mentally weak and cloudy. P. was not sentenced. V.D. Friedreich's bladder for full report. Periodical insanity. Just as in cases of non-periodical mania, an abnormal intensity or a noticeable prominence of the sexual sphere is very often manifested in the periodical attacks, v. infra, mania. The following case, reported by Surveys Arch, F-Psych, shows that it then may also be perverted. Case 161. Catherine W., aged 16, she has not yet menstruated, previously healthy. 7 weeks before admission, December 3, 1872, melancholic depression and irritability. November 27, maniacal outbreak lasting 2 days, thereafter melancholic. December 6, normal condition. December 24, 28 days after the first maniacal attack, silent, shy, depressed. December 27th, exaltation, jolly, laughing, etc., with violent love for an attendant female. December 31st, suddenly melancholic catalepsy, which disappeared after 2 hours. January 20, 1873, new attack like the previous one. A similar one on February 18th with traces of menses. The patient had no memory whatever for what occurred in the paroxysms, and blushed scarlet with astonishment and shame when told about them. Thereafter there were abortive attacks, which entirely disappeared, to give place to the normal mental condition in June. In a case reported by Gach Arch, F-Psych, v., which was probably circular insanity, in a man of very bad heredity, during the stage of exaltation there was manifestation of sexual feeling for men. In this case, however, the patient thought himself a girl, and it is questionable whether the sexual inclination was induced by the delusion or by a contrary sexual instinct. In connection with these cases of abnormal manifestation of the sexual instinct are those which, as a symptom of mania, manifest an abnormal and frequently a perverse sexual instinct in an impulsive way analogous to dipsomania, which forms the nucleus of the psychical disturbance, while in the intervals the sexual instinct is neither intense nor perverse. Quite a pure case of such periodical psychopathia sexualis, connected with the process of menstruation, is the following reported by Angel Arch, F-Psych, Roman 15, H2. Case 162. A quiet lady near the climacteric, very bad heredity. In her youth, attacks of petit mal, always eccentric, quick-tempered, very moral, childless marriage. Several years ago, after a violent emotional disturbance, a hysteroepileptic attack, with post-epileptic insanity of several weeks' duration. Thereafter there was sleeplessness for several months. Following this, there was always menstrual insomnia, and the impulse to embrace and kiss boys of 10 and fondle their genitals. During this excitement there was no desire for coitus, certainly not for intercourse with adults. The patient often speaks openly of this impulse and asks to be watched, as she is not to be trusted. In the intervals, she anxiously avoids all talk of it, is very modest, and in no wise passionate sexually. With reference to the still imperfectly known cases of periodical psychopathia sexualis of this kind, Tarnowski, Op. Cit. p. 38 has made valuable contributions, though his cases were not all of a periodic nature. And one of the cases, taken from a work of the author's, is not rightly understood, Case 8, p. 37, since sodomy was only subsidiary, and the abnormal intense libido sexualis was not periodic. Tarnowski reports cases where married, cultured men, the fathers of families, were, from time to time, compelled to perform the most terrible sexual acts, while during the intervals they were sexually normal, abhorred their paroxysmal sexual acts, and shuddered before the expectation of their repetition. If a new paroxysm came on, the normal sexual instinct disappeared. A state of mental excitement arose with insomnia, and thoughts and impulses to commit the perverse sexual acts, with anxious confusion and an increasing impulse to the abhorred indulgence. In this state, the act was a relief, because it ended the condition. The analogy with dipsomania is complete. For other cases of periodical pederasty, vidi Tarnowski op. Cit. p. 41. The case there reported on page 46 belongs in the category of epilepsy. The following case, reported by Angel Arch, F. Psych, Roman 15 H2, is one of the most typical of the convulsive-like occurrence of sexual excitement. Case 163. A gentleman of high social position, aged 45, generally respected and beloved, heredity good, very moral, married 15 years. Previously normal sexually, the father of several healthy children and living in happy matrimony. 8 years ago, he suffered a violent fright. For some weeks thereafter, he had a feeling of apprehension and cardiac attacks. Then came attacks at intervals of several months or a year of what the patient called his moral catarrh. He became sleepless. After 3 days, loss of appetite, increasing irritability, strange appearance, fixed stare, staring into space, paleness changing with redness, tremor of the fingers, red shining eyes with peculiar glassy expression, and violent, quick manner of speech. There was a desire for girls of from 5 to 10 years, even for his own daughters. He would beg his wife to guard the children. For days at a time, while in this state, he would shut himself in his room. Previously, he was compelled to pass schoolgirls on the street, and he found a peculiar pleasure in exposing his genitals before them, by acting as if about to urinate. For fear of exposure, he shuts himself in his room, full of desire, incapable of movement, and torn by feelings of fear. Consciousness seems to be undisturbed. The attacks last from 8 to 14 days. The cause of their return is not clear. Improvement is sudden, there is great desire for sleep, and after this is satisfied, he is again well. In the interval, there is nothing abnormal. The author assumes an epileptic foundation and considers the attacks to be the psychical equivalents of epileptic convulsions. Mania, with the general excitation that here exists in the psychical organ, the sexual sphere is likewise often implicated. In maniacal individuals of the female sex, this is the rule. In certain cases, it may be questionable whether the instinct, which in itself is not intensified, is simply recklessly manifested, or whether it is present in actual abnormal intensity. For the most part, the latter is the true assumption. Certainly so where sexual delusions and their religious equivalents are constantly expressed. In accordance with the degrees of intensity of the disease, the intensified instinct is expressed in different forms. In simple maniacal exaltation in men, courting, frivolity, and lasciviousness in speech, and frequenting of brothels are observed. In women, inclination for the society of men, personal adornment, perfumes, talk of marriage and scandals, suspicion of the virtue of other women, or there is manifested the religious equivalent. Pilgrimages, missionary work, desire to go into a cloister or to become the servant of a priest, and in this case there is much talk about innocence and virginity. At the height of mania there may be seen invitations to coitus, exhibition, obscenity, great excitation at sight of women, tendency to smear the person with saliva, urine, and even feces, religiosexual delusions, to be under the protection of the Holy Ghost, to have given birth to Christ, etc., open onanism, and pelvic movements of coitus. In maniacal men, care must be taken to prevent shameless masturbation and sexual attacks on women. Satyriasis and nymphomania. States of mental excitement, in which an abnormal intense sexual impulse is prominent, are called satyriasis in males and nymphomania in women, or uteromania. Morrow considers these cases peculiar to themselves, but he is certainly in error. The sexual complexus of symptoms is always but the partial manifestation of a general psychosis, mania, hallucinatory insanity. The essential element of the state of sexual excitement is a condition of psychical hyperesthesia with involvement of the sexual sphere. The imagination calls up only sexual images, which may lead to hallucinations, illusions, and true hallucinatory delirium. The most indifferent ideas excite sensual association, and the lustful coloring of the ideas and apperceptions is very much intensified. The abnormal state of consciousness implicates the whole course of feeling and desire, and is accompanied by general physical excitement like that accompanies coitus, v. physiology. Often the genitals are in a constant state of turgor, priapism in males. The man affected with this sexual passion seeks to satisfy his desire at any price, and therefore becomes very dangerous to women. Photdemia, he practices onanism or sodomy. The nymphomaniacal woman seeks men by exhibition or to attract them by her sensual conduct. At the sight of men, she is intensely excited sexually and satisfies herself by masturbation or by pelvic movements of coitus. Satyriasis is infrequent. Nymphomania is more frequently observed and not seldom in the climacteric. It may occur in senility, abstinence, with constant excitation of the sexual sphere as a result of psychical or peripheral irritation. Pruritus pudendi, oxyuris, etc. may cause these conditions, but probably only in those predisposed. The assertion that it may also result from poisoning by cantharides seems to depend upon confounding it with priapism. The primary lustful feeling that accompanies priapism due to cantharides soon becomes painful. Satyriasis and nymphomania are acute abnormal psychosexual states. There are also cases that, not without reason, might be called chronic satyriasis or nymphomania. To these belong the men who, for the most part as a result of abusus veneris, or more particularly of masturbation, suffer with neurasthenia sexualis and at the same time have intense libido sexualis. The imagination, as in acute cases, is in a state of excitement, and the mind full of obscene images, so that the most elevated ideas are besmirched with the most cynical images and thoughts. The thought and desire of such men are solely directed to the sexual sphere, and since their flesh is weak, led on by their fancy, they come to indulge in the grossest perversions of the sexual act. Analogous cases in women may be called chronic nymphomania. They naturally lead to prostitution. Legrand du Sol, La Folie, p. 510, reports interesting cases which apparently are pure. Melancholia. The thoughts and feelings of melancholiacs are not favorable for the excitation of sexual desires. At the same time, these patients sometimes masturbate. In my experience, such cases have always been hereditarily predisposed and previously given to onanism. The act did not seem to be so much due to a lustful desire as to be induced by habit, ennui, anxiety, and the impulse to change temporarily the painful mental condition. Hysteria. In this neurosis, the sexual life is very frequently abnormal, indeed, always in predisposed individuals. All the possible anomalies of the sexual function may occur here, with sudden changes and peculiar activity, and, on an hereditary degenerate basis and in moral imbecility, they may appear in the most perverse forms. The abnormal change and inversion of the sexual feeling are never without effect upon the patient's disposition. The following case, reported by Gerard, is one of this nature worthy of repetition. Case 164. Marion L. of Bordeaux. At night, while the household was asleep under the influence of narcotics she had administered, she had given the children of the house to her lover for sexual enjoyment and had looked on at the immoral acts. It was found that L was hysterical, hemianesthesia, and convulsive attacks, but before her illness she had been a moral, trustworthy person. Since her illness, she had become a shameless prostitute and lost all moral sense. In the hysterical, the sexual sphere is often abnormally excited. This excitement may be intermittent menstrual. Shameless prostitution, even in married women, may result. In a milder form, the sexual impulse expresses itself in onanism, going about in a room naked, smearing the person with urine and other things, or wearing male attire, etc. Schul, Klin. Psychiatry, 1886, p. 237, finds very frequently an abnormally intense sexual impulse, which disposes girls, and even women living in happy marriage, to become Messalinas. The author cited No's cases in which, on the wedding journey, attempts at flight with men who had been accidentally met were made, and respected wives who entered into liaisons and sacrificed everything to their insatiable impulse. In hysterical insanity, the abnormally intense sexual impulse may express itself in delusions of jealousy, unfounded accusations against men for immoral acts, hallucinations of coitus, etc. Occasionally, frigidity may occur with absence of lustful feeling, due, for the most part, to genital anesthesia. Paranoia. Abnormal manifestations in the sexual sphere in the various forms of paranoia are not infrequent. Many of these cases are developed on sexual abuse, masturbatic paranoia, or sexual excitement, and according to experience in individuals psychically degenerate with other functional signs of degeneracy, the sexual sphere is, for the most part, deeply implicated. In paranoia religiosa and erotica, the abnormally intense, and under certain circumstances, perverse sexual instinct is most clearly manifested. In the first variety, however, the condition of sexual excitation is expressed not so much in a direct method of satisfaction of the sexual desires, as there are exceptions in platonic love, in enthusiastic admiration of a person of the opposite sex who is pleasing aesthetically. Under certain circumstances, the enthusiasm is for a fanciful person, a portrait, or a statue. A love for the opposite sex that is weak and purely mental, too, often has its basis in weakness of the genitals due to long-continued masturbation. And, under the guise of virtuous admiration of a beloved person, great lasciviousness and sexual perversion are often concealed. Episodically, especially in women, violent sexual excitement may occur as a nymphomania. For the most part, paranoia religiosa rests upon sexuality which manifests itself in a sexual impulse that is abnormally early and intense. The libido finds satisfaction in masturbation or religious enthusiasm, the object of which may be a certain minister, saint, etc. The psychopathological relations between the sexual and religious domains have been described in detail on p. 8 et seq. Apart from masturbation, sexual crimes are relatively frequent in religious paranoia. Mark's work, p. 160, contains a remarkable example of religious insanity. Gerard Annal, Maid, Cycle, has reported a case of rape of a little girl by a religious paranoiac, aged 43, who was temporarily erotic. Here also belongs a case of incest, Liman, Vierteljacher, Fger, Med. Case 165. M impregnated his daughter. His wife, mother of 18 children and herself pregnant by her husband, lodged the complaint. M had had religious paranoia for 2 years. It was revealed to me that I should beget the eternal Son with my daughter. Then a man of flesh and blood would arise by my faith, who would be 1800 years old. He would be a bridge between the Old and New Testaments. This command, which he deemed divine, was the cause of his insane act. Sexual acts that have a pathological motive sometimes occur in persecutory paranoia. Case 166. A married woman of 30 had, by means of money and sweetmeats, enticed a boy of 5 who played near her, handled his genitals, and then attempted coitus. She was a teacher who had been betrayed and then cast off. Previously moral, for some time she had given herself to prostitution. The explanation of her immoral change was given when it was found that she had various delusions of persecution and thought she was under the secret influence of her seducer, who impelled her to sexual acts. She also believed that the boy had been put in her way by her seducer. Coarse sensuality as a motive for her crime came less into consideration, as it would have been easy for her to satisfy sexual desire in a natural way. Kussner, Burl, Klin, Wachenschrift. Cholera perversions sexuals chez les persécutés, in Annal, medico-legal. March 1886 has reported similar cases. The case of a patient who, suffering with paranoia sexualis persecutoria, tried to violate his sister, giving as a reason that the impulse was given him by Bonapartists. In another case, a captain, suffering with delusions of persecution by electromagnetism, was driven to pederasty, a thing he abhorred. In a similar case, the persecutor impelled to onanism and pederasty. Pathological sexuality, in its legal aspects. The laws of all civilized nations punish those who commit perverse sexual acts. Inasmuch as the preservation of chastity and morals is one of the most important reasons for the existence of the Commonwealth, the state cannot be too careful, as a protector of morality, in the struggle against sensuality. This contest is unequal, because only a certain number of the sexual crimes can be legally combated, and the infractions of the laws by so powerful a natural instinct can be but little influenced by punishment. It also lies in the nature of the sexual crimes that but a part of them ever reach the knowledge of the authorities. Public sentiment, in that it looks upon them as disgraceful, lends much aid. Criminal statistics prove the sad fact that sexual crimes are progressively increasing in our modern civilization. This is particularly the case with immoral acts with children under the age of 14. The moralist sees in these sad facts nothing but the decay of general morality, and in some instances comes to the conclusion that the present mildness of the laws punishing sexual crimes, in comparison with their severity in past centuries, is in part responsible for this. The medical investigator is driven to the conclusion that this manifestation of modern social life stands in relation to the predominating nervousness of later generations, in that it begets defective individuals, excites the sexual instinct, leads to sexual abuse, and, with continuance of lasciviousness associated with diminished sexual power, induces perverse sexual acts. It will be clearly seen, from what follows, how such an opinion is justified, especially with respect of the increasing number of sexual crimes committed on children. It is at once evident, from what has gone before, that neuropathic and even psychopathic states are largely determinate for the commission of sexual crimes. Here nothing less than the responsibility of many of the men who commit such crimes is called in question. Psychiatry cannot be denied the credit of having recognized and proved the psychopathological significance of numerous monstrous, paradoxical sexual acts. Law and jurisprudence have thus far given but little attention to the facts resulting from investigations in psychopathology. Law is, in this, opposed to medicine, and is constantly in danger of passing judgment on individuals who, in the light of science, are not responsible for their acts. Owing to this superficial treatment of acts that deeply concern the interests and welfare of society, it becomes very easy for justice to treat a delinquent, who is as dangerous to society as a murderer or a wild beast, as a criminal, and after punishment, release him to prey on society again. On the other hand, scientific investigation shows that a man mentally and sexually degenerate ab origin, and therefore irresponsible, must be removed from society for life, but not as a punishment. A judge who considers only the crime and not its perpetrator is always in danger of injuring not only important interests of society, general morality and safety, but also those of the individual honor. In no domain of criminal law is cooperation of judge and medical expert so much to be desired as in that of sexual delinquencies, and here only anthropological and clinical investigation can afford light and knowledge. The nature of the act can never, in itself, determine a decision as to whether it lies within the limits of mental pathology or within the bounds of mental physiology. The perverse act does not indicate perversion of instinct. At any rate, the most monstrous and perverse sexual acts have been committed by persons of sound mind. The perversion of feeling must be shown to be pathological. This proof is to be obtained by learning the conditions attending its development and by proving the existence of a general neuropathic or psychopathic condition. The species facti is important, but it allows, however, only presumptions, since the same sexual act, according as it is committed by an epileptic, paralytic, or a man of sound mind, takes on other features and peculiarities, in accordance with the manner in which it is done. Periodical recurrence of the act under identical circumstances, and an impulsive manner in carrying it out, give rise to weighty presumptions that it is of pathological significance. The decision, however, must follow after referring the act to its psychological motive, abnormalities of thought and feeling, and after showing this elementary anomaly to be but one symptom of a general neuropathic condition, either an arrest of mental development or a condition of psychical degeneration or a psychosis. The cases discussed in the portion of this work devoted to general and special pathology will certainly be useful to the medical expert in assisting him to discover the motive of the act. To obtain the facts necessary to allow a decision of the question whether immorality or abnormality occasion the act, a medico-legal examination is required, an examination which is made according to the rules of science, which takes account of both the past history of the individual and the present condition, the anthropological and clinical data. The proof of the existence of an original, congenital anomaly of the sexual sphere is important and points to the need of an examination in the direction of a condition of psychical degeneration. An acquired perversity, to be pathological, must be found to depend upon a neuropathic or psychopathic state. Practically, paretic dementia and epilepsy must first come to mind. The decision concerning responsibility will depend on the demonstration of the existence of a psychopathic state in the individual convicted of a sexual crime. This is indispensable to avoid the danger of covering simple immorality with the cloak of disease. Psychopathic states may lead to crimes against morality, and at the same time remove the conditions necessary to the existence of responsibility under the following circumstances. 1. To oppose the normal or intensified sexual desire, there may be no moral or legal notions, owing to A. the fact that they may never have been developed states of congenital mental weakness, or to B. the fact that they have been lost states of acquired mental weakness. 2. When the sexual desire is increased states of psychical exaltation, and consciousness simultaneously clouded, the mental mechanism is too much disturbed to allow the opposing ideas, virtually present, to exert their influence. 3. When the sexual instinct is perverse, states of psychical degeneration. It may, at the same time, be intensified. Cases of sexual delinquency that occur outside of states of mental defect, degeneration, or disease can never be excused on the ground of irresponsibility. In many cases, instead of an abnormal psychical condition, a neurosis, local or general, is found. Inasmuch as the transitions from a neurosis to a psychosis are easy, and elementary psychical disturbances are frequent in the former, and constant in profound perversion of the sexual life, the neurotic affection, e.g., impotence, irritable weakness, etc., exerts an influence on the motive of the incriminating act. And a just judge, notwithstanding the lack of legal irresponsibility due to mental defect or disease, will recognize the circumstances which ameliorate the heinousness of the crime. For various reasons, the practical jurist will, in all cases of sexual crimes, call medical experts to make a psychiatric examination. To be sure, his own conscience and judgment must be the guides when necessity makes them his only reliance. Under the following circumstances, indices are given which point to a pathological condition. The accused is senile. The sexual crime is committed openly, with remarkable cynicism. The manner of obtaining sexual satisfaction is silly exhibition, or cruel mutilation or murder, or perverse necrophilia, etc. From what experience teaches, it may be said that, among the sexual acts that occur, rape, mutilation, pederasty, amor lesbicus, and bestiality may have a psychopathological basis. In case of lust murder, in as far as it goes beyond murder itself, and likewise in case of mutilation of corpses, psychopathic conditions are probable. Exhibition and mutual masturbation make pathological states seem very probable. Masturbation of another and passive onanism may occur in connection with senile dementia and contrary sexual feeling, but also with mere sensuality. Cunnilingus and Feller, penem in os mulieris origer, have not thus far been shown to depend upon psychopathological conditions. These horrible sexual acts seem to be committed only by sensual men who have become satiated or impotent from excessive indulgence in a normal way. Pedicatio mulierum does not seem to be psychopathic, but rather a practice of married men of low morality who wish to prevent pregnancy, and of satiated cynics in non-marital sexual indulgence. The practical importance of the subject makes it necessary that the sexual acts threatened with punishment as sexual crimes be considered by jurists from the standpoint of the medico-legal expert. Thus, there is an advantage gained in that the psychopathological acts, according to circumstances, are placed in the right light by comparison with analogous acts that fall within the domain of physiological psychology. Offense against morality in the form of exhibition. Austrian Statutes, Section 516, Abridgment, Section 195. German Statutes, Section 183. In man's present condition of civilization, modesty is a characteristic and motive so firmly fixed by centuries of education that presumption of a psychopathological element necessarily arises when public decency is coarsely offended. The presumption is justifiable that an individual who in this way has offended public decency and his own self-respect was incapable of moral feeling idiots, or that it has been lost, states of acquired mental weakness, or that he has acted while in a clouded state of consciousness, transitory insanity, states of partial consciousness. A very distinctive act which belongs here is that of exhibition, exposure. The cases thus far recorded are exclusively those of men who ostentatiously expose their genitals to persons of the opposite sex, in some instances following them, without, however, becoming aggressive. The silly manner of this sexual activity, or really sexual demonstration, points to intellectual and moral weakness, or, at least, to temporary inhibition of the intellectual and moral functions, with excitation of libido dependent upon a decided disturbance of consciousness, abnormal unconsciousness, mental confusion. And, at the same time, the virility of these individuals is called in question. Thus, there are various categories of exhibitionists. The first category includes states of mental weakness in which, owing to the causative cerebral, or spinal disease, consciousness is clouded, and the ethical and intellectual functions are interfered with, and in which there can be no opposition made to a sexual desire that has either always been intense, or that has been intensified by the disease process. At the same time, impotence exists and no longer permits expression of the sexual instinct in violent acts, rape, but only in acts that are silly. The majority of reported cases fall in this category. They are those of individuals afflicted with senile dementia, paretic dementia, or mental defects due to alcoholism, epilepsy, etc. Case 167. Z, high official, aged 60, widower, father of a family. He had excited offense in that during 14 days he had repeatedly exposed his genitals at his window to a girl of 8 years who lived opposite him. After a few months under like circumstances, this man repeated his indecent act. At his examination, he acknowledged the depravity of his action and could give no excuse for it. Death a year later due to cerebral disease. Laisk op. Sit. Case 168. Z, aged 78, seaman. He had repeatedly exhibited his genitals on children's playgrounds and in the neighborhood of girls' schools. This was the only way in which he was active sexually. He was married and the father of 10 children. 12 years before, he had suffered a severe head injury, since which he had had a deep scar which indented the bone. Pressure on this scar caused pain. At the same time his face would flush, his expression become fixed, and he would grow somnolent, with convulsive movements in the right upper extremity, apparently epileptoid state in connection with cortical disease. Besides, there was senile dementia and advanced senium. It is not reported whether the exhibition coincided with epileptoid attacks or not. Senile dementia proved, pardoned. Dr. Schuchert, op. Sit. Pelanda op. Sit. Has reported a number of cases of this kind. Paralytic, aged 60. At the age of 58, he began to exhibit himself to women and children. In the asylum at Verona, for a long time thereafter, he was lascivious and also attempted fellatio. A drinker, age 66, suffering with folie circulaire. His exhibition was first noticed in church during divine service. His brother was likewise an exhibitionist. A drinker, predisposed, aged 49. He was always very excitable sexually, in an asylum on account of chronic alcoholism. He exhibited himself whenever he saw a woman. A man, aged 64, married, father of 14 children, great predisposition, rachitic microcephalic head. For years he had been an exhibitionist in spite of repeated punishment. Case 169. X, merchant, born in 1833, single. He had repeatedly exhibited himself to children or even urinated at the same time. Once, under these circumstances, he had kissed a little girl, driving her away. 20 years previously, X had had a severe attack of mental disease, lasting 2 years, in which he is said to have had an apoplectic attack. Later, after loss of his fortune, he gave himself to drink and of late years had often appeared absent-minded. His condition was that of alcoholism, senium praecox, and mental weakness, penis small, phimosis, testicles atrophic, proof of mental disease pardoned. Dr. Schuchert, Op. Cit. Such cases recall the lasciviousness of youthful, sexually excited persons that are still more or less boyish, but also that of many mature cynics of low morality, who find pleasure in defiling the walls of public closets, etc., with drawings of male and female genitals, a kind of ideal exhibition which, however, is still widely separated from actual exhibition. Another category of exhibitionists is made up of epileptics. This category is essentially to be distinguished from the foregoing, in that a conscious motive for the exhibition is wanting, and it appears much more like an impulsive act which, without any consideration of external circumstances, is performed as if it were an abnormal organic necessity. At the time of the act, there is always a state of imperfect consciousness, and thus is explained the fact that the unfortunate individual, without consciousness of the meaning of his act, or, at least, without cynicism, does it in obedience to a blind impulse. On regaining consciousness, he regrets and abhors it if there is not permanent mental weakness. The prime motive in this state of imperfect consciousness, as with other impulsive acts, is a feeling of apprehensive oppression. If a sexual feeling become associated with it, then the ideas are given a certain direction in the sense of a corresponding, sexual, act. How sexual ideas very easily arise temporarily in epileptics may be understood from the discussion under epilepsy. If, however, such an association has once been formed, if a particular act has taken place in an attack, it is the more easily repeated in every subsequent attack. For, so to speak, a known tract has been established in the path of motivity. The feeling of anxiety, with the state of imperfect consciousness, causes the associated sexual impulse to appear as a command, an inner force, which is acted upon in a purely impulsive manner and in a state of absolute irresponsibility. Case 170. K, a subordinate official, age 29, of neuropathic family living in happy marriage and the father of one child. He has repeatedly, especially at dusk, exhibited himself to servant girls. K is tall, slim, pale, nervous, and hasty in manner. There is imperfect memory of the crimes. Since childhood, there have been frequent severe congestive attacks, with intense flushing of the face, a rapid, tense pulse, and a fixed, absent stare. At the same time, there were, now and then, confusion and vertigo. In this epileptic, exceptional state, K would answer only after repeated questioning, and then it was as if he were waking from a dream. K states that he has always felt excited and restless for some hours before his criminal acts and experienced a feeling of fear, with oppression and congestion of the head. In this condition, he had often been giddy and experienced an indistinct feeling of sexual excitement. At the height of such states, he had left the house without any purpose in view and exposed his genitals anywhere. When he had reached home again, he had had but a dreamy remembrance of what had occurred and felt very weak and depressed. It is also remarkable that, while exhibiting his genitals, he had used lighted matches to make them visible. The opinion was to the effect that the criminal acts depended upon epilepsy and were imperative impulses, but he was, nevertheless, sentenced with the assumption of extenuating circumstances. Dr. Schuchert, Op. Cit. Case 171. L, aged 39, single, tailor. His father was probably a drinker. He had 2 epileptic brothers, one of whom was insane. The patient himself has slight epileptic attacks and from time to time states of imperfect consciousness in which he runs about aimlessly and thereafter does not know where he has been. He was considered a moral man, but he is now accused of having exhibited and played with his genitals in a strange house 5 or 6 times. His memory of these acts was very imperfect. On account of repeated desertion from the army, probably likewise in epileptic states of imperfect consciousness, L had been severely punished. In imprisonment, he became insane with epileptic insanity, was sent to the Charité, and from there discharged cured. As far as the criminal acts were concerned, cynicism and wantonness could be excluded. That they were committed in a state of imperfect consciousness is probable from the fact, among other things, that to the policeman who arrested him, the imbecile, who was then in a cloudy state of consciousness, was in a remarkable mental state. Liman, Viertelgeierschrift Fger. Med. NF Roman 38 H2. Case 172. L, aged 37. From October 15 to November 2D, he had many times given offense by exhibiting himself to girls in daylight on the open street and even in schools into which he forced himself. It happened occasionally that he wanted the girls to perform manustupration or allow coitus, and when refused, he performed masturbation before them. In G, in a public house, he rapped on the window, with his penis exposed, so that the children and servant girl in the kitchen were forced to see it. After his arrest, it was ascertained that since 1876 L had very frequently caused trouble by exhibitions, but had always escaped punishment, owing to the demonstration of mental disease by physicians. On the other hand, he had been punished for desertion and theft in the army, and later, once, as a civilian, for stealing cigars. L had repeatedly been in asylums on account of insanity, attacks of insanity. Besides, he was often remarkable on account of his changeable, quarrelsome character, occasional excitement, and inconstancy. L's brother died of paralysis. He himself presents no degenerative signs, no epileptic antecedents. During the time of observation, he is neither insane nor mentally weakened. He behaves himself very well and expresses great regret for his sexual crimes. About himself, he states that though no drinker, he occasionally has an impulse to drink. Soon after beginning, congestion of the head, vertigo, restlessness, anxiety, and oppression come on. He then passes into a dreamy state. An irresistible impulse now forces him to expose himself, and he then experiences a feeling of relief and breathes more easily. When he has once exposed himself, he knows nothing more of what he does. As precursors of such attacks, he had often, a short time before, had flames before the eyes and vertigo. For the time of his clouded state of consciousness, he had but a clouded, dreamy memory. It was only after a time that sexual ideas and impulses had become associated with these apprehensive, cloudy states of consciousness. Years ago, in such states, without motive and with great danger, he had deserted. Once he had jumped from a third-story window. On another occasion, he had left a good position to wander about aimlessly in a neighboring country, where he was at once arrested for exhibition. When, outside of his abnormal periods, L once became intoxicated, there was no exhibition. In the lucid state, his sexual feeling and intercourse are perfectly normal. Dr. Hodson, Friedreich's bladder, 1890, H6. For other instances, VD cases 153, 155. A clinical group that very nearly approaches the epileptic exhibitionists is made up of certain neurasthenic individuals, in whom, likewise, there may occur attacks, epileptoid, of imperfect consciousness in connection with a feeling of apprehensive oppression, and with this sexual impulses may be associated, resulting in acts of exhibition having an impulsive character. Case 173. Dr. S., academic teacher, had aroused public indignation by being seen repeatedly running about in the zoological garden at Berlin, before ladies and children, with his genitals hanging out. S. admitted this, but denied all thought or consciousness of causing public offense, and excused himself by saying that his running about with exposed genitals afforded him relief from nervous excitement. Mother's father was insane and died by suicide. His mother was constitutionally neuropathic, a somnambulist, and had been temporarily insane. The culprit was neuropathic, had been a somnambulist, and had had continuous aversion to sexual intercourse with females. In his youth, he practiced onanism. He was a neurasthenic man, shy, torpid, and easily became embarrassed and confused. He was sexually always much excited. Frequently, he dreamed that he was running about with exposed genitals, or that, dressed only in a shirt, he hung from a fence with his head downward, so that the shirt fell down, exposing his erected penis. His dreams would induce pollution, and he would then have rest for a few days or an entire week. Also, in his waking state, the impulse would often come upon him, just as in his dreams, to run about with exposed genitals. As he was about to expose himself, he would become very hot, and then he would run aimlessly about. The member would become moist with secretion, but pollution was never induced. Finally, when it had become flaccid, he would put it up, and then come to himself, glad if no one had seen him. In such conditions of excitement, he seemed to be in a dream, as if intoxicated. He had never had the intention to offend women. S was not epileptic. His declarations had the impress of truth. He had actually never followed or spoken to women while in this condition. Frivolity and coarseness were excluded. In agreement with Westphal, the author regards S as belonging to a class of individuals of peculiar hypochondriacal tendencies, in whom the attention is constantly directed, in an abnormal way, to certain bodily sensations and processes, who brood over these, connecting all kinds of peculiar conceptions with them, at last making use of quite as strange means to combat the bodily sensations and ideas. At least, S' act was due to pathological sensation and idea, and S was in a condition of pathological disturbance of mental action at the time of the commission of his acts. In the case of this exhibitionist, the manner of satisfaction of the sexual instinct may be considered as peculiar to the individual. Limmen, Viertel Jahrschrift für Gerichtel. Med. N. F. Roman 38, Hef 2. Case 174. X, aged 38, married, father of one child, always sullen and silent. Suffers frequently with headache, very neurasthenic though not insane. He is troubled much at night by pollutions. He has repeatedly followed shopgirls for whom he had lain in wait, exposing and handling his genitals. In one case, he even followed a girl into a shop. Trocon Arch. De l'Anthropologie Criminelle, Roman 3, p. 256. In the following case, the exhibition seems subsidiary to the impulsive desire to satisfy sudden, intense libido by means of masturbation. Case 175. R. Coachman, aged 49, Vienna, married since 1866, childless. Father neuropathic and given to sexual excesses, died of cerebral disease. He presents no degenerative signs. At the age of 29, he suffered a severe concussion by falling from a height. Up to that time, the vita sexualis had been normal. Since that time, every 3 or 4 months, he has been seized with very painful sexual excitement, accompanied by an intense desire to masturbate. A feeling of weariness and discomfort, with a desire for alcoholic indulgence, precedes this. In the intervals, he is sexually cold, and has but very infrequent desire for his wife, who, moreover, for 5 years has been sick and incapable of cohabitation. He gives the assurance that, as a young man, he never masturbated, and that, in the intervals between his attacks, he has never thought of satisfying himself sexually in this way. The impulse to masturbation during the attack is always excited by certain feminine charms: short cloak, pretty foot and ankle, elegant appearance. Age makes no difference, even little girls excite him. The impulse is sudden and unconquerable. R describes the situation and act as characteristically impulsive. He had often tried to resist it, but then he would grow hot, terribly frightened, his head would burn, and he would seem to be in a fog, but he never lost consciousness. At the same time, he would have violent, darting pain in the testicles and spermatic cords. He regretted it, but had to confess that the impulse was stronger than his will. In such a situation, it forced him to masturbate, no matter where he might be. After ejaculation, he would become calm and regain his self-control. He regarded it as a terrible affliction. Defense shows that R has been punished 6 times for similar offenses, exhibition and masturbation in the open street. On November 4, 1889, R, while in his worst condition, happened to be in the street as a crowd of schoolgirls went by. This awakened his unconquerable impulse. There was not time to run to a closet, he was so excited. There was immediate exhibition, masturbation in front of a house, great scandal and immediate arrest. R is not weak-minded and has no ethical defect. He bemoans his fate, deeply regrets his act, and fears new attacks. He regards his condition as abnormal, as a fate against which he is powerless. He thinks himself still virile, penis abnormally large, cremasteric reflex present, patellar reflex increased, weakness of the sphincter of the bladder that has existed for some years, various neurasthenic difficulties. The opinion showed that R was subject to the influence of abnormal conditions and had acted impulsively. Patient was sent to an asylum from which he was discharged after a few months. In the foregoing case, the important point, clinically, lies not in the neurosis that is present, but rather in the impulsive character of the act, exhibition dependent on masturbation. With the enumeration of the categories of imbeciles, of mentally weakened individuals, and of the exhibitionists that are in a neurotic, epileptic, or neurasthenic state of imperfect consciousness, apparently the clinical and forensic side of this phenomenon is still unexhausted. In addition to these, there is another class, the representatives of which, owing to deep hereditary taint, hereditary degenerative neurosis, are impelled to periodical and very impulsive exhibition. With reference to these conditions of Psychopathia Sexualis periodica, comp. Periodical insanity, in which the accidentally awakened impulse to exhibition is but a partial manifestation of a clinical whole, like dipsomania periodica, Magnin, from whom I borrow the following instructive cases, justly lays the greatest stress upon the impulsive, periodical feature of these abnormal impulses, and no less upon the fact that they are often accompanied by terrible anxiety, which, after the realization of the impulse, gives place to a feeling of relief. These facts, and no less, the clinical picture of degeneracy that, for the most part, is referable to injurious conditions that are hereditary, or that exercise an injurious effect on the development of brain in early years, rachitis, etc., are medico-legally of decisive importance 0. Case 176. G, age 29, waiter in a cafe. In 1888, while standing under a church door, he exhibited himself to several girls working opposite. He confessed the act, and also that, many times, in the same place and at the same time of day, he had been guilty of the same crime, having been punished for it, the year before, with imprisonment for 1 month. G has very nervous parents. His father is mentally unstable and very irascible. His mother is at times insane and suffers with severe nervous disease. G has always had nervous twitching of the face and constant alternation of causeless depression with tedium vitae and periods of elation. At the ages of 10 and 15, for slight cause, he wished to commit suicide. When excited, he has similar twitching of the extremities. He presents constant general analgesia. In prison, he was at first beside himself with shame about the disgrace he had brought on his family and said he was the worst of men, deserving the severest punishment. Until his 19th year, G had satisfied himself with solitary and mutual masturbation, and on one occasion, he had practiced onanism with a girl. From that time, working in a cafe, the female customers had excited him so intensely that ejaculation was often induced. He suffered with almost constant priapism, and, as his wife stated, in spite of coitus, it often disturbed his rest at night. For 7 years, he had repeatedly exhibited himself at his window, and also exposed himself naked to female neighbors living opposite. In 1883, he married out of desire. Marital intercourse did not satisfy his needs. At times, his sexual excitement was so intense that he had headache and seemed confused, like one drunk, strange, and incapable of work. Case 177. B, age 27, of neuropathic mother and alcoholic father. He has one brother who is a drinker and an hysterical sister. After his 11th year, onanism, solitary or mutual. After his 15th year, impulses to exhibition. He attempted it at a street urinal, he felt pleasure in it, but also immediately twinges of conscience. If he attempted to oppose his impulse thereafter, he became apprehensive and had a feeling of oppression in his chest. When a soldier, he was often impelled to expose himself, under various pretexts, to his comrades. After his 17th year, he had sexual congress with women. It gave him great pleasure to show himself naked before them. He continued his exhibition on the street. Since he could but infrequently count on female spectators at urinals, he changed his place to churches. In order to exhibit himself at such places, he always had to strengthen his courage by drinking. Under the influence of spirits, the impulse, at other times controllable with difficulty, became irresistible. He was not sentenced. He lost his position and then drank more. Not long after, he was again arrested for exhibition and masturbation in a church. Case 178. X, aged 35, barber's assistant. Repeatedly punished for offense against decency, he is again arrested, for during 3 weeks he had been hanging around girls' schools, trying to attract the attention of the pupils, and when he had succeeded in this, had exhibited himself. Occasionally he had promised them money with the words, "Habeo mentionam pulcherrimem, venite ad me ut eam lambates." At his examination, X confessed everything, but did not know how it had come about. He was the most reasonable of men in other respects, but had the impulse to commit this crime and could not overcome it. In 1879, when in the army, he was once out on leave and had run around exhibiting himself to children, imprisonment for a year. The same crime in 1881. He chased the crying children and stared at them, imprisonment of 1 year and 3 months. 2 days after his discharge, he said to 2 little girls, "If you want to see my tail, come with me to this market booth." He denied these words and claimed drunkenness, imprisonment for 3 months. In 1883, renewed exhibition. During the act, he said nothing. At his examination, he stated that, since a severe illness 8 years previously, he had suffered with such excitations. Imprisonment for 1 month. In 1884, exhibition before girls in a churchyard. Again in 1885, he declared, "I understand my crime, but it is like a disease. When it comes over me, I cannot keep from such acts. It sometimes happens that, for quite a long time, I am free from these inclinations." Imprisonment for 6 months. Discharged on August 12, 1885, he had a relapse on August 15. The same excuse was given. This time he underwent medical examination. The examination revealed no mental disturbance. Sentenced to 3 years. After discharge, a series of new exhibitions. On this occasion, examination revealed the following. His father suffered with chronic alcoholism and is said to have been guilty of the same crime. Mother and sister nervously ill, and the whole family of excitable temperament. From his 7th to his 18th year, X suffered with epileptic convulsions. First cohabitation at 16, later gonorrhea and, it is stated, syphilis. After that, normal sexual intercourse until his 21st year. At that time, he often had to pass a playground, and he occasionally had to urinate there, and it happened that the children looked at him out of curiosity. He noticed, occasionally, that this looking at him caused him sexual excitement and induced erection and even ejaculation. He now found more pleasure in this kind of sexual gratification and became indifferent about coitus, satisfying himself only in this manner. He felt that all his thought was ruled by this, and he dreamed only of exhibitions, with pollutions. His attempts to control his impulse became more and more ineffectual. It came over him with such force that he noticed nothing around him and saw and heard nothing, and was like one devoid of reason, like a bull trying to butt his head through a wall. X has an abnormally broad head, small penis, the left testicle deformed, patellar reflex absent, symptoms of neurasthenia, especially cerebral, frequent pollutions. For the most part, his dreams are about normal coitus, only infrequently about exhibition before little girls. With reference to his sexual acts, he states that the impulse to seek and approach little girls is primary. Only when he has succeeded in attracting their attention to his exposed genitals do erection and ejaculation occur. He does not lose consciousness in the act. After it, he is troubled about his deed and, if undiscovered, says to himself, "Once more I have escaped the authorities." In prison, he did not have the impulse. There, he was troubled only with dreams and pollutions. In freedom, he had daily sought opportunity to satisfy himself with exhibition. He would give 10 years of his life to be free from the thing. This life of constant anxiety, this alternation between freedom and imprisonment, is unendurable. The opinion assumed a congenital perversity of the sexual instinct, with unmistakable hereditary taint, neuropathic constitution, asymmetry of cranium, and defective development of the genitals. It is also worthy of remark that the exhibition began when the epilepsy ceased, so that one might think of a vicarious phenomenon. The sexual perversity developed with predisposition through accidental association of ideas of sexual content, children looking at him while urinating, with an act that in itself was purposeless. The patient was not sentenced but sent to an asylum. Dr. Freyer Zeicher, F. Medicinal Beamt 3 Jog, No. 8. Case 179. At 9 o'clock at night in the spring of 1891, a lady in great trepidation came to the policeman in the city park of X with the statement that a man, absolutely naked in front, had approached her from the bushes, and she had run away, frightened. The officer went at once to the place indicated and found a man who exposed ventrum et genitalia nuda. He attempted to escape, but was overtaken and arrested. He stated that he had been sexually excited by alcohol and had been on the point of going to a prostitute. On his way through the park, however, he recalled the fact that exhibition gave him much greater pleasure than was afforded him by coitus, in which he seldom, and only fought demia, indulged. After drawing up his shirt, he posted himself in the bushes, and when two women came up the path, he approached them with exposed genitals. In such exhibition, he had a pleasurable feeling of warmth, and the blood mounted to his head. The accused works in a manufactory, and his employer states that he is faithful, saving, sober, and intelligent. In 1886, B had been punished because he had twice exhibited himself publicly, once in broad daylight and once at night under a lamp. B, aged 37, single, makes a peculiar impression owing to his dandified dress and affected manner. His eyes have a neuropathic, languishing expression. Around his mouth plays a smile of self-satisfaction. He is said to come of healthy parents. A sister of his father and one of his mother were insane. Others of their relatives were thought religiously eccentric. B has never had any severe illness. From childhood, he was eccentric and imaginative. He loved romances about knights and others, was entirely absorbed by them, and even went so far as to identify himself in fancy with the heroes. He always thought himself a little better than others and thought much of elegant dress and ornament, and when he strutted about on Sundays, he imagined himself a high official. B has never had epileptic symptoms. In youth, moderate indulgence in masturbation, later moderate indulgence in coitus. Previously, never any perverse sexual feelings or impulses. Retired manner of life, in leisure hours, reading popular novels, heroic tales, Dumas, and others. B was no drinker. Exceptionally, he made himself a kind of punch, by which he was always excited sexually. For some years, with marked decrease of libido, after such alcoholic indulgence, he had had accursedly silly thoughts, and developed the desire genitalia ad spectui feminarum publis exhiber. If he got into this state, he felt warm, his heart beat violently, blood rushed to his head, and he could then no longer resist his impulse. He heard and saw nothing more, and was absolutely absorbed in his lust. Afterward, he had often pounded his crazy head with his fists, and firmly resolved never to do such a thing again, but the crazy ideas had always returned. In his exhibition, his penis became only half erected, and ejaculation never occurred. Even in coitus, it was always tardy. In exhibition, he was satisfied with genitalia sua ad specere, and he had the lustful thought that this sight must be very pleasant to women, since he liked so much to see genitalia feminarum. He was capable of coitus only when the pula showed herself very partial to him. Without this, he preferred rather to pay and go without doing anything. In his dreams, he exhibited himself to young, voluptuous women. The medico-legal opinion recognized the hereditary psychopathic character of the culprit and the perverse, impulsive desire to perform the incriminating acts, and pointed out, further, the remarkable fact that in B, who was otherwise sober and saving, the impulses to indulge in alcohol depended on abnormal conditions that recurred periodically and forced him to indulge. That, during his attacks, B was in an exceptional psychical state, in a kind of mental confusion, and absolutely absorbed in his perverse sexual fancy, is clearly shown by the species facti. Thus is explained the fact that he became aware of the approach of the police only when it was too late to try to escape. In this hereditary and degenerate impulsive exhibitionism, it is interesting to note how the perverse sexual impulse is awakened from its latency by the influence of alcohol. A forensically important variety of exhibition, which clinically certainly rests upon a similar neurotic and degenerate foundation, and which expresses itself in a peculiar act, conditioned by violent libido, hyperesthesia sexualis, associated with diminished virility, is made up of the so-called frotteurs. The three following cases, borrowed from Magnin op. Cit., are typical. Case 180. D, aged 44, hereditarily predisposed, drinker and suffering with lead poisoning. Until the last year, he had masturbated much and often drawn pornographic pictures and shown them to his acquaintances. He had repeatedly dressed himself as a woman in secret. For 2 years, since becoming impotent, he had felt desire, while in crowds at dusk, mencelam denuder imc ad natis mulieris crassissimi terror. Once, when discovered in the act, he had been sentenced to imprisonment for 4 months. His wife kept a milk shop. Itrumque sibi temporare non poduit quin genitalia in alem lacti completum mergerit. In the act he felt lustful pleasure, as if touched with velvet. He was cynical enough to use this milk for himself and the customers. During imprisonment, alcoholic persecutory insanity developed in him. Case 181. M, aged 31, married 6 years, father of 4 children, badly predisposed, subject to melancholia at times. 3 years before, he was discovered by his wife with a silk dress on, masturbating. One day he was discovered, in a store, in the act of frottage on a lady. He was very repentant and asked to be severely punished for his irresistible impulse. Case 182. G, aged 33, badly predisposed hereditarily. At an omnibus station, he was discovered in the act of frottage with his penis on a lady. Deep repentance, but he stated that at the sight of a noticeable posteriora of a lady, he was irresistibly impelled to practice frottage, and that he became confused and knew not what he did. Sent to an asylum. Case 183. A frater, Z, born in 1850, of blameless life previously, of good family, private official. He is well-to-do financially, untainted. After a short married life, he became a widower in 1873. For some time, he had attracted attention in churches because he crowded up behind women, both old and young indifferently, and toyed with their tournures. He was watched, and one day he was arrested in the act. Z was terribly frightened and in despair about his situation. And, in making a full confession, he begged for pardon, for nothing but suicide remained for him. For 2 years, he had been subject to the unhappy impulse to go in crowds of people, in churches, at box offices of theaters, etc., and press up behind females and manipulate the prominent portion of their dresses, having orgasm and ejaculation during the act. Z states that he was never given to masturbation and had never been in any way perverse sexually. Since the early death of his wife, he had gratified his great sexual desire in temporary love affairs, having always had an aversion for prostitutes and brothels. The impulse to frottage had suddenly seized him, 2 years before, while he happened to be in church. Though he was conscious that it was wrong, he could not help yielding to it immediately. Since then he had been excitable to the posteriora of females, and had been actually impelled to seek opportunity for frottage. The only thing on women that excited him was the tournure. Every other part of the body and attire was a matter of indifference to him, and it made no difference to him whether the woman was old or young, beautiful or ugly. Since this began, he had had no more inclination for natural gratification. Of late, frottage scenes had appeared in his dreams. During his acts, he was fully conscious of his situation and the act, and tried to perform it in such a way as to attract as little attention as possible. After his act, he was always ashamed of what he had done. The medical examination revealed no sign of mental disease or mental weakness, but symptoms of neurasthenia sexualis, ex abstinentia libidinosi, which was also proved by the circumstance that even simple touching of the fetish with the unexposed genitals sufficed to induce ejaculation. Apparently Z, weakened sexually and distrusting his virility, and yet libidinous, had come to practice frottage by having the sight of posteriora femini fall together accidentally with sexual excitement. And this associative combination of a perception with a feeling permitted the former to attain the significance of a fetish. As an act which offends public morals, and which is, therefore, punishable the violation of statutes, a whole series of cases of which Moro op. Cit. has collected from ancient and modern times may be enumerated here. They are, unfortunately, given too much like anecdotes to allow satisfactory judgment of them. They always give the impression of being pathological, like the story of a young man, related by Lucianus and St. Clemens of Alexandria, who made use of a Venus of Praxiteles for the gratification of his lust, and the case of Chrysippus, who violated the statue of a goddess in the temple of Samos after having placed a piece of meat on a certain part. In modern times, the journal L'Événement of March 4, 1877, relates the story of a gardener who fell in love with a statue of the Venus of Milo and was discovered attempting coitus with it. At any rate, these cases stand in etiological relation with abnormally intense libido and defective virility or courage, or lack of opportunity for normal sexual gratification. The same thing must be assumed in the case of the so-called voyeurs, i.e., men who are so cynical that they seek to get sight of coitus in order to assist their virility, or who seek to have orgasm and ejaculation at the sight of an excited woman. Concerning this moral aberration, which, for various reasons, cannot be further described here, it will suffice to refer to Coffignan's book, La Corruption à Paris. The revelations, in the domain of sexual perversity and also perversion, which this book makes are horrible. Rape and lust murder. Austrian Statutes, section 125-127, Austrian Abridgment, section 192, German Statutes, section 177. By the term rape, the jurist understands coitus, outside of the marriage relation, with an adult, enforced by means of threats or violence, or with an adult in a condition of defenselessness or unconsciousness, or with a girl under the age of 14 years. Imissio penis, or at least conjunctio membrorum schutzi, is necessary to establish the fact. Today, rape on children is remarkably frequent. Hoffman, Jur. Med. I.P. 155, and Tardieu, Attentats, report horrible cases. The latter establishes the fact that, from 1851 to 1875 inclusive, 17 cases of rape came before the courts in France, and of these, 657 were committed on children. The crime of rape presumes a temporary, powerful excitation of sexual desire, induced by excess in alcohol or by some other condition. It is highly improbable that a man morally intact would commit this most brutal crime. Lombroso, Goltdammer's Arch, considers the majority of men who commit rape to be degenerate, particularly when the crime is done on children or old women. He asserts that, in many such men, he has found actual signs of degeneracy. It is a fact that rape is very often the act of degenerate male imbeciles, where, under some circumstances, the bond of blood is not respected. Cases as a result of mania, satyriasis, and epilepsy have occurred and are to be kept in mind. The crime of rape may follow the murder of the victim. There may be unintentional murder, murder to destroy the only witness of the crime, or murder out of lust, v. supra. Only for cases of the latter kind should the term lust murder be used. The motives of lust murder have been previously considered. The cases given in illustration are characteristic of the manner of the deed. The presumption of a murder out of lust is always given when injuries of the genitals are found, the character and extent of which are such as could not be explained by merely a brutal attempt at coitus, and, still more, when the body has been opened, or parts, intestines, genitals torn out, and are wanting. Lust murders dependent upon psychopathic conditions are never committed with accomplices. Case 184. Weak-mindedness, epilepsy, attempt at rape, murder. On the evening of May 27, 1888, an 8-year-old boy, Blasius, was playing with other children in the neighborhood of the village of S. An unknown man came along and enticed the boy into the woods. The next day, the boy's body was found in a ravine, with the abdomen slit open, an incised wound in the cardiac region, and 2 stab wounds in the neck. Since, on May 21st, a man, answering to the description given of the murderer by the children, had attempted to treat a 6-year-old girl in a similar manner, and had only accidentally been detected, it was presumed to be a case of lust murder. It was proved that the body was found in a heap, with only the shirt and jacket on. Also, that there was a long incision in the scrotum. Suspicion fell upon a peasant, E., but on confrontation with the children, it was not possible to identify him with the stranger who had enticed the boy into the woods. Besides, with the help of his sister, he proved an alibi. The untiring efforts of the officers brought new evidence to light, and finally E. confessed. He had enticed the girl into the woods, thrown her down, exposed her genitals, and was about to abuse her. But as she had an eruption on her head and was crying loudly, his desire cooled and he fled. After he enticed the boy into the woods, with the pretext of showing him a bird's nest, he was taken with a desire to abuse him. Since the boy refused to take off his trousers, he did it for him, and when the boy began to cry out, he stabbed him twice in the neck. Then he made an incision, just above the pubis, in imitation of female genitals in order to use it to satisfy his lust. But since the body grew cold immediately, he lost his desire, and, cleaning his knife and hands near the body, he fled. When he saw the boy dead, he was filled with fear, and his limbs became weak. During his examination, E looked apathetically at a garland. He had acted in a state of mental weakness. He could not understand how he came to do such a thing. He must have been beside himself, for he often became senseless so that he would almost fall down. Previous employers report that he had periods when he was devoid of thought and confused, doing no work all day, and avoiding others. His father states that he learned with difficulty, was unskillful at work, and often so obstinate that one did not think to punish him. At such times he would not eat, and occasionally ran away and remained all day. At such times he also seemed quite lost in thought, screwed his face up, and said senseless things. When quite a boy, he still sometimes wet the bed, and often came home from school with wet or soiled clothing. He was very restless in sleep, so that no one could sleep beside him. He had never had playmates. He had never been cruel, bad, or immoral. His mother gave similar testimony, and further that in his 5th year, E first had convulsions and once lost the power of speech for 7 days. Sometime about his 7th year, he once had convulsions for 40 days and was also dropsical. Later, too, he was often seized in sleep, and he often then talked in his sleep, and mornings, after such nights, the bed was found wet. At times, it was impossible to do anything with him. Since his mother did not know whether it was due to viciousness or disease, she did not venture to punish him. Since his convulsions, in his 7th year, he had failed so in mind that he could not learn even the common prayers, and he also became very irascible. Neighbors, persons prominent in the community, and teachers state that E was peculiar, weak-minded, and irascible, that at times he was very strange, and apparently in an exceptional mental state. The examinations of the medical experts gave the following results. E is tall, slim, and poorly nourished. His head measures 53 centimeters in circumference. The cranium is rhombic, and in the occipital region flattened. His expression is devoid of intelligence, his glance is fixed, expressionless, his attitude is careless, and his body is bent forward. Movements are slow and heavy. Genitals normally developed. E.'s whole appearance points to torpidity and mental weakness. There are no signs of degenerative marks, no abnormality of the vegetative organs, and no disturbances of motility or sensibility. He comes of a perfectly healthy family. He knows nothing of convulsions or of wetting his bed at night, but he states that, of late years, he has had attacks of vertigo and loss of mind. At first, in circumlocution, he denies the murder. Later, in great contrition, before the examining judge, he confessed all and gave a clear motive for his crime. He had never had such a thought before. He has been given to onanism for years. He even practiced it twice daily. He states that, for want of courage, he had never ventured to ask coitus of a woman, though in dreams such scenes exclusively passed before him. Neither in dreams nor in the waking state had he ever had perverse instincts, particularly no sadistic or contrary sexual feelings. 2. The sight of the slaughter of animals had never interested him. When he enticed the girl into the woods, his desire was to satisfy his lust with her, but how it happened that he tried such a thing with a boy, he could not explain. He thought he must have been out of his mind at that time. The night after the murder he could not sleep on account of fear. He had twice confessed already, to ease his conscience. He was only afraid of being hung. This should not be done, as he had done the deed in a weak-minded condition. He could not tell why he had cut open the boy's abdomen. It had not occurred to him to handle the intestines, smell them, etc. He stated that, after the attempt on the girl in the daytime, and in the night, after the murder of the boy, he had convulsions. At the time of his crime, he was indeed conscious, but he had not thought at all of what he did. He suffered much with headache, could not endure heat, thirst, or alcohol. There were times when he was perfectly confused. The test of his intelligence showed a high grade of weak-mindedness. The opinion Dr. Kotzner of Graz showed the imbecility and neurosis of the accused and made it probable that his crime, for which he had only a general recollection, had been committed in an exceptional, pre-epileptic mental state, conditioned by the neurosis. Under all circumstances, E was considered dangerous and probably would require commitment to an asylum for life. Bodily injury, injury to property, and torture of animals dependent on sadism. Austrian, Section 152, 411, German, Section 223. Austrian, Section 85, 468, German, Section 303. Austrian Police Regulations, German Statutes, Section 360. Aside from lust murder, described in the foregoing section as milder expressions of sadistic desires, impulses to stab, flagellate, or defile females, to flagellate boys, to maltreat animals, etc. also occur. The deep degenerative significance of such cases is clearly demonstrated by the series of examples given under general pathology. Such mentally degenerate individuals, should they be unable to control their perverse impulses, could only be objects of care in asylums. Bodily injury, robbery, and theft dependent on fetishism. Austrian, Section 190. German, Section 249. Austrian, Section 171, 460. German, Section 242. It is seen from the section on fetishism, under general pathology, that pathological fetishism may become the cause of crimes. There are now recognized, as such, hair-despoiling cases 78, 79, 80, robbery or theft of female linen, handkerchiefs, aprons, cases 82, 83, 85, 86, shoes, cases 68, 87, 88, and silks, case 93. It cannot be doubted that such individuals are subjects of deep mental taint. But for the assumption of an absence of mental freedom and consequent irresponsibility, it must be proved that there was an irresistible impulse, which, either owing to the strength of the impulse itself, or to the existence of mental weakness, made control of the punishable, perverse impulsion impossible. Such crimes and the peculiar manner in which they are performed, in which they differ very much from common robbery and theft, always demand a medico-legal examination. But that the act per se does not, by any means, necessarily arise from psychopathological conditions is shown by the infrequent cases of hair despoiling simply for the purpose of gain. Violation of individuals under the age of 14. Austrian Statutes, Section 128, 132. Austrian Abridgment, Section 189, 191.3. German Statutes, Section 174, 176.3. By violation of sexually immature individuals, the jurist understands all the possible immoral acts with persons under 14 years of age that are not comprehended in the term rape. The term violation, in the legal sense of the word, comprehends the most horrible perversions and acts, which are possible only to a man who is controlled by lust and morally weak, and, as is usually the case, lacking in sexual power. A common feature of these crimes, committed on persons that are more or less children, is that they are unmanly, childish, and often silly. It is a fact that such acts, with exceptions in pathological cases, like those of imbeciles, paretics, and senile dements, are almost exclusively committed by young men who lack courage or have no faith in their virility, or by roués who have, to some extent, lost their virility. It is psychologically incomprehensible that an adult of full virility and mentally sound should indulge in sexual abuses with children. The imagination of debauchees, in actively or passively picturing the immoral acts, is exceedingly lively, and that the following enumeration of the sexual acts of this kind known to law exhausts all the possibilities is questionable. Most frequently the abuse consists of sexual handling, under some circumstances, flagellation, active manustupration, or seducing children by inducing them to perform onanism or lustful handling on the seducer. Less frequent acts are cunnilingus, irumere on boys or girls, pedicatio puellarum, coitus inter femora, and exhibition. In a case which Mashka reports, Handeby, Roman 3, p. 174, a young man had naked girls, from 8 to 12 years old, dance about in his room and urinate before him until he ejaculated. Not infrequently boys are abused by sensual women, who undertake to bring about conjunctio membrorum with them, in order to satisfy themselves by means of friction or onanism. Tardieu saw one of the most disgusting examples. A servant, in company with her lover masturbated children entrusted to them, performed cunnilingus with a girl of 7, and introduced parsnips and potatoes into her vagina, and put similar things into the rectum of a baby of 2 years. Case 185. Z, aged 62, deeply tainted masturbator. He states he has never had coitus but has frequently practiced fellatio. He is in an asylum on account of paranoia. It had been his greatest pleasure to entice girls, aged from 10 to 14 years, and practice cunnilingus and other vile acts with them. In these acts, he had orgasm and ejaculation. Masturbation did not give him the same satisfaction and induced ejaculation only with difficulty. Fought demia, he also practiced fellatio with men, occasionally an exhibitionist. Phimosis, asymmetrical cranium. Pelanda arch de psychiatria ex fascic, 3-4. Case 186. Ex-priest, aged 40. He was accused of enticing girls, aged from 10 to 13, undressing and fondling them lustfully and finally masturbating. He is tainted and has been an onanist from childhood, morally imbecile, always very excitable sexually. Head somewhat small. Penis unusually large, indications of hypospadiasis. Pelanda, lock, sit. Case 187. K, aged 23, laborer. He was accused and convicted of repeatedly enticing boys, and now and then girls, to an out-of-the-way place and practicing abuses with them, mutual masturbation, fellatio purorum, fondling of the genitals of the girls. K is an imbecile and physically deformed, being scarcely 1.5 meters tall, cranium rachitic and hydrocephalic, teeth bad, furrowed, defective, and irregular. Large lips, idiotic expression, stuttering speech, and an awkward attitude complete the picture of psychophysical degeneration. K behaves like a child discovered in some mischievous act. Scarcely any growth of beard. Genitals well and normally developed. He has a superficial consciousness of having done something improper, but he is unconscious of the moral, social, and legal significance of his crimes. K comes of a drunken father and a mother who became insane from the abuse of her husband and died in an asylum. In his babyhood, the boy was almost blinded by corneal ulcers, and after his 6th year, he grew up with an almoner and later with difficulty earned his living as an organ grinder. His brother is good for nothing, and the culprit himself was considered a surly, quarrelsome, evil, moody, irritable man. The opinion emphasized the intellectual, moral, and physical defect of the culprit. Unfortunately, it must be admitted that the most revolting of these crimes are done by sane individuals who, by reason of satiety in normal sexual indulgence, lasciviousness, and brutality, and not seldom during intoxication, forget that they are human beings. A great number of these cases, however, certainly depend upon pathological states. This is particularly true where old men become the seducers of children. I agree with Kern, who, under all circumstances in cases of this kind, holds a mental examination to be always necessary, since, frequently enough, a reawakened, perverse, abnormally intense, and uncontrollable sexual desire is shown to be one of the manifestations of a senile dementia. Unnatural abuse, sodomy. Austrian Statutes, Section 129. Abridgment, Section 190. German Statutes, Section 175. A. Violation of animals, bestiality. Violation of animals, monstrous and revolting as it seems to mankind, is by no means always due to psychopathological conditions. Low morality and great sexual desire, with lack of opportunity of natural indulgence, are the principal motives of this unnatural means of sexual satisfaction, which is resorted to by women as well as by men. To Pollack, we owe the knowledge that in Persia bestiality is frequently practiced because of the delusion that it cures gonorrhea. Just as in Europe an idea is still prevalent that intercourse with children heals venereal disease. Experience teaches that bestiality with cows and horses is none too infrequent. Occasionally the acts may be undertaken with goats, bitches, and, as a case of Tardieu's and one by Schoenstein's show, Leib, p. 125, with hens. The action of Frederick the Great, in the case of a cavalryman who had committed bestiality with a mare, is well known. The fellow is a beast, and shall be reduced to the infantry. The intercourse of females with beasts is limited to dogs. A monstrous example of the moral depravity in large cities is related by Mashka, Handeby, Roman 3. The case of a Parisian female who showed herself in the sexual act with a trained bulldog to a secret circle of roués at 10 francs a head. There has been, heretofore, but little legal consideration of the mental condition in those given to violation of animals. In several cases known to the writer, the individuals were weak-minded. In Schoenstein's case, there was insanity. The following case of bestiality is one that was certainly conditioned by disease. He was an epileptic. In this case, the desire for animals appeared as an equivalent of the normal sexual desire. Case 188. Ex-peasant, aged 40, Greek Catholic. Father and mother were hard drinkers. Since his fifth-year patient has had epileptic convulsions, i.e., he falls down unconscious, lies still 2 or 3 minutes, and then gets up and runs wildly about with staring eyes. Sexuality was first manifested at 17. The patient had inclinations neither for women nor for men, but for animals, birds, horses, etc. He had intercourse with hens and ducks, and later with horses and cows. Never any onanism. The patient paints pictures of saints, is of very limited intelligence. For years, religious paranoia with states of ecstasy, he has an unspeakable love for the Virgin, for whom he would sacrifice his life. Taken to hospital, he proves to be free from infirmity and signs of degeneration. He had always had an aversion for women. In a single attempt at coitus with a woman he was impotent, but with animals he was always potent. He is ashamed before women. Coitus with women he regards almost as a sin. Kowalewski, Job, F. Psychiatry, Roman 7, Heft 3. Case 189. On the afternoon of September 23, 1889, W., aged 16, shoemaker's apprentice, caught a goose in a neighbor's garden and committed bestiality on the fowl until the neighbor approached. On being accused by the neighbor, W. said, "Is there anything wrong with the goose?" and then went away. At his examination, he confessed the act, but excused himself on the ground of temporary loss of mind. Since a severe illness in his 12th year, he several times a month had attacks, with heat in his head, in which he was intensely excited sexually, could not help himself, and did not know what he did. He had done the act in such an attack. He answered for himself in the same way at the trial, and stated that he knew nothing of the species facti except from the statements of the neighbor. His father states that W., who comes of a healthy family, has always been sickly since an attack of scarlatina in his 5th year, and that, at the age of 12, he had a febrile cerebral disease. W. had a good reputation, learned well in school, and later helped his father in his work. He was not given to masturbation. The medical examination revealed no intellectual or moral defect. The physical examination revealed normal genitals, penis relatively greatly developed, marked exaggeration of the patellar reflexes. In other respects, negative result. The history of the condition at the time of the deed was not to be depended upon. There was no history of previous attacks of mental disturbance, and there were none during the 6 weeks of observation. There was no perversion of the vita sexualis. The medical opinion allowed the possibility that some organic cause, cerebral congestion, dependent upon cerebral disease, may have exercised an influence at the time of the commission of the criminal act. From the opinion of Dr. Fritsch of Vienna. Case 190. Impulsive sodomy. A. Aged 16, gardener's boy born out of wedlock, father unknown, mother deeply tainted hysteroepileptic. A. Has a deformed, asymmetrical cranium and deformity and asymmetry of the bones of the face. The whole skeleton is also deformed, asymmetrical, and small. From childhood he was a masturbator, always morose, apathetic, and fond of solitude, very irritable and pathological in his emotional reaction. He is imbecile, probably much reduced physically by masturbation, and neurasthenic. Besides, he presents hysteropathic symptoms, limitation of the visual field, dyschromatopsia, diminution of the senses of smell, taste, and hearing on the right side, anesthesia of the right testicle, clavis, etc. A is convicted of having committed masturbation and sodomy on dogs and rabbits. When 12 years old, he saw how boys masturbated a dog. He imitated it, and thereafter he could not keep from abusing dogs, cats, and rabbits in this vile manner. Much more frequently, however, he committed sodomy on female rabbits, the only animal that had a charm for him. At dusk, he was accustomed to repair to his master's rabbit pen in order to gratify his vile desire. Rabbits with torn rectums were repeatedly found. The act of bestiality was always done in the same manner. There were actual attacks which came on every 8 weeks, always in the evening, and always in the same way. A would become very uncomfortable and have a feeling as if someone were pounding his head. He felt as if losing his reason. He struggled against the imperative idea of committing sodomy with the rabbits, and thus had an increasing feeling of fear and intensification of headache, until it became unbearable. At the height of the attack, there was sound of bells, cold perspiration, trembling of the knees, and, finally, loss of resistive power and impulsive performance of the perverse act. As soon as this was done, he lost all anxiety, the nervous cycle was completed, and he was again master of himself, deeply ashamed of the deed, and fearful of the return of an attack. A states that in such a condition, if called upon to choose between a woman and a female rabbit, he could make choice only of the latter. In the intervals of all domestic animals, he is partial only to rabbits. In his exceptional states, simple caressing or kissing, etc., of the rabbit suffices, as a rule, to afford him sexual satisfaction. But sometimes he has, when doing this, such furor sexualis that he is forced to wildly perform sodomy on the animal. The acts of bestiality mentioned are the only acts which afford him sexual satisfaction, and they constitute the only manner in which he is capable of sexual indulgence. A states that, in the act, he never had a lustful feeling, but satisfaction, inasmuch as he was thus freed from the painful condition into which he was brought by the imperative impulse. The medical evidence easily proved that this human monster was a psychically degenerate, irresponsible invalid, and not a criminal. Bodo, La France Médicale, 38th year, number 38. The following case seems to be devoid of a psychopathic basis. Case 191. Sodomy. In a provincial town, a man was caught in intercourse with a hen. He was 30 years old and of high social position. The chickens had been dying one after another, and the man causing it had been searched for a long time. To the question of the judge, as to the reason for such an act, the accused said that his genitals were so small that coitus with women was impossible. Medical examination showed that the genitals were actually extremely small. The man was mentally entirely sound. There were no statements concerning any abnormalities at the time of puberty, etc. Juakovsky, Manel, Impotence, 1889, p. 82. B. With persons of the same sex, pederasty, sodomy in its strict sense. German law takes cognizance of unnatural sexual relations only between men, Austrian, between those of the same sex, and therefore, unnatural relations between women are punishable. Among the immoralities between men, pederasty, emissio penis in annum claims the principal interest. Indeed, the jurists thought only of this perversity of sexual activity, and according to the opinions of distinguished interpreters of the law Oppenhoff, SDGSB. Berlin, 1872, p. 324, and Rudolph and Stinglein, D. Strafgesp. F. D. Deutschreich, 1881, p. 423, emissio penis in corpus vivum belongs to the criminal act covered by Section 175. According to this interpretation, legal punishment would not follow other improper acts between male persons, so long as they were not complicated with offense to public decency, with force, or undertaken with boys under the age of 14. Of late, this interpretation has again been abandoned, and the crime of unnatural abuse between men has been assumed when merely acts similar to cohabitation were performed. The study of contrary sexual instinct has placed male love of males in a very different light from that in which it, and particularly pederasty, stood at the time the statutes were framed. The fact that there is no doubt about the pathological basis of many cases of contrary sexual instinct shows that pederasty may also be the act of an irresponsible person, and makes it necessary, in court, to examine not merely the deed, but also the mental condition of the perpetrator. The principles laid down previously must also be adhered to here. Not the deed, but only an anthropological and clinical judgment of the perpetrator can permit a decision as to whether we have to do with a perversity deserving punishment or with an abnormal perversion of the mental and sexual life, which, under certain circumstances, excludes punishment. The next legal question to settle is whether the contrary sexual feeling is congenital or acquired, and, in the latter case, whether it is abnormal perversion or moral perversity. Congenital contrary sexual instinct occurs only in predisposed, tainted individuals, as a partial manifestation of a defect evidenced by anatomical or functional abnormalities, or both. The case becomes clearer, and the diagnosis more certain, if the individual, in character and disposition, seems to correspond entirely with his sexual peculiarity, and if the inclination toward persons of the opposite sex is entirely wanting, and horror of sexual intercourse with them is felt. And if the individual, in the impulses to satisfy the contrary sexual instinct, shows other anomalies of the sexual sphere, such as more pronounced degeneration in the form of periodicity of the impulse and impulsive conduct, and is a neuropathic and psychopathic person. Another question concerns the mental condition of the earning. If this be such as to remove the possibility of moral responsibility, then the pederast is not a criminal, but an irresponsible, insane person. This condition in congenital earnings is apparently less frequent than another. As a rule, these cases present elementary psychical disturbances, which do not remove responsibility. But this does not settle the question of the responsibility of the earning. The sexual instinct is one of the most powerful organic needs. There is no law that looks upon its satisfaction outside of marriage as punishable in itself. If the earning feels perversely, it is not his fault, but the fault of a condition natural to him. His sexual instinct may be aesthetically very repugnant, but from his standpoint, it is natural. And two, in the majority of these unfortunates, the perverse sexual instinct is abnormally intense, and their consciousness recognizes it as nothing unnatural. Thus, they fail to have moral and aesthetic ideas to assist them in resisting the instinct. Innumerable, normally constituted men are in a position to overcome the desire for satisfaction of their libido without suffering from it in health. Many neuropathic individuals, and earnings are almost always neuropathic, on the contrary, become nervously ill when they do not satisfy the sexual desire, either as nature prompts or in a way that is for them perverse. The majority of earnings are in a painful situation. On the one hand, there is an impulse toward persons of their own sex that is abnormally intense, the satisfaction of which has a good effect and is natural to them. On the other is public sentiment which stigmatizes their acts and the law which threatens them with punishment. Before them lies mental despair, even insanity and suicide, at the very least nervous disease. Behind them, shame, loss of position, etc. It cannot be doubted that, under these circumstances, states of necessity and compulsion may be created by the unfortunate natural disposition and constitution. Society and the law should understand these facts. The former must pity, and not despise, such unfortunates. The latter must cease to punish them, at least, while they remain within the limits which are set for the activity of their sexual instinct. As a confirmation of these opinions and demands concerning these stepchildren of nature, it is permissible to reproduce here the memorial of an earning to the author. The writer of the following lines is a man of high position in London. You have no idea what a constant struggle we all, particularly those of us that have the most mind and finest feelings, have to endure, and how we suffer under the prevailing false ideas about us and our so-called immorality. Your opinion that the phenomenon under consideration is primarily due to a congenital, pathological disposition will, perhaps, make it possible to overcome existing prejudices and awaken pity for poor, abnormal men instead of the present repugnance and contempt. Much as I believe that the opinion expressed by you is exceedingly beneficial to us, I am still compelled, in the interest of science, to repudiate the word pathological. And you will permit me to express a few thoughts with respect to it. Under all circumstances, the phenomenon is anomalous, but the word pathological conveys another meaning, which I cannot think suits this phenomenon, at least, as I have had occasion to observe it in very many cases. I will allow, a priori, that, among earnings, a far higher proportion of cases of insanity, of nervous exhaustion, etc., may be observed than in other normal men. Does this increased nervousness necessarily depend upon the character of earningism, or is it not, in the majority of cases, to be ascribed to the effect of the laws and the prejudices of society, which prohibit the indulgence of their sexual desires, depending on a congenital peculiarity, while others are not thus restrained. The youthful Urning, when he feels the first sexual promptings and naively expresses them to his comrades, soon finds that he is not understood. He shrinks into himself. If he tell his parents or teacher what moves him, that which is as natural to him as swimming is to a fish is described as wrong and sinful, and he is told it must be fought and overcome at any price. Then an inner conflict begins, a powerful repression of sexual inclinations, and the more the natural satisfaction of desire is repressed, the more lively the fancy becomes and paints the very pictures that the wish is to banish. The more energetic the character that carries on this inner conflict, the more the whole nervous system must suffer. Such a powerful repression of an instinct so deeply implanted in us, in my opinion, develops the abnormal symptoms which are observed in many Urnings. But this does not necessarily follow from the Urning's disposition. Some continue the conflict for a longer or shorter time, and thus injure themselves. Others at last come to the knowledge that the powerful instinct born in them cannot possibly be sinful, and therefore they cease to try to do the impossible, the repression of the instinct. Then, however, begin constant suffering and excitement. When a normal man seeks satisfaction of sexual inclination, he knows how to find it easily. It is not so with the Urning. He sees men that attract him, but he dares not say, nay, not even betray by a look, what his feelings are. He thinks that he alone of all the world has such abnormal feelings. Naturally, he seeks the society of young men, but he does not venture to confide in them. Thus he comes to provide himself with a satisfaction that he cannot otherwise obtain. Onanism is practiced inordinately and followed by all the evil results of that vice. When, after a time, the nervous system has been injured, the abnormality is again not the result of Urningism, but it is produced by the onanism to which the Urning resorts, as a result of the public sentiment that denies him opportunity to satisfy the sexual instinct that is natural to him. Or, let us suppose the Urning has had the rare fortune to soon find a person like himself, or that he has been introduced by an experienced friend to the events of the world of Urnings. Then he is spared much of the inner conflict, but at the same time, fearful cares and anxieties follow his footsteps. Now he knows that he is not the only one in the world that has such abnormal feelings. He opens his eyes and wonders that he meets so many of his kind in all social circles and in all callings. He also learns that, in the world of Urnings, as in the other, there is prostitution, and that men as well as women can be bought. Thus there is no longer any want of opportunity for sexual satisfaction. But hear how differently the experience is gained from that obtained in the normal manner of sexual indulgence. Let us consider the happiest case. After longing all one's life, the friend of like feeling is found. But he cannot be approached openly as a lover approaches the girl he loves. In constant fear, both must conceal their relations, nay, even intimacy that might easily excite suspicion, especially should they not be of like age or should they belong to different classes, must be kept from the world. Thus, even in this relation, is forged a chain of anxiety and fear that the secret will be betrayed or discovered, which leaves them no joy in the indulgence. The slightest thing that would not affect others makes them tremble with fear that suspicion might be excited and the secret discovered, and destroy social position and business. Could this constant anxiety and care be endured without leaving a trace, without exerting an influence on the entire nervous system? Another less fortunate man does not find a friend of like feeling, but falls into the hands of a handsome man who sought him until the secret was discovered. Now the most refined blackmail is extorted. The unfortunate, persecuted man, brought to the alternative of paying or of losing his social position, and bringing disgrace on himself and his family, pays, and the more he gives, the more voracious the vampire becomes, until at last there remains nothing but absolute financial ruin or dishonor. Who can wonder that nerves are not equal to such a terrible struggle? They give way, insanity comes on, and the miserable man at last finds the rest in an asylum that he could not find in the world. Another, in the same situation, driven to despair, finds relief in suicide. It cannot be known how many of the suicides of young men are to be attributed to this combination of circumstances. I do not think that I am in error when I declare that at least one half of the suicides of young men are due to such conditions. Even in those cases where earnings are not persecuted by a heartless villain, but where a happy relation between two men exists, discovery, or even the fear of it, very often leads to suicide. How many officers, how many soldiers, having such relations with their subordinates or companions, in the moment when they have believed themselves discovered, have sought to escape the threatened disgrace by means of a bullet? And it is the same in all callings. Therefore, if it must be admitted that, among earnings, more mental abnormalities and more insanity are actually observed than among other men, yet this does not prove that the mental disturbance is a necessary accompaniment of the earnings condition, and that the latter induces the former. According to my firm conviction, by far the greater number of cases of mental disturbance or abnormal disposition observed in earnings are not to be attributed to the sexual anomaly, but they are caused by the existing notions concerning earnings and the resulting laws and dominant public sentiment concerning the anomaly. Anyone with an adequate idea of the mental and moral suffering, of the anxiety and care that the earning must endure, of the constant hypocrisy and secrecy he must practice in order to conceal his inner instinct, of the difficulties that meet him in satisfying his natural desire, can only be surprised that more insanity and nervous disturbance does not occur in earnings. The greater part of these abnormal states would not be developed if the earning, like another, could find a simple and easy way in which to satisfy his sexual desire, if he were not forever troubled by these anxieties. De legislata, as far as the earning is concerned, the paragraph with reference to pederasty must not be applied without the proof of actual pederasty, and psychical and somatic abnormalities must be examined by experts with respect of an estimate in the individual of the question of guilt. De lege ferenda, the earnings wish a repeal of the paragraphs. The jurist could not consent to this, if he were to remember that pederasty is much more frequently a disgusting vice than the result of physical and mental infirmity, and that, moreover, many earnings, though driven to sexual acts with their own sex, are yet in no wise compelled to indulge in pederasty, a sexual act which, under all circumstances, must stand as cynical, disgusting, and when passive, as certainly injurious. Whether for reasons of expediency, difficulty of fixing the guilt, encouragement of blackmail, etc., it would not be opportune to strike from the statutes the legal punishment of the male-loving man, and to protect youth by the use of the paragraphs concerning sexual abuses is a future question for jurists. What has been said concerning congenital contrary sexuality and its relation to the law is also applicable to the acquired abnormality. The accompanying neurosis or psychosis should have much diagnostic and forensic weight with reference to the question of guilt. It only remains to describe acquired non-pathological pederasty, one of the saddest pages in the history of human delinquencies. Cultivated pederasty. The motives that bring to pederasty a man originally normal sexually and of sound mind are various. It is used temporarily as a means of sexual satisfaction faute demia, as in infrequent cases of bestiality, where abstinence from normal sexual indulgence is a necessity. It thus occurs on shipboard during long voyages, in prisons, in baths, etc. It is highly probable that, among men subjected to such conditions, there are single individuals of low morals and great sensuality, or actual earnings, who seduce the others. Lust, imitation, and desire further their purpose. The strength of the sexual instinct is most markedly shown by the fact that such circumstances are sufficient to overcome repugnance for the unnatural act. Another category of pederasts is made up of old rows that have become supersatiated in normal sexual indulgence, and who find in pederasty a means of exciting sensual pleasure, the act being a new method of stimulation. Thus they temporarily renew their power that has been psychically and physically reduced to so low a state. The new sexual situation makes them, so to speak, relatively potent, and makes pleasure possible that is no longer possible in normal intercourse. In time, power to indulge in pederasty is also lost. The individual may thus finally be reduced to passive pederasty as a stimulus to make possible temporary active pederasty, Just as, occasionally, flagellation or looking on ad obscene acts, Mashka's case of mutilation of animals, is resorted to for the same purpose. The termination of sexual activity expresses itself in all kinds of abuse of children, cunnilingus, feller, and other enormities. This kind of pederasts is the most dangerous, since they deal mostly with boys and ruin them in body and soul. In reference to this, the experiences of Tarnowski op. Cit. p. 53 et sec. Gathered from the Society of St. Petersburg, are terrible. The places where pederasty is cultivated are institutes. Old roués and earnings play the role of seducers. At first, it is difficult for the person to carry out the disgusting act. Fancy is made to assist by calling up the image of a woman. Gradually, with practice, the unnatural act becomes easy, and at last the individual, like one injured by masturbation, becomes relatively impotent for women and lustful enough to find pleasure in the perverse act. Such individuals, under certain circumstances, give themselves for money. As Tardieu, Hoffman, Simon, and Taylor show, such individuals are not infrequently found in large cities. From numerous statements made to me by earnings, it is learned that actual prostitution and houses of prostitution for male-loving men exist in large cities. The arts of coquetry used by these male prostitutes are noteworthy: ornament, perfumes, feminine styles of dress, etc., to attract pederasts and earnings. This imitation of feminine peculiarities is spontaneous and unconscious in congenital cases, and in many acquired cases of abnormal, contrary sexual instinct. The following lines are of interest to the psychologist and offer the officers of the law important facts concerning the social life and practice of pederasts. Coffignon, La Corruption à Paris, p. 327, divides active pederasts into amateurs, entreteneurs, and souteneurs. The amateurs, revettes, are debauched persons, but also frequently congenitally perverse sexually, of position and fortune, who are forced to guard themselves against detection in the gratification of their homosexual desires. For this purpose, they visit brothels, lodging houses, or the private houses of female prostitutes, who are usually on good terms with male prostitutes. Thus, they escape blackmail. Some of these amateurs are cunning enough to indulge their vile desires in public places. They thus run the risk of arrest, but, in a large city, little risk of blackmail. Danger is said to add to their secret pleasure. The entreteneurs are old sinners who, even with the danger of falling into the hands of blackmailers, cannot deny themselves the pleasure of keeping a male mistress. The souteneurs are pederasts that have been punished, who keep their Jesus, whom they send out to entice customers, fair chanter les revettes, and who then, at the right moment, if possible, appear for the purpose of plucking the victim. Not infrequently they live together in bands, the members, in accordance with individual desire, living together as husbands and wives. In such bands there are formal marriages, betrothals, banquets, and introductions of brides and grooms into their apartments. These souteneurs attach their Jesus to themselves. The passive pederasts are petties Jesus or ants. The petties Jesus are lost, depraved children, whom accident places in the hands of active pederasts, who seduce them and reveal to them the horrible means of earning a livelihood, either as entretenus or as male streetwalkers, with or without souteneurs. The most suitable and promising petties Jesus are given into the hands of persons who instruct these children in the art of female dress and manner. Gradually, they then seek to emancipate themselves from their teachers and masters in order to become femmes entretenues, and not infrequently by means of anonymous denunciation of their souteneurs to the police. It is the object of the souteneur and the petty Jesus to make the latter appear young, as long as possible, by means of all the arts of the toilet. The limit of age is about 25 years, then they all become Jesus and femmes entretenues and are then sustained by several souteneurs. The Jesus fall into three categories: fils galantes, i.e., those that have fallen again into the hands of a souteneur, perouses, ordinary streetwalkers like their female colleagues, and domestics. The domestics hire out to active pederasts, either to gratify their desires or to obtain petties Jesus for them. A subgroup of these domestics is formed by such of them as enter the service of petties Jesus as femmes de chambre. The principal object of these domestics is to use their positions to obtain compromising knowledge, with which they later practice blackmail and thus assure themselves ease in their old age. The most horrible class of active pederasts is made up of the ants, i.e., the souteneurs of male prostitutes, who, though normal sexually, are morally depraved and practice pederasty, passive only for gain or for the purpose of blackmail. The wealthy amateurs have their reunions and places of meeting, where the passive ones appear in female attire and horrible orgies take place. The waiters, musicians, etc. at such gatherings are all pederasts. The filles gallants do not venture, except during the carnival, to show themselves on the street in female dress. But they know how to lend to their appearance something indicative of their calling, by means of style of dress, etc. They entice by means of gesture, peculiar movements of the hands, etc., and lead their victims to hotels, baths, or brothels. What the author says of blackmail is generally known. There are cases where pederasts have allowed their entire fortune to be wrung from them. The following notice from a Berlin national newspaper of February 1884, which fell into my hands by accident, seems suited to show something of the life and customs of earnings. The Woman Haters' Ball. Almost every social element of Berlin has its social reunions, the fat, the bald-headed, the young, and why not the woman haters? This species of men, so interesting psychologically and none too edifying, had a great ball today. Grand Vienna Mask Ball, so ran the notice. The sale of tickets was very rigorous, they wished to be very exclusive. Their rendezvous was a well-known dance hall. We enter the hall about midnight. The graceful dancing is to the strains of a fine orchestra. Thick tobacco smoke, veiling the gaslights, does not allow the details of the moving mass to become obvious. Only during the pause between the dances can we obtain a closer view. The masks are by far in the majority. Black dress coats and ball gowns are seen only now and then. But what is that? The lady in rose tarlatan that just now passed us has a lighted cigar in the corner of her mouth and puffs like a trooper, and she also wears a small, blonde beard lightly painted out. And yet she is talking with a very décolleté angel in tricots, who stands there with bare arms folded behind her, likewise smoking. The two voices are masculine, and the conversation is likewise very masculine. It is about the tobacco that permits no air. Two men in female attire. A conventional clown stands there, against a pillar, in soft conversation with a ballet dancer, with his arm around her faultless waist. She has a blonde, Titus head, sharp-cut profile, and apparently a voluptuous form. The brilliant earrings, the necklace with a medallion, the full, round shoulders and arms do not permit a doubt of her genuineness. Until, with a sudden movement, she disengages herself from the embracing arm and, yawning, moves away, saying in a deep bass, "Emile, you are too tiresome today." The ballet dancer is also a male. Suspicious now, we look about further. We almost suspect that here the world is topsy-turvy, for here goes, or rather trips, a man, no man at all, even though he wears a carefully trained mustache. The well-curled hair, the powdered and painted face with the blackened eyebrows, the golden earrings, the bouquet of flowers reaching from the left shoulder to the breast, ornamenting the elegant black gown, the golden bracelets on the wrists, the elegant fan in the white-gloved hand, all these things are anything but masculine. And how he toys with the fan, how he dances and turns and trips and lisps. And yet kindly nature made this doll a man. He is a salesman in a great millinery store, and the ballet dancer mentioned is his colleague. At a little corner table there seems to be a great social circle. Several elderly gentlemen press around a group of décolleté ladies, who sit over a glass of wine and, in the spirit of fun, make jokes that are none too delicate. Who are these three ladies? Ladies, laughs my knowing friend. Well, the one on the right, with the brown hair and the short, fancy dress, is called Buddyreek, and he is a hairdresser. The second one, the blonde in a singer's costume, with the necklace of pearls, is known here by the name of Miss Ella of the Tightrope, and he is a lady's tailor. And the third, that is the widely celebrated Lottie. But that person cannot possibly be a man. That waist, that bust, those classic arms, the whole air and person are markedly feminine. I am told that Lottie was once a bookkeeper. Today she, or rather he, is exclusively Lottie, and takes pleasure in deceiving men about his sex as long as possible. Lottie is singing a song that would hardly do for a drawing room in a high voice acquired by years of practice, which many a soprano might envy. Lottie has also worked as a female comedian. Now the quondam bookkeeper has so entered into the female role that he appears on the street in female attire almost exclusively, and, as the people with whom he lodges state, uses an embroidered nightdress. On closer examination of the assembly, to my astonishment, I discover acquaintances on all hands. My shoemaker, whom I should have taken for anything but a woman-hater, he is a troubadour, with sword and plume, and his Leonora, in the costume of a bride, is accustomed to place my favorite brand of cigars before me in a certain cigar store. Leonora, who, during an intermission, removes her gloves, I recognize with certainty by her large blue hands. Right. There is my haberdasher also. He moves about in a questionable costume as Bacchus, and is the swain of a repugnantly bedecked Diana, who works as a waiter in a beer restaurant. The real ladies of the ball cannot be described here. They associate only with one another and avoid the woman-hating men, and the latter are exclusive and amuse themselves, absolutely ignoring the charms of the women. These facts deserve the careful attention of the police, who should be placed in a position to cope with male prostitution, as they now do with that of women. Male prostitution is certainly much more dangerous to society than that of females. It is the darkest stain on the history of humanity. From the statements of a high police official of Berlin, I learn that the police of Berlin are conversant with the male demimonde of the German capital and do all they can to suppress blackmail among pederasts, a practice which often does not stop short of murder. The foregoing facts justify the wish that the lawmaker of the future may, for reasons of utility at least, abandon the prosecution of pederasty. With reference to this point, it is worthy of note that the French Code does not punish it so long as it does not become an offense to public decency. Probably for politico-legal reasons, the new Italian Penal Code passes over the crime of unnatural abuse in silence, as do the statutes of Holland and, as far as I know, Belgium and Spain. In how far such cultivated pederasts are to be regarded as mentally and morally sound may remain an open question. The majority of them suffer with genital neuroses. At least, in these cases, there are the stages of transition to acquired pathological contrary sexual instinct. The responsibility of these individuals, who are certainly much lower than the women who prostitute themselves, in general, cannot be questioned. The various categories of male-loving men, with respect of the manner of sexual indulgence, may be thus characterized in general. The congenital earning becomes a pederast only exceptionally, and eventually resorts to it after having practiced and exhausted all the possible immoral acts with males. Passive pederasty is for him the ideally and practically adequate form of the sexual act. He practices active pederasty only to please another. The most important point here is the congenital and unchangeable perversion of the sexual instinct. It is otherwise with the pederast by cultivation. He has once acted normally sexually, or, at least, had normal inclinations, and occasionally has intercourse with the opposite sex. His sexual perversity is neither congenital nor unchangeable. He begins with pederasty and ends in other perverse sexual acts, induced by weakness of the centers for erection and ejaculation. At the height of his power, his sexual desire is not for passive, but for active pederasty. He yields himself to passive pederasty only to please another, for money, in the role of a male prostitute, or as a means, when virility is declining, to make active pederasty still occasionally possible. A horrible act that must be alluded to in conclusion is pedicatio mulierum and even uxorem. Sensual individuals sometimes do it with hardened prostitutes or even with their wives. Tardieu gives examples where men, usually practicing coitus, sometimes indulged in pederasty with their wives. Occasionally, fear of a repetition of pregnancy may induce the man to perform and the woman to tolerate the act. Case 192. Imputation of pederasty that was not proved. Resume from the legal proceedings. On May 30, 1888, Dr. S., chemist of H. in an anonymous letter, was accused by his stepfather of having immoral relations with G., aged 19, the son of a butcher. Dr. S. received the letter, and, astounded by its contents, hastened to his lawyer, who promised to proceed discreetly in the matter, and to ascertain from the authorities whether he would be publicly prosecuted. On the next morning, G, who lived in the house of Dr. S, was arrested. At the time, he was sick with gonorrhea and orchitis. Dr. S tried to induce the authorities to release G and advised caution, but he was refused. In his statement to the judge, S said that he became acquainted with G on the street 3 years previously, and then saw no more of him until the fall of 1887, when he met him in his father's shop. After November, G supplied Dr. S' kitchen with meat, coming in the evening to get the order and bringing the meats the next morning. Thus S gradually became well acquainted with G and came to have a very friendly feeling for him. When S fell ill and was, for the most part, confined to his bed until the middle of May, 1888, G gave him so much attention that S and his wife were much attracted to him on account of his harmless, childlike, and happy disposition. Dr. S showed and explained to him his collection of curiosities, and they spent the evenings pleasantly together, the wife also being usually present. Besides, S and G experimented in making sausages, jelly, etc. In February 1888, G fell ill with gonorrhea. Dr. S, being his friend and having studied medicine for several terms, took care of G, procured medicine for him, etc. In May. G, being still sick, and for several reasons inclined to leave home, S and his wife took him into their own home to care for him. S denied the truth of all the suspicions that had been raised by this relation, and defended himself by pointing to his life of previous respectability, his education, and to the fact that G, at the time, was suffering with a disgusting, contagious disease, and that he himself had a painful affection, nephritic calculus, with occasional attacks of colic. Opposed to this statement of Dr. S must be mentioned the facts that were brought out in court, and which led to conviction in the first trial. The relation of S to G had, by reason of its obviousness, given cause for remark by private individuals, as well as by those in public houses. G spent almost all his evenings with S' family, and finally came to be quite at home there. They took walks together. Once, while out on such a walk, S said to G that he was a pretty fellow, and that he, S, was very fond of him. On the same occasion, there was also talk of sexual matters, and also of pederasty. S said he touched on these subjects only to warn G with reference to the intercourse at home. It was proved that occasionally S, while sitting on a sofa, embraced G and kissed him. This happened in the presence of the wife as well as of the servant girls. When G was ill with gonorrhea, S instructed him in the method of using a syringe, and at the time took the penis in his hand. G testified that S, in answer to his question why he was so fond of him, said, "I don't know myself." When, one day, G remained away, S, with tears in his eyes, complained of it to him when he returned. S also told him that his marriage was unhappy and, in tears, begged G not to leave him, that he must take the place of his wife. From all this resulted the just accusation that the relation between the culprits had a sexual direction. The fact that all was open and known to everybody, according to the complaint, did not speak for the harmlessness of the relation, but more for the intensity of the passion of S. The spotless life of the accused was allowed, as well as his honesty and gentleness. The probability of an unhappy marriage, and that S was of a very sensual nature, was shown. During the course of the trial, G was repeatedly examined by the medical experts. He is scarcely of medium size, pale, and of powerful frame. Penis and testicles are very perfectly developed, large. In consonance with the accusation, it was found that the anus was pathologically changed, in that there were no wrinkles in the skin about it, and the sphincter was relaxed. And it was presumed that these changes pointed to the probability of passive pederasty. The conviction was based on these facts. The judgment passed recognized that the relation that existed between the culprits did not necessarily point to unnatural abuses, any more than did the physical conditions found on the person of G. However, by reason of the combination of the two facts, the court was convinced of the guilt of both culprits, and held it proved that the abnormal condition of G's anus had been caused by the frequently repeated introduction of the penis of S, and that G voluntarily permitted the performance of this immoral act on himself. Thus the conditions of Section 175 R. St. GB seem to be covered. In passing sentence, there was consideration of S' education, which made him appear to be G's seducer. In G's case, this fact and his youth were given weight, and the previous respectability of both was held in view. Thus, Dr. S was sentenced to imprisonment for 8 months and G for 4 months. The culprits appealed to the Supreme Court at Leipzig and prepared themselves, in case the appeal should be denied, to collect evidence sufficient to call for a new trial. They subjected themselves to examination and observation by distinguished experts. The latter declared that G's anus presented no signs of indulgence in passive pederasty. Since it seemed of importance to those interested to make clear the psychological aspect of the case, which was not touched on at the trial, the author was entrusted with the examination and observation of Dr. S and G. Results of the personal examination from December 11 to 13, 1888 in Graz. Dr. S, aged 37, 2 years married, without children. Ex-director of the city laboratory of H, he comes of a father who is said to have been nervous, owing to great activity, who had an apoplectic attack in his 57th year and died at the age of 67 of another attack of apoplexy. His mother is living and is described as a strong person who has been nervous for years. Her mother reached quite an old age and is said to have died of a cerebellar tumor. A brother of the mother's father is said to have been a drinker. The paternal grandfather died early, of softening of the brain. Dr. S has 2 brothers who are in perfect health. He states that he is of nervous temperament and has been of strong constitution. After articular rheumatism, which he had in his 14th year, he suffered with great nervousness for some months. Thereafter he often suffered with rheumatic pains, palpitation, and shortness of breath. These symptoms gradually disappeared with sea bathing. 7 years ago he had gonorrhea. This disease became chronic and for a long time caused bladder difficulty. In 1887, he had his first attack of renal colic, and he had such attacks repeatedly during the winter of 1887 and 1888, until May 16, 1888, when quite a large renal calculus was passed. Since then, his condition had been quite satisfactory. While suffering with stone during coitus at the moment of ejaculation, he felt severe pain in the urethra and the same pain on urinating. With reference to his life, S states that he attended the gymnasium until he was 14, but after that, owing to the results of his severe illness, he studied privately. He then spent 4 years in a drugstore and then studied medicine for 6 semesters at the university, serving in the War of 1870 as a voluntary hospital assistant. Since he had no certificate of graduation from the gymnasium, he gave up the study of medicine and obtained the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. Then he served in the Museum of Minerals in K, and later as assistant in the Mineralogical Institute of H. Thereafter, he made special studies in the chemistry of foodstuffs, and 5 years ago became director of the city laboratory. He makes all these statements in a prompt, precise manner and does not think long about his answers, so that one is more and more led to think that he is a man who loves and speaks the truth, the more, since, on the following day, his statements are identical. With reference to his Vita Sexualis, Dr. S, in a modest, delicate, and open way, states that, in his 11th year, he began to have a knowledge of the difference of the sexes, and for some time until his 14th year was given to onanism. He first had coitus at 18, and thereafter indulged moderately. His sensual desire had never been very great, but until lately, the sexual act had been normal in every way, and accompanied by gratifying pleasurable feeling and full virility. Since his marriage, 2 years ago, he had cohabited with his wife exclusively. He had married his wife out of love and still loved her, having coitus with her at least several times a week. The wife, who was also at hand, confirmed these statements. All cross-questioning with reference to a perversion of sexual feeling toward men Dr. S answered repeatedly in the negative, to repeated examination, and that without contradiction or any thought of the answers. Even when, in order to trap him, he is told that the proof of a perverse sexual instinct would be of avail in the trial, he sticks to his statements. One gains the important impression that S has not the slightest knowledge of the facts of male love. Thus it is learned that his lascivious dreams have never been about men, that he is interested only in female nudity, that he liked to dance with ladies, etc. No traces of any kind of sexual inclination for his own sex can be discovered in S with reference to his relations with G, Dr. S. expresses himself exactly as he did at his examination before the court. In explanation of his partiality for G, he can only say that he is nervous and a man of feeling and great sensibility and very sensitive to friendliness. During his illness, he had felt very lonesome and depressed. His wife had frequently been with her parents, and thus it had happened that he had become friendly with G, who was so gentle and kind. He still had a weakness for him and felt remarkably quiet and contented while in his society. He had had 2 such close friendships previously. When he was yet a student, with a core brother, a Dr. A, whom he also embraced and kissed. Later, with a Baron M, when it happened that he could not see him for a few days, he became depressed and even cried. He also had a similar feeling and attachment for animals. Thus he had a poodle that died a short time ago, mourned like a member of the family, and he had often kissed the animal. On relating this, the tears came to his eyes. His brother confirmed these statements with the remark, with reference to his brother's remarkable friendship for A and M, that in these instances there was not the slightest suspicion of sexual coloring or relation. 2. The most careful and detailed examination of Dr. S gave not the slightest reason for such a presumption. He states that he never had the slightest sensual feeling for G, to say nothing of erection or sensual desire. His partiality for G, which bordered on jealousy, S explained as due merely to his sentimental temperament and his inordinate friendship. G was still as dear to him as if he were his son. It is worthy of note that S stated that, when G told him about his love adventures with girls, it had hurt him only because G was in danger of injuring himself and ruining his health by dissipation. He had never felt hurt himself by this. If he knew a good girl for G, he would be glad to rejoice with him, and do all he could to promote their marriage. S states that it was first in the course of his legal examination that he saw how he had been careless in his intercourse with G by causing gossip. His openness he explained as due to the innocence of the friendship. It is worthy of note that S' wife never noticed anything suspicious in the intercourse between her husband and G, though the most simple wife would instinctively notice anything of that nature. Mrs. S had also made no opposition to receiving G into the house. On this point, she remarked that the guest chamber in which G lay ill was on the 2nd floor, while the living apartments were on the 4th. And further, that S never associated alone with G as long as he was in the house. She states that she is convinced of her husband's innocence, and that she loves him as before. Dr. S states freely that formerly he had often kissed G and talked with him about sexual matters. G was much given to women, and in friendship he had often warned him about sexual dissipation, particularly when G, as often happened, did not look well. He had once said that G was a handsome fellow. It was in a perfectly harmless relation. The kissing of G had been due to inordinate friendship, when G had shown him some particular attention or pleased him especially. In the act he had never had any sexual feeling. 2. When he had now and then dreamed of G, it was in a perfectly harmless way. It appeared of great importance to the author to form also an opinion of G's personality. On December 12th, the desired opportunity was given, and G was carefully examined. G is a young man, aged 20, of delicate build, whose development corresponds with his years, and he appears to be neuropathic and sensual. The genitals are normal and well developed. The author thinks he may be permitted to pass over the condition of the anus, as he does not feel called upon to pass judgment upon it. With prolonged association with G, one gets the impression that he is a harmless, kind, and artless man who is light-minded, but not morally depraved. Nothing in his dress or manner indicates perverse sexual feeling. There cannot be the slightest suspicion that he is a male courtesan. When G is introduced in medias res, he states that S and he, feeling their innocence, had told the matter as it actually was, and on this the whole trial had been based. At first, S' friendship, and especially the kissing, had seemed remarkable even to him. Later he had convinced himself that it was merely friendship, and had then thought no more about it. G had looked upon S as a father-like friend, for he was so unselfish and loved him so. The expression, handsome fellow, was made when G had a love affair. And when S expressed his fears about a happy future for G at that time, S had comforted him, and said that his G's appearance was pleasing, and that he would make an eligible match. Once S had complained to him, G, that his wife was inclined to drink and burst into tears. G was touched by his friend's unhappiness. On this occasion, S had kissed him and begged for his friendship and asked him to visit him frequently. S had never spontaneously directed the conversation to sexual matters. G once asked what pederasty was, of which he had heard much while in England, and S had explained it to him. G acknowledges that he is sensual. At the age of 12, he had been made acquainted with sexual matters by schoolmates. He had never masturbated, had first had coitus at the age of 18, and had since visited brothels frequently. He had never felt any inclination for his own sex, and had never experienced any sexual excitement when S kissed him. He had always had pleasure in coitus normally performed. His lascivious dreams had always been of women. With indignation, and pointing to his descent from a healthy and respectable family, he repels the insinuation of having been given to passive pederasty. Until the gossip about them came to his ears, he had been innocent and devoid of suspicion. The anal anomalies he tries to explain in the same way that he did at the trial. Automasturbation in ano he denies. It should be noted that Mr. J.S. claims to be no less astonished by the charge against his brother of male love than those more closely associated with him. Yet he could not understand what attached his brother to G, and all the explanations which S made to him concerning his relation to G were vain. The author took the trouble to observe Dr. S and G in a natural way while they were dining, in company with S' brother and Mrs. S, in Gratz. This observation revealed not the slightest sign of improper friendship. The general impression which Dr. S made on me was that of a nervous, sanguine, somewhat overstrained individual, but at the same time kind, open-hearted, and very emotional. Dr. S is physically strong, somewhat corpulent, with a symmetrical brachycephalic cranium. The genitals are well developed, the penis somewhat bellied, the prepuce somewhat hypertrophied. Opinion: pederasty is, unfortunately, not infrequent among mankind today, but still, occurring among the peoples of Europe, it is an unusual, perverse, and even monstrous manner of sexual gratification. It presumes a congenital or acquired perversion of the sexual instinct, and, at the same time, defect of moral sense that is either original or acquired, as a result of pathological influences. Medico-legal science is thoroughly conversant with the physical and psychical conditions from which this aberration of the sexual instinct arises, and in the concrete and doubtful case, it seems requisite to ascertain whether these empirical, subjective conditions necessary for pederasty are present. 2. It is essential to distinguish between active and passive pederasty. Active pederasty occurs I as a non-pathological phenomenon, as a means of sexual gratification in case of great sexual desire with enforced abstinence from natural sexual intercourse. In old debauchees who have become satiated with normal sexual intercourse and more or less impotent and also morally depraved, and who resort to pederasty in order to excite their lust with this new stimulus and aid their virility that has sunk so low psychically and physically. Traditionally, among certain barbarous races that are devoid of morality. Roman 2, as a pathological phenomenon, upon the basis of congenital contrary sexual instinct with repugnance for sexual intercourse with women or even absolute incapability of it. But, as even Casper knew, pederasty, under such conditions, is very infrequent. The so-called Urning satisfies himself with a man by means of passive or mutual onanism, or by means of coitus-like acts, e.g. coitus inter femora, and he resorts to pederasty only very exceptionally, as a result of intense sexual desire, or with a low or lowered moral sense, out of desire to please another. On the basis of acquired contrary sexual instinct. A, as a result of long years of onanism, which finally causes impotence for women with continuance of intense sexual desire. B, as a result of severe mental disease, senile dementia, brain softening of the insane, etc., in which, as experience teaches, an inversion of the sexual instinct may take place. Passive pederasty occurs I as a non-pathological phenomenon in individuals of the lowest class who, having had the misfortune to be seduced in boyhood by debauchees, endured pain and disgust for the sake of money, and became depraved morally, so that, in more mature years, they have fallen so low that they take pleasure in being male prostitutes. Under circumstances analogous to those of I.1, as a remuneration to another for having allowed active pederasty. Roman 2, as a pathological phenomenon, in individuals affected with contrary sexual instinct, with endurance of pain and disgust, as a return to men for the bestowal of sexual favors. In earnings who feel toward men like women, out of desire and lust. In such female men there is horror feminae and absolute incapability for sexual intercourse with women. Character and inclinations are feminine. The empirical facts that have been gathered by legal medicine and psychiatry are all included in this classification. Before the court of medical science, it would be necessary to prove that a man belonged to one of the above categories in order to carry the conviction that he was a pederast. In the life and character of Dr. S., one searches in vain for signs which place him in one of the categories of active pederasts which science has established. He is neither one forced to sexual abstinence, nor one made impotent for women by debauchery. Neither is he congenitally male-loving, nor alienated from women by masturbation, and attracted to men through continuance of sexual desire. And finally, he is not sexually perverse as a result of severe mental disease. In fact, the general conditions necessary for the occurrence of pederasty are wanting in him: moral imbecility or moral depravity, on the one hand, and inordinate sexual desire, on the other. It is likewise impossible to classify the accomplice, G, in any of the empirical categories of passive pederasty, for he possesses neither the peculiarities of the male prostitute nor the clinical marks of effemination, and he has not the anthropological and clinical stigmata of the female man. He is, in fact, the very opposite of all this. In order to make a pederastic relation between the two plausible scientifically, it would be requisite for Dr. S. to present the antecedents and marks of the active pederasts of I, 2, and G, those of the passive pederasts of Roman 2, 1 or 2. The assumption lying at the basis of the verdict is, from a psychological standpoint, legally untenable. With the same right, every man might be considered a pederast. It remains to consider whether the explanations given by Dr. S. and G of their remarkable friendship are psychologically valid. Psychologically, it is not without parallel that so sentimental and eccentric a man as S, without any sexual excitement whatever, should entertain a transcendental friendship. It suffices to recall the friendship of schoolgirls, the self-sacrificing friendship of sentimental young persons in general, and the partiality which this sensitive man sometimes showed even for domestic animals, where no one would think of sodomy. With S' mental character, extraordinary friendship for the youth G may be easily comprehended. The openness of this friendship permits the conclusion that it was innocent, much rather than that it depended upon sensual passion. The defendants succeeded in obtaining a new trial. The new trial took place on March 7, 1890. There was much evidence presented in favor of the accused. The previous moral life of S was generally acknowledged. The Sister of Charity who cared for G in S' house never noticed anything suspicious in the intercourse between S and G. S' former friends testified to his morality, his deep friendship, and his habit of kissing them on meeting or leaving them. The anal abnormalities previously found on G were no longer present. Experts called by the court allowed the possibility that they had been due simply to digital manipulations. Their diagnostic value in any case was contested by the experts called by the defense. The court recognized that the imputed crime had not been proved and exonerated the defendants. Lesbian love. Where the sexual intercourse is between adults, its legal importance is very slight. It could come into consideration only in Austria. In connection with earningism, this phenomenon is of anthropological and clinical value. The relation is the same, mutatis mutandis, as between men. Lesbian love does not seem to approach earningism in frequency. The majority of female earnings do not act in obedience to an innate impulse, but they are developed under conditions analogous to those which produce the earning by cultivation. These forbidden friendships flourish especially in penal institutions for females. Krossold op. Cit. reports, The female prisoners often have such friendships which, when possible, extend to mutual manustupration. But temporary manual gratification is not the only purpose of such friendships. They are made to be enduring, entered into systematically, so to speak. An intense jealousy and a passion for love are developed which could scarcely be surpassed between persons of opposite sex. When the friend of one prisoner is merely smiled at by another, there are often the most violent scenes of jealousy, and even beatings. When the violent prisoner has been put in irons, in accordance with the prison regulations, she says she has had a child by her friend. We are indebted to Parent Duchatelet, de la Prostitution, 1857, Volume I, p. 159, for interesting communications concerning lesbian love. According to this experienced author, repugnance for the most disgusting and perverse acts, coitus in axilla, inter mammae, etc., which men perform on prostitutes, is not infrequently responsible for driving these unfortunate creatures to lesbian love. From his statements, it is seen that it is essentially prostitutes of great sensuality who, unsatisfied with intercourse with impotent or perverse men, and impelled by their disgusting practices, come to indulge in it. Besides these, there are prostitutes who let themselves be known as given to tribadism, persons who have been in prisons for years, and in these hotbeds of lesbian love, ex abstinentia, acquired this vice. It is interesting to know that prostitutes hate those who practice tribadism, just as men abhor pederasts, but female prisoners do not regard the vice as indecent. Parent mentions the case of a prostitute who, while intoxicated, tried to force another to lesbian love. The latter became so enraged that she denounced the indecent woman to the police. Taxil Op. Cit. p. 166-170 reports similar instances. Mantegazza, Anthropol. Kulturhistorische Studien, p. 97, also finds that sexual intercourse between women has especially the significance of a vice, which arises on the basis of unsatisfied hyperesthesia sexualis. In many cases of this kind, however, aside from congenital contrary sexual instinct, one gains the impression that, just as in men, vide supra, the cultivated vice gradually leads to acquired contrary sexual instinct, with repugnance for sexual intercourse with the opposite sex. At least parents' cases were probably of this nature. The correspondence with the lover was quite as sentimental and exaggerated in tone as it is between lovers of the opposite sex. Unfaithfulness and separation broke the heart of the one abandoned. Jealousy was unbridled and led to bloody revenge. The following cases of lesbian love by Mantegazza are certainly pathological and possibly examples of congenital contrary sexual instinct. On July 5, 1777, a woman was brought before a court in London, who, dressed as a man, had been married to 3 different women. She was recognized as a woman and sentenced to imprisonment for 6 months. In 1773, another woman, dressed as a man, courted a girl and asked for her hand, but the trick did not succeed. 2 women lived together as man and wife for 30 years. On her deathbed, the husband confessed her secret to those about her. Coffignon Op. Cit. p. 301 makes later statements worthy of notice. He reports that this vice is, of late, quite the fashion, partly owing to novels on the subject, and partly as a result of excessive work on sewing machines, the sleeping of female servants in the same bed, seduction in schools by depraved pupils, or seduction of daughters by perverse servants. The author declares that this vice, sapphism, is met more frequently among ladies of the aristocracy and prostitutes. He does not differentiate physiological and pathological cases, nor, among the latter, the acquired and congenital cases. The details of a few cases, which are certainly pathological, correspond exactly with the facts that are known about men of contrary sexuality. The saphists have their places of meeting, recognize each other by peculiar glances, carriage, etc. Saphistic pairs like to dress and ornament themselves alike, etc. They are then called petite sœurs, little sisters, necrophilia. Austrian Statutes, section 306. This horrible kind of sexual indulgence is so monstrous that the presumption of a psychopathic state is, under all circumstances, justified. And Maschke's recommendation, that the mental condition of the perpetrator should always be investigated, is well-founded. In any case, an abnormal and decidedly perverse sensuality is required to overcome the natural repugnance which man has for a corpse, and permit a feeling of pleasure to be experienced in sexual congress with a cadaver. Unfortunately, in the majority of the cases reported, the mental condition was not examined, so that the question whether necrophilia is compatible with mental soundness must remain open. But anyone having knowledge of the horrible aberrations of the sexual instinct would not venture, without further consideration, to answer the question in the negative. Incest. Austrian Statutes, Section 132. Abridgment, Section 189. German Statutes, Section 174. The preservation of the moral purity of family life is a product of civilization, and feelings of intense displeasure arise in an ethically intact man at thought of lustful feeling toward a member of the same family. Only great sensuality and defective ideas of laws and morals can lead to incest. Both conditions may, in tainted families, be operative. Drinking and a state of intoxication in men, weak-mindedness which does not allow the development of the feeling of shame, and which, under certain circumstances, is associated with eroticism in females. These facilitate the occurrence of incestuous acts. External conditions which facilitate their occurrence are due to defective separation of the sexes among the lower classes. As a decidedly pathological phenomenon, the author has found incest in states of congenital and acquired mental weakness, and infrequently in cases of epilepsy and paranoia. In many of the cases, probably a majority, it is not possible, however, to find a pathological basis for the act which so deeply wounds not only the tie of blood, but also the feeling of a civilized people. But in many of the cases reported in literature, to the honor of humanity, the presumption of a psychopathic basis is possible. In the Feldman case, Mark Heidler, Volume I, p. 18, where a father constantly made immoral attacks on his adult daughter and finally killed her, the unnatural father was weak-minded and besides probably subject to periodical mental disease. In another case of incest between father and daughter, Locke. Cit. p. 247, the latter, at least, was weak-minded. Limbrose, Archive. De Psychiatria, Roman 8, p. 519, reports the case of a peasant, aged 42, who practiced incest with his daughters, aged, respectively, 22, 19, and 11. He even forced the youngest to prostitute herself and then visited her in a brothel. The medico-legal examination showed predisposition, intellectual and moral imbecility, and alcoholism. There was no mental examination in the case reported by Schirmeyer, Deutsch-Seicher. First Staatsarzneikunde, Roman 22, H1, in which a mother laid her son of 5.5 years on herself and practiced abuse with him, and in that given by Lafargue Journ. Maid. De Bordeaux, 1874, where a girl, aged 17, laid her brother, aged 13, upon herself, brought about membrorum conjunctionum, and performed masturbation on him. The following cases are those of tainted individuals. Magnan Anne, maid, Psych. 1885, mentions an unmarried woman, aged 29, who, though indifferent toward other children or even men, suffered frightfully in the presence of her nephew, and could scarcely control her impulse to cohabit with him. This sexual peculiarity continued only as long as the nephew was quite young. Legrand Anne, maid, Psych. May 1876, mentions a girl, aged 15, who seduced her brother into all manner of sexual excesses on her person, and when, after 2 years of this incestuous practice, her brother died, she attempted to murder a relative. In the same article there is the case of a married woman, aged 36, who hung her open breast out of a window and indulged in abuse with her brother, aged 18. And also the case of a mother, aged 39, who practiced incest with her son, with whom she was madly in love, became pregnant by him, and induced abortion. Through Casper, we know that depraved mothers in large cities sometimes treat their little daughters in a most horrible fashion, in order to prepare them for the sexual use of debauchees. This crime belongs elsewhere. Immoral acts with persons in the care of others. Seduction, Austrian. Austrian Statutes, Section 131. Abridgment, Section 188. German Statutes, Section 173. Allied to incest, but still less repugnant to moral sensibility, are those cases in which persons seduce those entrusted to them for care or education, and who are more or less dependent upon them to commit or suffer vicious practices. Such acts, which especially deserve legal punishment, seem only exceptionally to have psychopathic significance.